A bit of a misread from the side of Gen G.
Wait, is my microphone on or not? I can't tell.
And feeling pretty good about their start here.
Hello? Why is that not opening now?
I'm not sure what they call it.
Test. Yeah, my microphone's working, but Goxelar's not open.
Incorrect to begin with, but not leaving one player.
Don't really know what even happened then.
Oh my god.
Very aggressive, and the rest
And
of the team
Goxelar isn't opening for some reason. I don't know. Yeah, what happened? That was weird.
Gonna get onto the
I know
site
it's here.
and also get the plant down.
Shoulder spot there on the Lakia, who does have.
Did I hit myself? Yep, test.
That's still trying to control ramp. He's able to find one. Looks for a little bit more. Munchkin will be able to take him out, but Medusa in the meantime here on site finds Munchkin, maintaining a man advantage here for DFM. This would be a monstrous bonus conversion here for them.
Let me get the settings. I don't know what happened. I think just my my graphics card drivers just blew up.
But it's only the two of the Meteor and Caron to try to get in, as that is going to be a nice entry. They do get a couple of headshots already, but Anthem peeking around the back of Elbow. He's able to get one more kill with the Bulldog.
Oh, yes, it is by time. There's just not really any time. Karen has to stick onto this one. There's a push
DFM win the pistol and the bonus. Okay. I'm trying to find. I have to set in obviously that if I DC, it keeps me streaming for 2 minutes before it does it, and I want to see if I can up that time. Because if I do break, it's not enough. So don't mind me for a moment.
Catching them completely off guard, finding that opening kill. On texture, it is
also, I'm just going to quick look for the event viewer.
Additional damage dealt to Lakia, which meant that as they just go ahead and reinforce that ramp position, they're able to very easily deal with the enemy Sky. Still no call out found here for the side of Gen G. Solo trusting in the team to be able to course correct here, it would seem.
Critical error, there we go.
Yeah, this is where
I had to reboot it then.
Gen G, though, a squad very much known for their thrifty wins. This would be a very critical timing to be able to find one. As Trailblazer will be able to spot two. Showstoppers in May, point blank. Yep, he will take himself down, but still finds value. Lakia, fantastic headshot.
Yeah, that's going to be perfect for him. Actually getting some value here on the thrifty so far. Bit of a pickup on the stinger for Munchkin. We'll see if they can hold on to this one. That's one more, and Munchkin,
how do they do this?
As they take them all down, and that is the thrifty that you called, Achilles.
I spoke it into existence, perhaps a caster's blessing there, a curse for DFM, but for some reason, this
I think it was caused
looking down and defeated
by
like that
shut down at 907.
Even in the last series, you think back to
One thing that happened at 907 is that Windows started an update in the background.
Back to the driver's seat to be able to close out the map, but it all started with, May.
So I think it was to do with that.
Taking himself down, just ends up landing right at Caron's feet with that showstopper. No way to get away
Weird
from
stuff,
it. Knows
though.
that
I love when
if
that
he tries to
happens.
create some additional distance, he's just probably going to end up getting taken down before the rocket can even come through. The rest of the team unable to follow up off the back of that one. So another incredible thrifty from Gen G. They spare some blushes from the previous 3 rounds. Can they now win a rifle round is the question.
Yeah, haven't been able to do that yet. We haven't seen too many, obviously. Still early on.
All right, are we all good?
This first map, but
just as I sort of felt that we were like going into the stream with some like good energy, I just can't have anything right now.
They were expecting.
And now just poking and prodding here around mid. I like the attention from DFM. We've seen a lot of teams just widely end up ignoring it.
Anyway, Epic Pen.
You get information that there are going to be multiple players lurking around that position, but again, it's going to be a swing, and it's another great call for DFM. Everybody rotating now over towards A, and it's only Lakia here to try to get some semblance of control. Swing on the corner, only spots one, and given that it's Neth, I mean, we've been expecting this Cypher to be lurking, but now it does seem that they're not going to fall for the trap, not going to get the wrong read.
Is everybody still here? I genuinely don't know if we're live or not.
He's going to get in first, but Texture on the backside of this one, able to take down 2, and Lakia is going to clean up May, and that is going to take all the
Alright, 5 versus 2. Spike's on like the A choke, so getting it now from either player is pretty rough. For 10 seconds, saving the guns is good. The only issue is that you're saving a Bulldog. An F, which isn't great.
Going to be in a bit of a dire situation for the buy, but Gen G managed to go ahead and pick up a rifle round win, so 50% win rate in that regard. We'll see if they can continue to move up. As looks like they want to hunt down, try to find a little bit more, swing onto the corner, and Texture will fall.
Yeah, he does have a lot of money, but kind of unfortunate the way that he did go down there. Dying to Nets.
So just making sure that everything's working. That's not working.
Just
That's not
a couple rounds in a row, kind of getting some momentum after that Thrifty and reading the play very well, able to shut down the push before it even really got started.
Yeah,
He's trying to done for the week. Yeah, it's Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
End up just not reinforcing.
Only 3 days a week.
Yeah, you know, maybe could pick off one.
I mean, most regions are outside of Pacific, which is 4.
But instead, they suss it out. Meteor opting in for the Outlaw here in this round. Surprised to not see him go for the Operator.
I mean, there is 1 week for China that is Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah, maybe just trying to. Oh God, that was crisp.
A little bit of a fadeaway on that one. May kind of just diving in front. Gets himself lined up on that jiggle.
I don't like that sound because he did that last time and then everything broke.
Start here for GENG in the round. May, I mean, that's all your entry power. You're running that solo duelist. So without the raise, how do you try to get yourself?
What is the best way of checking what would have caused? Because what happened for me is that just all of the screens went blank. Like the PC was still on. I think it froze.
Rotating through that defender spawn. Seeker's going to be sent just to really figure things out. I like this investment here.
But I shut it down at 9:07. So anything happening like
spotting multiple players.
They're gonna know 100% that this
9:03. That's too early.
Back off of this one, but Meteor goes for the swing.
Yeah. The other thing I know is that Windows Update started out an update. It tried to do something to Intel system.
He's going to back off for now and wait for his teammates as we have the showstopper.
And then I turned it off like 2 minutes later.
That is going to make quick work of this push. Medusa here.
Would it be on the application? I don't know. Error. Program.
Is able to finish off lock. Yes, it does a little bit of damage here.
That's 12.
But this isn't necessarily
11,
the gun that he wants to carry
10.
over into the next round, so just sees if he can get a little bit more, but Texture will say no. 3K for him, 3 rounds now consecutively for GENG. And I think this is where it's going to become a bit of a chess battle to see which of these 2 squads is going to pull the trigger on a timeout first, because
yeah, I don't really know. I'm looking at event view and just nothing is showing up. So I don't really know what caused it. Your fault. Yeah, maybe you did jinx it. It's all good. The problem is just now that that's broken, I'm, I guess, terrified of it happening again. So I'm like, I was feeling like very focused on the game. But now because of this happening, it's incredibly difficult for me. I guess it's like a neurodivergence thing, but I find it very difficult now to focus on the game and not focus on the fact that stuff is broken. So sorry about that.
Medusa, a couple of headshots in a row, gonna get them ahead in this 7th round.
Absolutely gorgeous there from Medusa. They're able to drift back over here into the vent before that smoke could dissipate. Sets up another one here. Try to make this position.
GENG, you've come back into this one a little bit though. DFM gets some initial fights in like B main.
Spike is starting to get ushered over towards Texture. Looking maybe for a bit of a challenge here as Nets looking to occupy the same exact position. Checks the cam. Doesn't see any forward lurkers there. As that's going to be the neural theft now. Invested Texture knowing that he's there. Wants to try to flush him out. Only gets a couple tags. That's about it.
Yeah, maybe get some information.
I like the DFM are planting for heaven, but you see so many teams like plant this and then play backside, like we saw it in Polaris yesterday. I think that this is a little bit much. But now he's got some backup. But the thing that makes up for it is the fact that there's 2 people there. If one player pushes up to this, it's a bit scary. But like DFM's like post plants here are really good. I like that they have 2 people push this, 2 people fight up to here. You know, they're effectively looking for what direction GENG are coming from. There's still a flash from Anthem saved up in the post plant, which is great. And this is good because like May's in aggressive position. There's not really any time for GENG to do anything else other than getting kills. But if there was, say, more time and these guys were like pushing from heaven, you've still got the Viper that could like hit this late.
Nicely done. Didn't take that time out.
And like
course correct.
Most teams, the best thing that you can do in like post plants, I think, is if you are in all 5 players are still alive, your, in this case, your Viper, your Sky, your Cypher, and your Omen will all have rough post-plant positions to be in. Whether it's like agent specific, because you might want to have your Sky here so they can like Sky flash this, Sky flash around like heaven. But the main thing is that your duelist has freedom to play wherever they want.
As always, trying to lead the charge and a little jiggle.
Anshi Panshi, thank you very much for the raid. Have you been streaming long today? We've had some technical issues already today. But I was trying to work out what exactly happened. I think it was just frame monitors with a lot of video playing that I think it just ended up crashing.
Texture didn't fire the gun, so they didn't have any.
Which is a shame, because you know when you start a stream and you're just kind of like, everything's feeling good. Like we're moving into this nicely. I get to talk to people a little bit. Game starting.
Jumping forward on the hunt for Lakia and does get punished for it.
Gonna get some food to be ready for the global game. Are you watching both? Yes.
Texture is gonna line up another one. Medusa trying to push into heaven, and now that is only 3 guys.
I thought he saw Texture. Sorry, I wasn't really watching.
And they're just kind of moving out. Still a bit of time to see maybe if they want to group up and look towards B, but with Neth already pushed into Rams, could consider.
I need to be better at like talking to chat whilst also focusing on what's happening on screen, because I feel like when I am focusing on chat, I kind of miss exactly what's happening.
Just needs to back away as the other 2 players are just going to be sat there in mid-vent.
You
to lose out on these weapons because the cash, while they should.
Where are you based on, Shipanchi?
At least a half armor buy in the next round. It's still a little bit wonky. So
I'd have guessed, like, from asking about globally, it'd be
sit back and
Indian, but that might be a generalization.
Tie things up once more.
That's one thing I've sort of learned from like looking at some of the stream demographics. Is like I actually have a lot like Indian people watching. It's kind of cool.
Not this time. Neth was able to get a kill a couple of rounds ago in a very similar spot over there, but not going to be waiting for them this time. And yeah, kind of a quiet round, you know. Texture just a couple of operators.
So the 3 players from DFM save.
The wind out of their sails, and DFM just decided.
Got to buy half armor in a couple of instances. The money's not great. Texture's still got the op.
2 half armors here, still for the side of DFM.
Wanted to be a bit more focused. I don't have a drink either, but
a major concern.
Yeah, this morning's not been the best start, but
clear out on that camera.
We plod on.
Able to spot 2, I believe, but oh.
Yeah, Nev gets caught on the left.
Texture. This gets in front of the wall, is able to take him down.
Yeah, excellent movement there. Aggressive, and now they're trying to push on in.
I don't mind this attack wall,
give them some time,
but I think when you have like Cypher Viper being able to do the one to cut across here and just keep pressure in this position, and then having the Cypher okay.
Waiting for the rest of the push to come through, waiting in the smoke.
Texture up is so good. I mean, it made it quite easy for himself.
Not clean on that one, and now DFM are
might not even matter though. Medusa May, Eminem. Oh my god. Yeah, you can't fight against May. 1 versus 1. Texture doesn't have any utility, is just hot tempo pushing into the Viper's pit. Nice play from Medusa. He can plant too, so a little bit more money. Which, you know, he had half armor on some of these players. But then they're able to actually get it onto full armor this time. That whiff? Which one?
His attention pulled over towards the stairs, but immediately just drops down, backs away from that fight, and immediately wins.
I mean, that fight is so hard for Texture to win.
Done by May and Medusa.
Like Medusa just letting it drop.
Go ahead, drops the pit.
Texture behind me. Oh right, yeah.
Easy kill coming through, and DFM back in the lead.
Absolutely playing this one very
fast execute. Sky flash onto Ram.
Feels perhaps a bit better for DFM. They're gonna force Texture to rebuy on that operator, and now they're gonna come in here once again pretty fast. Trailblazer leading the way alongside of May.
So knock on heaven. And a cage CT before the Omen smokes. It's nice util actually. It's weird layering. I've never seen it done like that.
We'll get this plant on A.
Because where's the poison cloud? Medusa still has it.
Just throwing knives at him, landing on the board behind him, not getting the connection he was looking for. Potential for a follow-up career after
still has it.
But not what you want to be seeing.
You got
here.
a trip here, which is incredibly strong.
It was a nice shutdown on the showstopper from Texture, but nobody in position to deal with the rest of the
It's not planted for heaven, so they don't need to play for heaven. Just fighting more for CT. And then late sort of hold here from Medusa. Did you hear Bren will get a tattoo if DFM wins? If they win this series?
Go ahead, they can afford another op. if they try to play in for this, but the odds are just so heavily stacked against them. They have no idea about the defensive setup positions here from DFM, so that is going to be them now getting up to 6 rounds on the half. Absolutely fantastic round from DFM once again.
And their attacker side has been pretty impressive so far. 6-4 here in this first map of Split. And slowly but surely they're chipping away at what GENG have now. That timeout is going to come out. You were wondering about the timing of the first timeout, and finally GENG pulled the trigger on this one. Not a bad idea, I think, especially because it does feel like DFM are kind of running away with their attacker side, and GENG are going to have
if they win the group, here. Yeah. Will it be that logo? I'd have to imagine so.
To go ahead and call this one
He's brave for doing it.
2 more rounds to be played out in this half. They want to try to make this a 6-6.
But I guess it's like a good story.
So it's as much of an advantage as they get ready to go onto that attacker side. I mean, this map has been a little bit strange at times where, you know, we started off with...
Is there any people watch partying?
So heavily.
This Finesse,
favored. These days,
Sliggy, Curry, Shanks,
out on top. That also means that DFM did very well. Have themselves poised for a very
quite a quiet day overall.
Run back these final 2 rounds, get themselves an 8-4 scoring line. They're going to be sitting pretty if they can get that done.
Yeah, this is a pretty critical round. Getting 8 rounds on the attacker side would be huge, especially with the double
Maze face
setup from the side of GENG moving on to attackers.
That might be the adjustment. It could be like a double or nothing, really.
So DFM trying to really solidify their lead here, and GENG do not
Right,
want
11
to
and
allow
5
them
is
to do that.
texture.
So
11 and
call
9
the
is
timeout,
May.
and we'll see if they can
Still like
make a splash
fine
here,
for
try to tie things
GENG. Going on to the attack with like 4 rounds on your defense is still fine.
I feel like GENG was pretty
You can
low
make it like at
in those
least
metrics.
5-7. I think you're golden.
Can try to up the win percentage here.
Same Viper wall, and it is being respected again by GENG with the
It'll
AWP.
be worth noting how many of those rounds
Camera only seeing the one Sky, and Sky baiting noise back here, trying to pull away from the raise.
Don't tell the whole story. Oftentimes, they do not. Texture pushing out here.
Yeah, Texture is just...
excellently on to Nath. Catches the lurking
It's a little bit too easy for them. Sky flash to see if there's anybody else there. Sees nothing. So they're going to back up.
Nath is not in a forward position to really get the punish, so he just continues to swing.
Meteor facing the wall to not get flashed if they go for this execute on B.
He is rewarded for his patience as well as his aggression.
GENG have kind of been winning this.
So solid pick off there at the start. Cypher now taken down. Showstopper
We're both a double dived and 5-7's expected. I think generally on the map, though, it's the same.
Here in Garage by himself does have that spike in hand.
Because I still think that this comp is good on attack. Better on defense, yeah, but for them, 4 rounds as double duelist is good. 6-0 would be amazing. But it's looking at least like it'd be 5. Never mind, I spoke too soon. 2 versus 2 is a showstopper, but it's not like Texture's in a good position to just use it to stop the plant. He's going on to site. Sky flash to avoid it. And yeah, they know where Medusa is because the flash.
The spike right now, not in a great position for Medusa to try to get covering fire on that one to try to take him off this.
Yeah, good round for GENG. DFM did good to like pull it back. Money's still good for final round for DFM.
Manages to get the victory. GENG timeout leads to a win. That percentage going up.
Is it not too risky to push like that with the operator? Potentially, but you do at least have some like support here. But the Sky isn't that far away.
As we are going to see the replay here, started off with Texture getting that.
But it is a bit of a attitude of Texture to being like, I'm better, right? Just shutting down the pressure over there. Because I do think that a lot of ciphers, when they're lurking in this spot, do get given like, too much respect.
Either way,
double up.
Ends up working out very nicely for GENG.
Seekers, no showstopper, really. Viper's Pit. It just works. It's DFM don't really know how to play up against like an up that's just going to play you like this.
He's just been so clean. I mean, he just consistently is getting pick-off after pick-off early on in these rounds, getting those first kills. And now Munchkin trying to push out into mid. There is a lot of presence here from the side of DFM.
Nef, yeah, just with a player disadvantage, it's kind of on him. They pushed this side, so when you're a Cypher lurking, it's like, okay, if the pressure's coming in from other parts of the map, that's my cue to like start to go. And GENG read that perfectly. Obviously, I don't think DFM would have expected 2 operators.
Seekers do get cleared.
Yeah, GENG are playing this like to the T.
Mid to B side of the map. That's now going to be spotted.
Maybe Luckier swinging that is a bit much. But they did get the kill onto Medusa, who's dropped the spike. Says, trying to, yeah, going through the Viper's pit is being watched. Anthem 1 versus 3. Use the Seekers then, too.
Finally found out. Anthem here 1v3.
Munchkin's just really good position. Don't think you would have expected him here considering the Viper's pit was still up.
A very solid recovery from GENG.
If you were to cook for a new comp for split, what would it be? Something kind of out there and theoretically might work.
Hot start for him. Unfortunately, weren't able to really continue that momentum once it had kind of been taken away from them very slightly. GENG with that 3-round.
I think Duelist would be raised still. I don't think I'd be cooking too much, but I'd be keen to try like Sky Fade.
Pick that up as well once again.
And then
just be able to run away with this.
Like Omen.
Yep. Absolutely. I think that DFM have already
Viper?
that they can kind of roll with GENG.
Something like that.
It has been a close map so far, so I'm excited to see how the next half is going to go.
Because you could also do some like Yoru,
Cheer on both of the teams.
Raise,
we saw
Sky Fade.
We did see, you know, in their victory, the DFM fans, the faithful,
Astra maybe? No, there's not enough like stopping power there, that's the problem. Be good on attack, but not on defense.
Well, certainly have representation out
I do think like playing more Killjoy in this map could be an option.
Probably feeling like they have something to really cheer for. A solid start. Let's see if that carries over here into the second half. As it may, like, okay, he's gonna go back and forth. We'll see what he lands on here. We still have 27 seconds for him to
like, because this comp has started to become really meta, has been like a thing for a while.
For now,
even before the Sky nerfs.
The Ghost.
But
and some utility. Just waiting on this
yeah, I guess what I'm thinking of it at least is that it's a harder comp to play. I think Double Duelist is a little bit more like versatile. You could just have like pop-off moments if you're just going for fasts, playing high-tempo stuff like we're probably about to see from GENG. But if you're playing the Cypher and Viper on attack, it's very difficult. Arguably, it should be easier to lurk because you have 2 lurkers. You could even have the Omen kind of go wandering. But the problem is just sort of defaulting in the right space, I think. Because if you just have a Viper, you can do this Viper wall and that's enough to lurk up. But if you have the Cypher, you can have the Cypher lurk up off this wall, but then what happens here? How do you take this space on B?
Doesn't tell them necessarily too much here for DFM. GENG not running a Sentinel.
So I think whilst DFM's comp is better on attack, like its ceiling is higher, I think that this is much more straightforward to play for a team like GENG. When will they add Clove in pro play? I guess when they fix like some of the bugs, so I think it'll probably be like next patch.
At least somebody is over here. The Trailblazer coming out from Lakia.
But because Lakia is now in this position, they say, okay, the Omen was here, now the Sky's there. The rest of the team is likely going to be...
I don't really know how realistically often we're going to be seeing her.
Start rotating, 30 seconds left. But with no push coming in...
Yeah.
They span back out here. This is overall not too bad for DFM. The site is going to be opened up.
I mean, GENG have done nothing around the map, really. Have they? Other than just putting some pressure towards B. Trip's been broken, so it's not going to get too much there, but there's still not a lot of time. And you're also planting for backside. I thought they were planting for heaven there for a second. But DFM's clearing this well. 3 people pushing ramp, 1 watching CT. A trip even put to stop. I guess they want to clear this. If there's like a late lurk, putting a trip here will stop like a Viper if they're doing snakebite lineups. You're on the defuse, slow them down a little bit. Wow, like everybody, 4 players clearing all the way behind them. They know that all of GENG is on site. Paranoia is really nice to connect onto it, but I think it's just going to be GENG winning these duels. Yeah. DFM maybe just taking a bit too much time.
Yeah, they all grouped up.
Teams used to play a lot on split. I think just Omens, when you're playing on defense, like the Astra just isn't as good as Omen. Like Omen is just too good here with the Paranoia to stall stuff. The fact that you can play on positions like this and TP across to safety. The one-ways that you can do from like around here on top of this box.
May approach out from heaven. He was in that
And you want to be
position.
playing Astra, right? Because you can use utility here, and then you could also smoke A if you need to. But if you've got this setup with a Cypher and a Viper wall, the Omen doesn't really need to be smoking A main.
Elbow, backside, back screen.
Or at least he doesn't need to be doing it quickly. If it's a fast execute, the Viper wall goes up. Then when the Viper wall goes down, you can smoke this.
Actually, just wanting that orb is
They allowed to use Deadlock? Yeah. Deadlock ISO, they're available.
the 65 HP.
The only agent that isn't available to play right now is Clove, because she's bugged. They're bugged, sorry.
For them to take this round
What about Astra Rays, Killjoy, Cypher, Sova? Killjoy and Cypher? I think if you're going to play double Sentinel, you play Deadlock.
Definitely a team that's not scared to go for late rotations and kind of mess with the defenders' minds, which certainly worked there on the first round. So let's see where they actually do commit to before, you know, just to make sure, because they can be.
But I've seen some teams run like Deadlock and Cypher on this map, and I think that like playing Killjoy Deadlock might be better.
Anthem, I think that might have been accidental, and now as he swings back to, yeah, it was a fat finger for sure. Let him know exactly where his positioning was.
First of all, Clove is female. Is that what they said? Christ. I also need to be careful with me repeating that quote so it doesn't get taken out of context.
Potential future backstab from the Omen.
But yeah, it's a shame.
And realistically here for DFM, the call might just be to try to die to Spike. Looks like May with this approach though might play to try to.
I'm actually kind of interested in like sort of reading some books about like the perspectives of non-binary people, more like the philosophy and science behind it. I guess it's more like the social science behind it. Like, because I'm a little bit ignorant to what it means, I suppose, to be non-binary, right?
When they do exit out of garage, he is waiting for it and immediately gets taken down.
Because I know of a couple of like non-binary people.
An excellent read, texture.
But I'm
Medusa will strike him down, but that was just a ghost.
keen to learn like more from like their perspective.
So we'll just be able to go ahead, dive into the Spike.
Yeah, there might not be a stream tomorrow because they're
Rounds in a row here in this second half.
isolating the boiler is what they've said.
For, I believe, the first time.
That's 4 rounds in a row.
I don't know if there's that much literature from their perspective. There's definitely more. I saw some books last week, like in shops and stuff. And I was like, huh.
On the back side of that one, and getting a couple of
Rib Spectre used to be the default bonus round buy.
And now this is going to be the first opportunity for DFM to really make a
What were they running with Bulldogs? I think it's mostly because teams are doing what Na'Vi does with the money, like having a player like on a. Like if you look at GENG's bonus, it's effectively a full buy, and they have a buy next.
I mean, when you got texture, you don't have to do too much. I mean,
it's not fair, is it?
For crying out loud, Flipshider just went 0 kills yesterday in a victory on Icebox versus Bleed, so if you have players that are popping the hell off, send util and make good calls.
So GENG, they get a very clean entry here onto the site. They don't take any damage at all. And
yes, Spectre's definitely not as good as it used to be. I think it's still good.
We do have already
but I think if you're buying up outside of pistols, you're either doing stingers as like a stinger rush, or you're like.
Just get a flood retake going, and that just completely slows them
There's
up.
never a buy where a Spectre makes sense. I don't think, unfortunately.
Limited util to try to utilize to get themselves back in a position. Munchkin playing around with a tiny little gap in the wall. They're not going to swing in towards him, but in the meantime, Meteor able to find one before he gets taken down.
Now you do see the push coming in, and Munchkin still here on this angle, not able to land it. Anthem is able to take him down, and the entry comes in. DFM.
I think it still has a purpose.
On this retake, and they will be able to pick up this round.
Yeah,
just in time, too.
This goes so much better for DFM than I could have anticipated.
Like, it has a purpose. I think probably in, like, just normal ranked play and competitive, it's probably fine. It's just... The problem is that the pro scene is just way too influenced about what other people are doing.
That's the okay spot. 3 weapons lost. That's when we're getting into catastrophic territory. So overall, not too bad here for DFM.
Like, there's so much just copying other people that they kind of lose what they're supposed to be doing in the first place.
Outside of garage here on the B side itself. Yeah, it looks like he's going to take a forward position, perhaps.
See if he wants to get going as quickly.
DFM's actually good, yeah.
Just trying to pick up this orb.
They're really giving it here. This is their map pick, though.
Very good on their reads and their expectations.
GENG with the lead on their attack side.
Get any inkling that
like in a good position to be winning this one.
given the weapons loss and the economy where it's at, they absolutely could. But either way, it looks like they're not going to confirm or deny it. Is they just go ahead and back away for now.
Yeah, probably pretty lucky for GENG that they don't push into that one, as certainly that could have got a lot of damage down. Pretty unexpected from the side of Medusa, and still just waiting over there. It does look like GENG are considering going back in through the garage, and DFM still very much split up at this point. Looks like Lockie wants to get a bit of information, see what he can see with the Trailblazer. And for now,
I was going to say Medusa is playing super close to be here, but it is because he has a judge. And this is the only issue I think that we've been seeing from GENG's attack side, is just they haven't really been doing anything around the map.
That online still has a paranoia for a retake.
All they've really done is like put some amount of noise over here. They smoked this, Skydog that. And it's not influencing DFM at all. Like, DFM have stayed pretty much in the same positions that they started in. This becomes a bit more of an aim duel. And honestly, double duelist, yeah, just 5 versus 2 means that DFM weren't really stacked in the right places. Maybe there is a part of it of like DFM were just a bit too like static. It's just like one there, one there, one here, and then like that's how they were set up. Like when there was that pressure in mids, you can't really afford to push this because you only have a judge. So you'd maybe expect that these players, especially when you have a Sky, to like be prodding for a main info.
Feels like they're very much in control at the moment.
Yep, right back into it.
I don't expect such a good performance on Lotus from DFM. No, I guess we'll see.
There's no way for Medusa to
Confidence could be such a big difference. And GENG's Lotus, I don't think was like that standout from Madrid.
So overall, we'll still be carrying that one forward. And granted, as a Viper,
and then they lose to like Paper X this weekend, right?
Does lend itself to a Viper play style. So it's not the worst case scenario, but being able to at least have that rifle and pass it over to somebody else on your team, even if you're going to rebuy a judge, that would be.
GENG almost won Madrid and DFM looking good. Yeah, versus them. Yeah, I think like, you know, GENG might be a little bit rocky, unconfident, perhaps, after losing against Paper X. I think they're going to be nervous going into this series.
They just had no chance. I mean, it was just such a clean entry.
Oh my god, he's just having a moment.
Oh my god,
it was way too exciting.
Oh my. Dude,
that GIF could be taken just as a summarization of like Liquid. Just nice job. Keels over.
What can you even say? I don't know.
that is one of the funniest things that we've had happen on broadcast.
Wonderful. Well, this timeout going to be pretty important for the side of DFM. It is their first one, so they do have the potential a little bit later on if things.
Yeah, like I think GENG are in a nice spot now. They're being pushed, and I like that DFM took the timeout here because yeah, it definitely sort of felt on that defensive round because they hadn't taken any information. They were just sitting back and letting double duelist execute onto you, which I don't think is really the best idea.
This is a solid timing. You don't want GENG to get themselves up to double digits here. Trying to lessen that gap a bit more. See what the setup's going to be. For now, everybody very fanned out. As GENG very rapidly looked to take some space, but Medusa finally able to put the judge.
Lucky is got the kill onto Medusa, who has another judge.
At least he does get that.
Still a 4-buy for DFM. Says is really pushing it by facing that, I think.
They clear out through the garage and up through heaven, so just going to be pretty clean to get on in here. 3v4 for the side of DFM, so it looks like they will try.
All right, they're planting. Nade is going to come in just after they've planted.
No matter what.
Skydog for CT, you've also got Texture pushing alongside it. Oh, Anthem saw him, I think, just beforehand too, but just didn't quite catch it, recognize it.
We'll back away, but they have to be wary about Texture potentially pushing out.
I wonder if any players have left down model on.
Ultimately, they will be able to drift away. If Anthem gets Texture in that position, then it's just the go button. You know, press here for DFM, all in on the retake attempt, but Anthem just not ready for him to be in that spot.
Yeah, pretty rough. GENG came out so quickly here after the timeout, and
I don't think there's many players that play with left view model on instead.
Something in mind, but now it just kind of gets blown up in your face very quickly.
I wonder why that is.
Quite literally, with the spike. And yeah, GENG now double digits, 10-7, feeling pretty strong at this moment in time. They have so much money.
Yeah, it's just DFM that's winning the bonus against the bonus on this half, and I think they're gonna have to eco now.
Yeah, it's not been great. I mean, Lockheed just guesstimating that position.
Don't really like says positions there.
Being able to get just that one trade out, I think, is
And a little bit unlucky from Anthem.
Medusa maybe not anticipating that there was going to be so many other people.
Most people are right-handed, yeah. I mean, I'm left-handed, and I have it as left view model.
Sessa just, you know, way too wide angle, challenging into garage, gets double.
But I'm like right-handed. I don't play left-handed.
Fortunately for DFM,
which I think maybe was a mistake.
Crucial ultimates that they really would love to have are not available. That pit, just about halfway.
But you can't see if they have left model unless they do the backside player view from outside game. Yeah, but I mean, like the replays that were seen from player POVs are player POVs. So pretty much all of the replays have been right view model.
Most control. You'd love to have that pit so you don't have to worry about this mid position as much, because GENG have been putting a lot of.
I can't remember if anybody has.
And pretty rough for them as well, to control mid at least, and do have the Trailblazer taken down here. Bit of information that
some agents, I think it makes sense, just because like lineups and stuff, you might have a recon dart that lines up with the reticle, and so if you've got it the other way around, you might not be able to see the things you need to line up with. Anthem's still stuck in that corner, has to peek out wide and tries to do it at least with Neff, but he can't quite get it. Like Meteor's isolated that angle way too well. And actually, no, never mind. DFM still have a buy. Now they'd have to eco after this.
No one to receive that damage. Heals out from Lockheed, just getting Meteor back up to 100. 3v4 odds stacked against them here. Just a snake bite. The only tool that they have at the moment here to really try to clear out any angles. May will go for the drop down.
They just sat in the smoke waiting.
An immense amount of decay to try to get a bit of a surprise shot.
Oh, and he sees May too. A couple of kills that GENG have just been getting inside of smokes, which I think was the same as like kickoff. You fight against somebody like Caron in a smoke, you just lose. Hey, Potato.
From the side of GENG.
Hope everybody's doing good today.
It's just not really enough of a oppression from the side of DFM to stop that. Felt kind of free for GENG pushing through that area.
And I think one of the more surprising things is, okay, looks like he cleared his throat this time. He was prepared for the replay. One of the most surprising things is, you know, May had a huge start.
I mean, as you could do on a Monday. Yeah, that's true.
I think at one point he had like,
I guess Mondays are a bit different for me because it's usually like after casting. Like it's after casting Polaris and after China, so you know this is kind of like my weekend, I suppose.
Against him to absolute perfection. Spike can now be planted. That's going to give Munchkin his Viper's Pit should he decide to invest it here. They know they're up against a weaker buy.
Good trade, and then Karen trades off of that too. Yeah, this looks just too dominant as an attack side.
Just to get him down real quick.
I think DFM was
12-7. This one is
taking this comp from Sen and Billy, who initially made it popular, but I don't think they're getting the most out of it.
They've only dropped one round.
Yeah, it's been very.
I mean, they're running into the same problem as a lot of teams do on defense, especially with a new comp where people aren't really sure on like when they need to be doing stuff.
A really solid game plan.
I mean, especially in like sort of tier 2 game changers, there's a lot of like, oh, you know, the Cypher plays on A, but at what point is it worth pushing A main to get information? Because I think DFM have given like a lot of space and respect up. Everything that DFM's doing to an extent is a response, and they haven't realized that Karen's actually done it. I think that might have been a no-scope. That might have actually been a no-scope. That's, I think, a bit silly for Medusa. You have a trip here to get good information. You don't need to try and catch the rotations. This is a little bit better. If you had Medusa here for 3 people to push up and get this info, that's a lot stronger.
To spot exactly where Lock is approaching from.
Well, nothing ambiguous about this one. Lockya saying,
I'm the only one that finds this group thing useless, like the Omega Alpha groups.
is there and ready with the op shot.
I think it's the fairest way to make it work of having a form of like round robin.
The punish has the showstopper on the back end of this one, and it's just able to finally take note. It seemed like Caron was going to be able to have that second elimination.
Personally, I'd like it a hell of a lot more if you had like where stage 1 and stage 2 were both like 10-game round robins, but that might be like 12 and stuff. I think that might end up being much.
You know, backs against the wall here. They don't have a chance to lose any
I wish you just avoided 11 teams somehow.
Trying to make a big impact, and
yeah, and I think it might have actually been good for, because like after this year, I think it's 2 teams from each region qualify for Ascension. I think.
So that is going to be double stacked. So that's decent information here for the side of Gen G. They turn their sights over onto B once again, where the operator
Mace just in the same position he was last time.
Intel's coming down, and they're
fully flash clears him.
On the back of the site, and now the Seeker's coming out as well. Gen G,
yeah, I feel like DFM just don't have that many ideas because they've just moved over to playing this, I think, right?
He's not going to hit that shot, but
yeah, doesn't expect him behind. 13-8. All right, I mean, that was good from Gen G. I'm curious on if said at the start of DFM had never played this comp before. So I guess we'll see.
From there, he's able to just get flushed out. I think
yeah, against T1, they were playing. It's a very weird comp. I think the Sage teams have moved away from that massively. It will be 12 next year, yes. And I think the whole point is that they avoid 13 teams. Because that's even worse to try and like break down because it's a prime number.
To win in VCT Pacific.
Yes.
Yep, they did great.
Same with 11 actually. Yeah, nothing goes into 11.
Map pick. That said, DFM did put up
G versus Talon, who wins? Oh, I think Talon. I quite like what Talon have been doing. I don't like the 6-man roster thing, but I don't think you could say that some of the ideas that Talon have are bad.
I think what we saw in that first half on the attacking, especially when DFM was able to hold the initiative as the attackers, you saw what we saw against T1 as well, where they had a good breakdown of Gen G's overall tendency.
Yeah, 2 go up in 2025 because it's like 2 go up as 2 come down. Or like, so let's just use like gentle mates. Lose the for this we'll use bleed actually because we're watching Pacific. So they joined for they're going to be here for 2024 and 2025.
Just how I think reliant DFM was
and then
on how much map
they'll be out.
You saw how
so this year
a lot of things at the start of the game.
In 2025 we'll have Ascension. We'll call them A24. The Ascension team for A24 because they'll be in for 25. And then we have Ascension teams 25, and then B25, I guess. 2 teams will come up. So Bleed will be bye-bye. We still have A24 for 1 more year. And then we have A25 and B25. So we are actually going to have 13 teams that year in 26. It's 24, 25.
Be a bit of a brick wall for DFM.
Yeah,
so I guess that sucks.
Skills for texture. I mean, usually he pops off a lot when he's on the jet.
And then we got A26, B26. We say goodbye to this team.
I mean, 21 kills to 11 deaths, 7 of those.
And then we have A25, B25,
and this is where I think on the flip side,
A26,
this is actually one of the great rounds
and
for
B26.
DFM, the hard read on Gen G, but then you know what? That's only one gear of Gen G. There's multiple gears to this team.
So yeah, we have 12 teams next year, 13 teams a year after, and then 14 teams a year after that. There should be relegation. The problem is like esports needs to be sustainable.
That we saw from that series against T1 hasn't really translated well here on Split. Yeah, that's what we.
And I think having a promotion system with no relegation is fine. What I think that Riot need to do is they need the big thing. By the way, is my audio like good in comparison to the stream, or is it all like blended together? Is it like when I'm talking it does get quieter so you can clearly hear me? I just want to ask that quickly. But I think what Riot need to do is I think Riot need to take more responsibility in the offseason. I think the problem that Riot has is they have this whole like league that they're playing with like VCT that takes up the majority of the calendar year. Then they have the offseason. Luckily, the offseason this year is going to have the Challenger Leagues. I know they don't like being called VCL, but we're calling them that for now. VCL for 2025 starts in like September. So Polaris, we have this year with stage 1 and stage 2. We'll have play-ins, we'll have Ascension, playoffs for that, and then pretty much like after champs, we'll start with the next stage of Polaris for next year.
Yeah, and they've been picking it every chance they've gotten as well. So absolutely a comfort.
So overall, it just means that
those operators can come online. So DFM,
like that, it's good that the offseason actually gets used from some other like circuit stuff. But I think if you have like VCL events, if you have like these like VCL events, go into like big off-season stuff. That'd be sick. Like I know that Convergence as an event kind of gets clowned on, but I think it's actually been like that and the Tarek Ludwig event have actually been like the best off-season events I think that we've kind of had. That and the Afrika event, but obviously the Afrika event was like not streamed on Twitch and YouTube, which sucks. But I think off-season events need to be more like. I actually just want to make a point here. I want to show you the off-season VCT 2023. I want to show you like the actual official website for the off-season. And like, does this get you hype?
Yeah, and sure, against T1, it might have been the chamber that holds him back, but when it's up against GENG, every team, they need to figure out how to break into that C-site setup with the Killjoy and the Viper. So DFM, they might have to kind of give up from Rubble first, maybe take some mound control, destroy all that setup, and then start to work the map a little bit wider.
What the fuck, Riot?
It's going to be very tough for
And you've got some like good events in here, right? Like Superdome was cool, the Crossfire Cup. Like doing these kind of events. Crossfire Cup is exactly what I think you want to be having from like off-season events, because you have a mix of the VCT teams like Giants, Heretics, Koi are in here, but you also have teams that come in from like the Italian and Spanish Challenger Leagues. That's what off-season events need to be. Stuff like Convergence, when you have teams invited, you have global esports there, like the India representative in an Indian event, but you also have a qualifier for the tier 2 teams like True Rippers to qualify into. That stuff is brilliant, I think.
I got this.
You got this?
I got this.
I want to reach Radiant, so
I want to see like, you know, for something like in Northern Europe, I want to see an off-season event that has like the Fanatics Team Liquid there. Maybe you invite like Zeta, a GENG, maybe even one of the like Chinese teams. Like do a big event with all those, but you say have like 2 spots in that event that Northern Europe teams can qualify through. Because it would be really funny to see teams, I guess, like GENG go up against OnlyFins.
So I'm thinking you can funnel a little bit more of the kills onto.
And whilst you're putting on like a good international event that people are going to be watching, it also feels quite fair. Like, yeah, we're hosting an event in our region. It's to support our region. But I didn't hate that True Rippers were there for Convergence. I didn't hate that there was it like Boom Esports and stuff that were there for Afrika's League? You get the point. Like, there's just so much like stuff to do there, and you end up in positions where you have like the Ludwig Tarek event for North America, where you have like Sentinels Cloud9 play, but it ends up being like Oxygen winning the event, which is going to get people going like, holy shit, this team is actually kind of good, I want to support them. And imagine if you have an off-season event that's like, you have the Tarek and Ludwig event, it basically has Oxygen winning, and then effectively the week after that, Tier 2 for North America starts again. So everybody's like, wow, this Oxygen team looks good. It's like, well, great. They actually play in a week's time. There's no like VCT, there's no Sentinels or C9 playing. So if you liked watching this team, go support Tier 2. You're going to get a lot of people pushed into that. It doesn't work when you have Tarek and Ludwig's event and go, Tier 1 kickoff starts in like 2 months and NA Challenges starts in like 4 months. Like all of the momentum that you've built up just gets lost, and I think that's the thing that Riot need to like work out how to do it. Like have these like kind of shitty off-season events. I think like the Pacific Predator like Grand League Finals. You know, you've got, and it's also like this off-season event is a lot different to this off-season event. This is more like a regional thing. This is a tier 1 international, teams invited all over, crazy big production. I think if you have off-season events, you need to like, this needs to have some sort of like, you know, this is an ignition off-season event, some shit like that, right? Like stuff like Afrika, stuff like Convergence, you can't see it on here, like Afrika, Red Bull Homeground, Convergence, Tarek and Ludwig's event. Like the Liquid Open's kind of cool, but in short, it was just a Northern Europe event. It had nobody else really. Spike Nations, EMEA, you could say that that's kind of like a premier off-season event because it was for charity, it wasn't for this year.
Yeah, I mean, he has been looking absolutely solid.
But do you see what I mean? Like, you can't just be like, here are all of the off-season events. Some of these events are bigger than others. And I think Riot need to, like, if they make the off-season have one big event per region a month, that would be sick.
You're correct.
Have something like Evo in all of the regions. That would be amazing.
I think you have the right to be confident.
Yeah, Spike Nations was kind of like rough this year. Sorry, I want to run out to people to get them in game. I've just been yapping.
But that does mean they have to get a little more creative and maybe.
But it's something that I've been like feeding back a lot and discussing because obviously, like, you know, Miska works at Riot now, like with a lot of the sort of Northern Europe pieces. So a lot of it has been me teaching him about how the scene has worked. Evo is actually such a nice event in between champs and kickoff. And I also think it's like very possible to like, because I like that Evo ended up being for, oh, what have we done here? For China. I loved that it ended up being like just an off-season event for, you know, the EDGs and stuff like that. But for a lot of teams, it ended up being Ascension. Like, can we do that in other regions? I mean, it does mean that it's a bit of a chock-a-block year. But I imagine that there might be some teams that haven't played that much. You know, like 100 Thieves, if they could play in like an off-season event. Hold on one sec.
Here
Somebody's
on
at the door.
Lotus. Things a bit rough for them on this map in the opening series versus T1. They have learned from the mistakes made there. If this is just going to be one of those series where, you know, you don't win on your own map picks, because that happens all the time.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you can be known for being strong on a map, and maybe it just doesn't go your way on that day, or, you know, these are all pro teams. They're all good at different maps and stuff, and they might just have a good day on a map that maybe you wouldn't have expected. And, so the way it goes sometimes is already some action, but big rotation coming out from the side of DFM, already back towards the C site.
Somewhat getting matched here by GENG, but not quite here on to C. It's maybe them lurking their way back over across in towards B. Now, we'll know exactly where the spike is going to end up. Iran going to be a little bit further behind to join in. But spike can get planted here for DFM. And get up into a decent little defensive setup now to try to hold this for another pistol round win.
Yep, just going to back off towards the mound and try to line this one up when GENG do make their way onto the site, as all 5 of them have so far.
5-man into mount here. Spam coming across, he's holding this one, and he's going to continue holding it. They need to get him off this one right now, but they're not going to be able to do so. That fight is not in position to actually take him down. May going to look for the final kill. He'll find it. But that is still GENG getting away with highway robbery.
Yeah, and they did it pretty quickly. I mean, he just got on in there, started to hold it, and DFM, they thought they had the setup to deny it, but turns out they absolutely did not.
They're just chilling on top of the wall. So, yeah, snakebite doesn't hit me here.
Meteor's face the whole time, very calm. Doesn't say anything. He's like, yep.
Then immediately starts coughing at the end of the round.
Thankfully, we cut that one out this time.
What did I miss?
Kind of getting away with it. In that
Hey, Breeze.
first one. DFM going to be kicking themselves for not being able to stop that with the setup.
Mia diffused on top of the C-site railing.
That was the 2 kills found in the pistol. is just about halfway to the showstopper.
Like he was on this.
Tap on the door. Munchkin. Oh, he is in such a forward position. And he is rewarded for it. May on those jiggle peaks, not able to spot him out until it was far too late. Follow-up shot on the Medusa as well to knock him down at 52 HP.
I'll have to watch it. Sorry, that was because yeah, tomorrow they said that they were coming to isolate the boiler. The boiler was going to be off for like 3 hours and stuff like that, and they were just going to sort some stuff.
Didn't see him. He was spotted.
But they came today and wanted to do it today, and I was a bit like, I'd prefer it if you did it tomorrow. Because I should be able to still like stream with it not being on.
Medusa. 2 kills found,
and also like I'd like to be able to like
you can just die to that one.
get a shower today.
Figure out where exactly they want to go. It's going to be the call here onto A, where Charon's still jiggle peeking around, and he spots absolutely everybody.
Yeah, that's a lot of information there, and now Texture here. At the baby door.
Paranoia is really nice from Charon. Flawless Antico.
With the Bulldog. Lines them all up, and that's another flawless, this time from GENG. And they will take the 2-0 lead.
Did we watch it on YouTube just so it's easier to like rewind stuff? I kind of prefer watching it on YouTube. We're just a little bit behind.
He's just going to be able to make quick work of them with the Bulldog. Lines them all up, and that's another flawless, this time from GENG.
Yeah, when we get a moment, we'll go back.
Now we'll finally have a
I don't want to like be too far away from the action. And like for me personally, I know that YouTube's a little bit behind the Twitch stream, but me, I don't care. I don't need to, because the action is 3 minutes. Would it be actually 3 minutes ago if it's on LAN? It's like a minute ago.
Trying to get funneled in. Charon able to just go ahead and hold the door. So solid start for GENG.
Wish Twitch allowed you to rewind on stream. I think even Twitch has that functionality now on streams. So it is really only Twitch that hasn't got it now.
Contact off that turret and has the nanoswarms ready to go.
Like you've got kick and stuff, but I don't really count those.
May was certainly considering throwing in some paint shells, but not going to go for it just yet. Nice setup here so far from the side of Meteor, who has been able to hold down the site pretty well so far.
It was a good thing for YouTube to incorporate. Like, it'd be cool if Twitch could do that, but I think that it would be way too costly.
We do have Texture rotating over towards the A site.
I don't think it'd make them much money, for one.
Suspecting the presence here on Rubble, so Paranoia does find some value.
But I guess it's just like, how necessary is it? It's a very quality of life thing. And like to re-add that, it's kind of like adding a replay view into Valorant, right? It's like, it wasn't necessarily built for that, so trying to incorporate in is tricky.
So 51 there on the Omen as Lakia spotting multiple.
Twitch is losing money anyway. Exactly. So I imagine like doing a replay system like this would just probably end up costing more. I wouldn't know the specifics. Kind of talking out my ass there, but the only way that Twitch would do that is if they wanted to sort of if there was new technology to like recode streams and stuff. Like if we see more of a move to like 4K native and such.
2v3.
Which honestly, like, I'm quite surprised that we haven't moved into like 4K as more as the like default option.
I like the attempt from Charon, just try to get in, not give any notice, try to find that pick before the nano can get popped, but with the cleanup coming through, Neth will find 3, as DFM will go ahead and stop them from converting the bonus, find themselves a single round win so far.
Able to keep 3 of them alive as well, so feeling pretty good for the side of
Oh no, like I think Twitch every year since Amazon's owned them, they've lost money. But also YouTube has not been profitable for Google for however long.
Not just the blind spray, but you know, a decent idea of where they were going to be positioned, trying to retreat away from that forward spot. Good punish to be found, and does help lead to the round victory here for DFM.
I think it's really like tricky.
Almost for GENG. Several half armors here.
Because doing stuff like getting rid of Twitch Prime, for example, getting people to actually pay for subs a lot more, like that seems like it should be a move that they would make from a business perspective. Like
May pushes forward.
Because I imagine it costs them so much money.
Puzzling for sure.
But obviously,
Sure.
you would see so many people just move away if you got rid of something like Twitch
May's
Prime.
at least able to get them onto the site. They've got some smoke set up, so not going to be too easy for Genji to get in, and it's quick from May and Anthem to spray them down at Waterfall. This is going to get supremely difficult now for Genji.
A bite to work with here.
YouTube is profitable now? No, I don't think so. The bandwidth is just too expensive.
May quick to get the punish on the texture.
But like, you know, Google's a massive company, so it's... Look, Google as a company is profitable.
Spot the mini-map. Okay, well that sets up the turret, so Munchkin very well aware of this, but...
But YouTube has always been a little bit costly.
Tries to hold on to this weapon.
Yeah, I mean, Neth is going all the way around to see if Munchkin would continue rotating. Munchkin is just.
But a lot of like,
and
a lot of software and websites like this are the same.
So we did have this nice entry from May.
You know, I imagine
We're not
Twitch,
going to see how Seth died, but
I'm curious
Facebook.
I'm curious if he just tried to TP across so that he didn't give, you know, any kind of sightline, any kind of spray over to somebody who is just lingering.
Because they're sort of owned by like bigger conglomerates to an extent. They can afford to be non-profitable. With like the increase of side, it just costs too much. I think the problem places for like being too big that they just can't keep themselves afloat are like the third-party companies. Stuff like Deliveroo in the UK. You know, like Uber Eats, I don't think would be very profitable for Uber, but because, you know,
dealt with, but Karen with a nice headshot
Uber otherwise is, it sort of carries it. What's the reason for Google, Amazon continue to operate social media sites if they don't make a profit? I don't know, actually.
The Marshal seeing what he can see, but they're already in onto this site, and they will put down this plant.
I think it's more along the lines of like what it means to like get investors into your business. Like YouTube might not be profitable, but there's no like YouTube is the video watching platform. There's nothing else.
Deep lurk here at Rubble from Medusa with that Odin in hand. So trying to make their way across. And that's the Nightfall investment.
And I think that's why you end up with stuff like Netflix hiking up prices, because it used to be them just being the only one. They were putting on their own shows, but now everybody else is doing it. The value of the stock, I think, has dropped. Oh, Karen manages to stick it to. It's like the value of the stock drops, so they have to like find the profits and revenue elsewhere. Otherwise, you know, the investors want their bonuses. That's why you have so many like layoffs and prices going up.
Better idea. A lot of pressure going into the guys that were in tree. Just throws down a smoke, and felt like with the Odin should have been able to get it done, but a couple of early crisp kills from the side of Munchkin makes things a bit more even for Genji and allows them to try to hold this one.
No.
Nice.
It's just a hair off.
This market isn't profitable now, so we should keep high market share for what is profitable.
I mean, granted, that one.
Yeah, I think so. I got back from Google and YouTube is profitable. Okay.
Similarly, though,
I wonder what.
once again, gonna be
I feel like there's a part of it that isn't.
Over at A, completely ignoring that C side of the map, which Genji, they push forward, they identify that there's nobody there. They should suspect that this is fairly committed, especially as May gets the opening kill in the Meteor.
It's going to make things pretty obvious. Munchkin just waiting in the smoke himself. They're not going to spot him immediately. He picks up two and nearly gets a third. Gets May extremely low, and now Lakia.
2 versus 2. Spike's in a really awkward spot, especially with the Nightfall.
Half of his HP, he's down to 1. This is such a rough position to be in.
He's managed to sneak out and sneak past.
Into B. And his door gets broken open.
And there you are, just following.
Back to his full value HP.
2. Yeah.
Yeah, in 2 HP to 1 HP, okay.
They are going to get this plant down, but May, low on health, trying to...
Paranoia misses.
Not able to get it down.
The Horn's really nice too. Even if Neff wins the fight against Karen, he's going to get pinged.
The board, 4-2.
I think it's the right call from Neff there, but not the right aim.
Yeah, I'm not really sure on like some of the specifics when it comes to profitable businesses and all that.
Get the catch onto that player lurking forward. If you're able to find that opener there on the Kara, then maybe you could actually just peel across through that C link and get the plan on that other side of the map. Or really pump the brakes and start playing, you know, mind games. You could even drift across back over the A if there's enough time for it, but just can't quite line it up.
By the way, we had our little mini game on.
It's like I imagine a lot of the coffee shops for Costa, or like Starbucks, I guess. Starbucks is a better example. I imagine a good chunk, if not the majority, of Starbucks places operate at a loss.
Working out so far.
But it's the other bits that like keep the business increased and doing well.
We'll see how this one is going to go. May picks up another over the top with the showstopper, looking for a third, but Anthem gonna take that.
Sometimes unprofitable business might lead to other benefits. Social media sites have data on user behavior that might be good for main business. Yeah, like Google, I think, is like very good for that.
Smoke a top rope. On that left hand side.
Spike planted.
Munchkin just continuing to drift forward. Anthem now committed deep onto the site. An opportunity.
Or at the very least, you can sell your data.
A big backstab here onto these players. Meteor spots him first, but okay, Meteor will be able to get one down.
Great position for a lockdown.
Paint shells available there for May.
Scene says, hit says. I think he even hits, like headshots him.
It doesn't clear the corner. Now he has to try to rush in, and he's actually just going to
May not afraid.
Meteor. This one should have been in Meteor's hands, but completely and utterly whiffs on the shots. May continuing to surge forward. Now 14-5-1.
Yeah, this guy is just going animal mode right now, over the top, nearly picks off a third there. And
even Satchel's at the bottom as well to make sure that he's not an easy target to hit.
Most critical one with 3 seconds left.
Just trying to be a little bit like disruptive. May 1 versus 9, how much? Is he deadlifting right now? 7, yeah, he's got more kills than the rest of his team. May's deadlifting. I don't think we've ever seen a tier 1 game where a player actually does a deadlift. But we might see it here.
There, draws down, but May able to find 2 more to continue climbing. And at this point, hell, maybe May's going to be going for a land kill record. That doesn't get cut short yet, though.
Is May's first showing on VCT? This year, yes.
Everybody else, though,
like in tier 1.
Side of DFM, Karen at 20 HP. As they're now going to go chasing across the opposite side of the map.
He was on Crazy Raccoon before, which, yeah, phenomenal pickup.
See if he goes for it again.
All right, so the Clit says, I don't like that. I really don't like that. You're in a 4 versus 4. You're up against an eco too. Like, there's just no need to be on that angle.
So far, and they're definitely
you played at some of the Crazy Raccoon 2021 appearances, maybe even Copenhagen. I don't think so. I think that was before his time.
Just trying to secure this one. The defuse is coming in though.
He's just sticking it. He's just sticking it. Oh, they do get him. Good. I thought he had it. Lockdown's gonna get luckier too. I mean, honestly, Gen G, you're on an eco. You almost win the round, but you get stuff like a lockdown out of them. I don't think that was as clean from DFM as I would have liked it to have been. It definitely wasn't.
Overall,
everybody goes down.
Well, actually, it kind of does.
For most players, it doesn't matter.
But widely, it's only going to be Neth who's coming in with
and some of the half armor bits from Gen G. So it feels like Gen G had enough for like a full buy, but as they were getting close to winning this round, they maybe dedicated a lot of like utility, and so it means that they might have to half armor because they ended up spending more than they helped.
They clear off the diffuser with just enough.
Best rookie of the year? Oh, for sure. Like in Pacific. I mean, you've got Karen though is the issue. Like Karen's story of just not even being on a team, not even being in tier 2 or tier 3 last year, I think is the thing that wins out. Oh no, he hops down.
Meteor's able to take him out. May has been really the guy carrying so far for the side of DFM. And so
you can't really go here now if you're DFM.
Out of this play.
Yeah, I mean, the only player getting caught by that Nightfall was Munchkin. Meteor, I think he would have been dead had May landed.
Current argument for best smokes in the world, 100%.
A little bit too much fidgets.
I haven't really seen how they've been doing this stage.
That little displacement ends up costing him quite dearly.
But I guess we'll see. Or
door,
10s.
Like
yeah, I mean 10s would probably beat him. And it's also a good story there. Somebody just moving over to that role and honestly looking pretty trash on everything else before he moved over to like the roles that he's playing now for Sentinels. Like the flex play and such.
DFM on the board in this round, picks up the first kill, takes out Meteor, the one guy that was getting a bunch for Gen G.
30 seconds left.
Going to be able to plant this one. They are considering moving over through Waterfall to C.
Yeah, they're going.
Munchkin is still here.
Smudge can get properly cleared.
Really the question. 19 seconds left as the swing. Seems like Munchkin maybe not even expecting him there, and the plant should be held.
Plant will come through. Munchkin having to back away as the poison orb gets ready to drop. That's the one who has to try to hold that line.
Sentinels off day versus Lev. Yeah, I mean, I'm not reading too much into that.
Same spot that we saw from Texture where he got the ace versus paper.
Yeah, good retake again for GENG.
Nats won't be able to find the follow-up.
And Ruffy's making a lot of noise. Let me just check on the
go ahead
top.
and regain a lead for themselves 5-4, but DFM still keeping things very close.
Yeah, it's quite a close map so far. I think DFM are doing a great job of keeping this one close. It's just this round was pretty unfortunate. You know, Meteor, he's right here, doesn't get hit by the Nightfall. He falls off the wall. That angle was very nice as well from Meteor. And he essentially does a lot of the heavy lifting early on. They handle this defuse very well in the 3v1, and they close it out.
Well, 3-7 to 16-7. I think Victoria and Asarai better hope that Texture really ramps things up quickly. Whereas their precious ranking.
If only they had done it on map 1, where Texture had like 22 kills or something ridiculous like that. But not the case. May, the more consistent one so far tonight.
Yeah, Texture's just in a food coma right now because he was feasting in that first map.
Yeah.
He was on North Option when Crazy Raccoon went to Masters and vice versa.
All ends up being orb take there from May, one away from the showstopper.
Never been that far away from an international event then.
Open up a site with.
I think DFM attended an international event.
Would have his pit.
Don't think the chances look that bad for them at the moment.
Curious to see if they opt to commit to that, given the two of the players here in Anthem and
Like, I definitely think like playoffs is very possible for them. I'm not really too sure on strength of schedule
DFM by
though,
any means, with the economy the way
or even
it
what group
is.
they're in.
But they are slowly pushing in.
Who do they need to beat? They beat T1.
Slowly towards
GENG,
A,
PaperX are in their group, so they don't need to worry about them up until now.
The Jiggle looking to get some information. And he is going to be taking down May with the headshot real quick.
I was going to say, May, he had the quick
Are they in?
adjustment.
They're in DRX's group though, aren't they?
Now Showstopper gonna
They're in
be sent back
DRX's
in a very
and
poor spot.
PaperX's group.
Showstopper will not take him down. He's able to tuck
So,
that far.
honestly-
Not get caught by it. Lakia will get nets, but Spike being planted now, but the fight back.
After this game, it shouldn't be too hard.
Okay, nice pick off from May on top of the rope, and they are holding on to this one barely. It's Meteor 1v2.
You've got like Team
Very
Secret, I
low
suppose, which could be a bit of a
pretty much
bogey team.
everybody who is left alive.
Meteor shooting here. Tells them exactly where they were previously. That Prowler went in towards stairs, hadn't spotted anybody.
They're in the
else.
Doom group, but yeah, but for this
Exactly
stage,
where he is.
they're playing the other group, so it's not too bad.
Continues to just absolutely excel.
Yeah, I mean,
They have
this guy
RRQ also.
is just on fire right now. 19 kills.
The thing is like if you get a win against like a T1, because you don't have the head-to-head, you're really just thinking like who else in amongst their group is going to be like actually beating T1 outside of the main two.
Just gonna, you know, cheeky overtime in, given that the teams are neck and neck, and perhaps we can reclaim the land kill record for
It
Pacific.
really is now like, do DFM lose to a team that RRQ end up beating?
Still no timeout's gonna be called though.
Like, did they lose to a global esports? Probably not.
Bring them down.
Fade, not somebody that you're usually going to be.
Did they
seeing.
lose to Talon?
Yeah, it has been.
Wait, is Talon in their
it's been
group or is
very back and
GE?
forth. I feel like the rounds themselves as well have mostly.
I mean, Talon's
at
in
least
their
the
group,
last
right?
4 or 5 or so have been pretty close. Did have a couple of saves, but in general has been coming down to a fighting finish almost every time. This time around, DFM moving towards the C site, and there's
But they'd have to beat 2 of DRX, PaperX, GENG, or T1.
set up here for the side.
No, they wouldn't, because they're in different groups.
As yes.
Oh, well, I guess you mean like when they're in playoffs and
But we do see that Meteor is sticking onto the B site for now.
There.
in the playoffs. I mean, I think that's very capable.
Oh, we got some decent audio cues here for the team. Lakia
Because a lot of the stuff they're doing at the moment, like their map pool doesn't look that bad at all.
grabs the orb before
And
the
like
plant
Split,
comes
I
in.
think they're playing the right comp. They're just not playing it the right way.
A little bit
But
closer, but
you can
against
VOD review yourself to see what you need to be doing more of and less of. And then just like watching other teams like Sentinels play it and see how they make
should be
adjustments.
winning out.
Because I swear there's some teams that like take the comp and play it in a very... This is where typically these agents would play. But then you need to like watch Sentinels and be like, what are the adjustments? Like, where do they get like the extra bits out of it?
But it's just May who
I like, yeah, like this post one's good.
As well.
Don't really like me peeking that alone, but you're in a 5 versus 1, like, it's fine.
Flawless. Now, both teams with 2 flawlesses so far tonight.
That's me just being nitpicky.
Even outside of just the 5 versus 0, a very clean and flawless round from the side of DFM.
A multitude of ults to try to utilize here as we get ready to go into the last round of the half. But yeah, just clean stuff, May. Just looking absolutely fantastic. I mean, you look at the fall off.
22 to 3.
Yeah. Without even that.
All right, DFM
the next highest player
attack hopping.
Yeah.
Last round.
7. May,
Lots of ultimates for Gen G to be working with.
The lead for his squad as Medusa just dumping everything he's got there.
22 and 11 rounds.
Chase, quick clear out there.
I don't think he's deadlifting anymore, but I wasn't really watching that closely.
Spike for now. Just left in spawn. DFM wanting to see what they can fish for, what kind of information they can gain. They've been very fast and very loose.
He's just so loud.
Not just full committing onto
None of Team Secret, Bleed, or G get 2 wins during groups.
Very open to rotating around, depending on what they see or what they don't see.
Yeah, it's true. They get like an extra
Now they're not
spot.
seeing much of anything other than some.
Who's most likely to
flying
play
their way from
Clove?
lock-in tree.
In Pacific or in general? Because I do feel that China teams are more likely to play them.
Even really going to be able to peek out here, but the Prowler going to get some good
For
information.
probably like global, honestly. They seem to be really keen on cooking stuff.
The spray down through the wall. Lakia going to pick up one already. And they have so much information and already a kill.
It's typical though that with ages like ISO and Deadlock coming in for like groups and such, they just don't get played at all because they're not good. But you actually have an agent like Clove that could be picked. It shows stuff that they could be picked, and it gets delayed. So maybe if some teams are cooking up some ideas with them, they see that it's been delayed with no like actual deadline on when it's going to be done for, and so they might like, if there were some ideas for teams wanting to run Clove for week 2, they might be like, well, we don't know when it's coming out now, so let's just drop those ideas. You know what I mean? Like, that could be really be a massive shame, but it's so typical.
Gen G pretty clean to try to shut down that last push. Started off.
I don't really think that Clove would be super popular, and there definitely could be a chance of Clove is available, and yet they still wouldn't pick them up. That people wouldn't play them. But it's more like if there was a genuine chance for people to play Clove, the delay might have like stopped that.
So will we see a repeat of that here on Lotus? Wouldn't be too unlikely, I'd say, based on what we've seen so far.
Couple cheer signs there for Texture out in the audience. One of them asking him to ace.
If you win. Yeah, Jake Bokum is just like
stir-fried pork.
Stir-fried, spicy pork.
Do we know what a Clove bug was? So a lot of speculation. It's like when you self-res, you don't have a gun.
If he does get the win,
like you lose your gun.
Looking pretty likely at the moment. Although, again, this map is still very close.
And hey, no,
6-6 score.
No ISO buff makes him competitive. Surprised that they haven't really like done more to them. And Deadlock, but I guess they're being very like patient with balance changes. But I feel like there is a major patch coming up.
How this map is played out globally, but we have
I think it's not next week, but the week after. So like before playoffs, maybe.
Is going to keep operating like this. Just get some solid anchoring from Neth.
Sees nade, sees nothing.
That might just be all that is necessary to be able to still get the win here and extend this all the way over to Breeze.
Yeah. And especially if pretty much
I think that this map's going to be the same as the first, like good attacking side for DFM. Defensive side against Gen G was really rough. I think they only won 1 round, maybe 2.
Quickly looking to push in through tree. Texture going to line up that shot onto Medusa already.
Just in a smoke.
As Gen G slowly push through rubble.
It's next week for Americas and EMEA Pacific, the week after for China. I don't think that China are a week behind on patches.
I mean, devastating already here for DFM. The way that they lost the opening pistol round on this map.
I don't actually know, though, but I don't think that's true. Usually it's pretty well lined up.
Yes, that's just going to be the break here on the Baby Door. Rotate across in towards B. May.
May just on the angle for a split second, but moving back. Good that he did, because the paranoid nades come through.
Now needs to try to re-aggress with the Sheriff.
All right, 3 players still alive. 2 of them trying to come through secret.
Swarming that angle, Meteor as well.
And they just can't get a clean fight.
Through the side of the door, Anthem does get the one. But
There's one. There's still 4 more. No space has been given up for the Rays either. Then they just get May at the same time. Really good pistol. Why don't they patrol together? Just to make sure that things don't explode, essentially.
Solid way to kick things off.
They just do it at the same time, like each region.
Only dropping the opening pistol of the series. As Texture, I mean, it's just. This is just sense and lineups, just knowing crosshair placement. Feeling this is where somebody would be. This is about where their head's going to be positioned.
But of course, America gets it first, and we get it last.
Sometimes.
So eventually, the players can just play blindfolded, right? Like once they get good enough, it's like, okay, well, we just know all the lineups.
Yeah, we just got to bring in speedrun tech.
Yeah.
Eventually, they'll play with a drum set.
Maybe they'll just train that way, and then when they get to the stage, they don't have to wear the blindfold.
Right,
so it's
4 players now for DFM pushing on A.
God, it's so bright, they can't see anything.
Again, DFM pushing one side of the map that just GENG aren't there for.
Oh, we do have Net to get the
And
spot. But
DFM wanted to just get onto nice little off angles, but GENG just running at them with such pace.
a bit of armor damage, of course. Has some spray through, but it is going to be Karan to go down.
Yeah, I mean, you look at all of the bigger content creators for Europe. How many have gone to America?
Sure. Some good damage there on the Cess. Can't quite confirm the kill yet. Meteor.
Because it's also better sponsorship money too.
I was gonna say, looks to get himself a second.
I think when we did a Watch Central hit scan, we kind of got away with it quite a lot because we had more of an NA audience. But even though we were European, we could kind of just be like, well, our audience is 67% American, so yeehaw.
So many multi-kills. There's Karan just tracing the tracers.
This one right here.
I feel like GENG wake up at halftime every game. I mean, it's just defense versus attack. In games like this, playing attack is just so much easier.
That's another thing you do. You got to speed up the entire game so that when you get into the actual game, you know?
Yeah, it's the equivalent of using training weights.
Yeah, exactly.
So you take them off and it's like, oh my god.
They have actually got the stack. They're strong side in on A, but they're not really fighting for
now
it.
DFM at least able to get some guns here. And let's see if they can.
They're giving a lot of space up.
From the attacker side.
And this has to be the round.
Turrets on B. Alarm bot Nano is over on C.
100% have to call a timeout. But right now,
they're opening the door, but you don't have any utility to actually check this or clear this.
Come down to that, and they can just go ahead and.
I mean, DFM were very confident that nobody had actually walked through, but now they've got 2 players clearing it.
A strong
Horn thrown in, broken. I feel like playing the fade here seems to be the way to go nowadays. And actually having them rotate quickly is a good shout. You know, if they go fast B, you might be able to get into this position, seize the choke. All GENG are doing is just cutting noise.
Getting ready to come through. As now with that haunt
And then just as people rotate over, I mean, I don't know what's giving them.
It's actually going to be pushing a B, so there could be a quick crunch here.
Why DFM rotate over towards C?
Yeah, do have control of the site for now.
But then they've just reset in B anyway.
Back of that one. Do have a couple of guys in upper as well. Let's see how DFM do want to retake this one. As GENG have a very nice setup for now. Paranoia comes through. Medusa swing in the corner, immediately taken out by Munchkin, and now that's going to be 2 for him on this angle. And May's got to give it a shot as well. That's 3 for Munchkin, as GENG are holding on to this one pretty much flawlessly. Net, the last guy available, as he will pick up 1, but doesn't look like a round win.
Of course, it's Texture. Just to really just spit on the chances of the analyst.
Way too passive DFM. Yeah, I mean, it's very understandable that they would look like this. I think a lot of teams end up being this way because they're not really sure what to do.
And I suspect that a timeout.
But how does the team decide what part of the map they want to take first? Is it just take whatever they think is weak?
Yep. Looking likely.
I think it's like trying to fight for the space that
Not a problem.
For a defender, you want to be fighting for space that limits what the attackers can do.
Communication as well, just to spot them right
And I think the main one... Well, we're in a timeout now, so if I just go back to where there's a minimap. Just anything? There we go. Like, I think so much of it now is just fighting for a main, because you can fight for this as a defender. You can take all of this control. You can play the Omen, like, on top of this box, or just have somebody on a very aggressive off angle. And it just means that out of the three, like, avenues that the attackers can go for, they can only use 2 of those now. And I also think one of the strong things that you can keep in control of on Lotus is like this. Is this little, like, snake way. So if you're a defender and you can keep control of, like, Secret, and then you have some, like, good hold on B, like, you're not afraid to fight for this, having the operator set up here, and then on C, you might just have, like, the turret watching back, playing somebody on backside. So if they do go C, because you have control over all of this, not only is it a fast rotation to go through Secret, to go this way and go way around, you can also, like, push B, open the door, and, like, try to flank behind them. And it's similar, like, if you have control, like, if you're fighting for C, you have control of this. And if they go A fast, and you have A and B control, you can break Secret, make sure that they can't go for this plant, and then, like, you know, position like this. So that's, like, my general theory for it, at least. You want to be fighting for A main as much as possible, but it's easier said than done. And sometimes you just want to change it up for the sake of changing it up. It might work in, like, rank to just keep being aggressive and fighting for this.
I spoke too soon. One Sheriff headshot.
And to stop Texture from getting another one in the round.
But, like, in ranked play, if you just realize that they're, like, fighting for this aggressively, you could just go for a fast execute. Maybe leave a late lurk here to try and catch people open in the door, or, you know, rotate all the way around this way.
Really now the round for DFM to try to make a stop, because you don't have economy. You just lost this one.
Because if you're defending too, one of the things you want to do is you want to be strong side in one side of the map. Let's say you're actually pushing 3 out of C. You want to push these guys back, fight for this space. It's better to do it this way. You fight for this side, you scare Gen G into going C, and they sort of go into the meat grinder of, like, Killjoy utility.
So far, keeping it quiet.
You're like a shepherd dog just trying to push them into a pen. So when you see things like this, where you're strong-sided on A, but it's actually, like, pushing up with just a Killjoy only on C, that's where things it just doesn't look right.
Okay, it gets recalled all the same. Pulled back away.
But at least pushing up, sees it recalled, that's good information. And it means that DFM can, like, stack in the right places. The problem, though, is just digging your heels in and playing like this. Gen G have just been winning this more often than not. I don't know how many rounds we've seen from DFM's defense on, like, even, like, split, where if you have 3 people here, that's still good.
Only 2 members left now,
but it's likely going to be a 3 versus 5.
Starting to really run away with this map. These rounds are not really even that close after the half, as Gen Z's attacker side has been very clean tonight.
I mean, it's been 6 consecutive as they get ready to close this one out.
Playing Tucson Cross Tree feels like a terrible idea. Yeah.
Will go at it from Lakia, but I think we all know there's nobody back there.
You could just sort of tell her, like, DFM just aren't really sure, like, what their protocols are. And it sounds complicated when you put it like that, but it is just kind of like if you have 3 on A, and you get the information that you saw the alarm bot here from the attackers go down, what does that tell you? Well, that they're, like, really over towards A. They even recall it, so you know that, like, that's not going to be a reset to go back to C. You have information on what Gen G are doing that Gen G aren't aware of. But it's the fact that, like, you have good information to know that there's multiple people heading towards your site, and nothing changed for DFM.
Just gonna have to try to buy whatever they can here in an attempt to...
Whether they had that key, like, genuinely, like, round-changing information or not, DFM's, there was no adjustment. I don't know what the... I'll be honest, I don't know what the adjustment could have been to give it a better chance. But I think just trying to play and stall this out as much as possible.
Armors and no ults to try
Like
to
maybe
utilize
even
the
having
bomb
somebody
speed.
try to push all the way around.
Lockdown.
Like having people group up to try and flank.
DFM desperately needing some.
But right now, it just doesn't feel like DFM know how to play A. And if you're going to be playing like this, like
Yeah, they haven't really
feet planted in the ground, put the fucking Killjoy over here.
There's a lot to cover on this map.
He's better at doing it.
It just feels like, oh,
You're trapped now.
I guess he's gonna stay in there. But yeah, it's been rough for them to try to get early pickoffs, and GENG, when they do attack, have been pretty quick about it. So not really giving a lot of opportunities to the side of DFM to do. To get
And it's also like GENG are doing so much. Maybe too much. You got this like happening here. You got the Killjoy watching towards B. And they're still going for a C execute.
In, now having to back away. Relaying this info to his squad is.
And like they've used Paranoid to try and fight just one player to clear them out.
Catch there on the Munchkin, but he's
And this is just GENG. Just they have like multiple things that they could do. They're doing all of them, and like DFM are not stopping them do anything. They're just completely like lost on how to play this, like play around the map here.
Yeah, pretty huge stuff. I mean, he was just waiting on B. They didn't expect him to be pushed all the way up that far. And it's just an early pickoff.
It is a 2 versus 3 on site in favor of DFM. But it genuinely doesn't matter. It doesn't matter when Lakia is doing stuff like that.
And Texture puts an end to the round. 12-6. GENG on match point.
It's damn near flawless from GENG. Lakia, I mean, just kind of having him lined up, it might as well have been a collab for him. It's an absolutely disgustingly strong.
When was the last time? Oh, it would have been against Paper X, wasn't it? I was like, when did they lose last? Like at Madrid? I was like, it's not even Madrid.
Pacific or just generally in the world.
The thing is, you can't do what Paper X did against them, right? Because it's just a Paper X thing.
It's just GENG.
It doesn't really work that way.
So firmly in control, everybody contributing, everybody fragging. And for DFM, the things have certainly slipped, fallen off a cliff a little bit compared to that first half. No rounds won on this defender side.
Yeah, it's been pretty rough for them after the half. And GENG just a big force to be reckoned with. Wasn't necessarily expecting.
Also feels a little bit scared too, just with nobody's on site. You have a Nightfall, you have a lockdown. I guess they're like preemptively trying to play for that. Nightfall to just see if they can get information. Doesn't get any.
Well, they're not there.
But GENG's not like, oh, they've ulted us on C, let's go 8. They're just holding now.
Really be hit by that.
And no one getting caught by it. With a jiggle peak spot.
It's a good mid round for GENG.
Now they rotate back across the opposite
because you've got 4 people rotate over to try and get ahead of this thing, but GENG's aware.
One less thing that we have to deal with.
Hello, Jackie Go. Jackie Go. I don't know why I said Jackie Go. Hey, Jack.
All the way back and home. It's just going to be
like you're a Pokemon.
He's still going to be audio listed. Texture tries to go on the push and will be rewarded with 1 kill. Showstopper in, however.
Yeah, maybe Texture pushing that was a little bit too much. DFM keeping Sideshow's house intact. What was it that he said? Like, if they win the group. It's not if they qualify for playoffs, it's if they win the group.
Likely for him. They don't know exactly where he is, as he will peek out, gets one.
Swing spots 1. They've dropped
yeah,
down.
if Paper X are beating GENG already, that would give them the top spot.
Medusa went to the box, went back down to the platform. DFM,
I think I'd believe in DFM.
5 rounds in
Guess it's just not the veto that they would have wanted. What were the maps that they beat T1 on anyway? It was Sunset was the final map, not the second, but the final. I can't remember what was the other one.
You gotta string together a bunch of rounds, and the showstopper through double smoke, just right on top of the site. Weren't quite expecting him to land that one, but it's just gonna get him even farther ahead of the rest of the lobby. May just stacking up a bunch, and in fact, DFM will call.
It's the fact that he said that just before too. It was a send. Oh yeah, because May was playing Raze on it.
Let's actually go for it.
I mean, send it if you got it. No point holding on to it from this point on. I mean, because obviously you want to be able to communicate with your team. If you're the coach,
GENG have not used any timeouts at this point.
You will get another opportunity to communicate because you're damn sure that Solo will also have to call one just to say, okay,
Like,
hey,
you're doing fine, GENG.
So if a run back can start from here, DFM will be in a decent position. This is not insurmountable by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah. Munchkin, or rather, not Munchkin, May did use the showstopper just in the last round, so it's going to be quite a while before he does get that back, so could be one of the things.
I wonder what they can do to really bring this one back.
In a lot of these rounds when he is able to land that, but now using that ultimate, he's not going to be able to have it for quite a while here. Let's see if they can string together a couple of rounds so you can get it back. They are holding on to at least the pit for the moment, so perhaps they can utilize that to try to hold on to a site.
Just a little bit of pressure over towards A.
From GENG.
Can't used either side. Wall's gone up, doors being
Pushing
opened.
out, actually, Anthem is going to get the one. Second swing comes
Then
out
that's
as
like
well.
what DFM did there. I think is like good. It's the right decision. It's just that GENG read into that. We're hoping it was going to happen. You know, that's what you want to see more of. Like, okay, there's pressure towards A, but you're not necessarily sure. So like grouping up, pushing B to see if there's anything going on. Even like having people push out of C. And GENG are like, okay, we'll do some noise towards A, we'll bait it, and then we're just going to hold here because DFM are just going to be a little bit perturbed, maybe. The same there as like Neff doesn't have information to work with, so it's just an easy kill. You got the Omen that's used his ult to TP across, the Haunt's shown where he is too, and then they've like made a fast adjustment again.
You can see that there's just not really enough members of DFM to get this defense going.
And throughout all of that, you still had two players over towards A because of how scared they were.
They're going to have to counter pit into this one.
Yeah.
That somebody had like to pull that way.
Chaotic, a little bit more difficult to see. Try to get that decay across and then maybe some value off the paint shells. Sessa with that paranoia on the opposite side. Could be big value for him. Things are already so
Much better for GENG. Karen's not afraid to go fight. And he finds the Viper, so he's all good.
And it's all up to
Prowler
May,
hits.
as it has been for so many times on this map. He gets
24 and 14. Nice try. 13-7, 13-8. But that's what, 6 alls, 7-5 halves for DFM on their attack. It's just their defense that looks a little bit like lost.
You know, expect after the performance is over at Madrid, after them winning kickoff, this was a lot more stable from them compared to what we saw from PaperX, and I think overall that makes sense. PRX is a squad that you can't quite thrive.
G fighting time, yeah.
Start to drown. And here, GENG just, they had really good ideas about what DFM was going to look to do, about how they were tackling this. They were slowed up a little bit, but you can see that the gears were turning. And Solo was trusting.
Has there been any like Tom's not streaming today? Oh, I guess he has Lucinia's story meet.
Only got to see a little bit of intervention overall.
So, guess he can't do it.
Staff there of GENG, and widely the team themselves, they were able to course correct. So handshakes, fist bumps, and hugs will be exchanged between the two squads, but ultimately it's going to be GENG holding their heads a bit higher as they go ahead and lock in another match victory.
Lots of clapping as well after that victory. May ending up with 25 kills, 5 first bloods, and 351 ACS. But that was not enough to do it by himself. An impressive round, an impressive map, rather.
Oh, wow. Pacific actually took the timeout win rate.
And win a map. Sometimes you can drop a 351 ACS and lose the map.
Yeah.
That's just valid.
Let me just grab it up on Reddit. Predictions for next series. I think Talon's pretty good. Let's just do this.
GENG is victorious in today's match against DFM, taking it to a 2-0. But DFM had some really good ideas, and they put
So
up
who's
a damn good fight.
goated? Warbirds is doing well. Alex is doing well. This isn't too surprising either, I don't think.
Enough against a team like GENG that is used to adapting on the fly, that can also
But actually Meteor, I guess, oh, this is just for stage 1, so there's not really that much data to go off of.
Yeah, there's this one thing, again.
I was in like predictions for like how many maps. Depends on what the maps would be. I haven't really been tracking stuff for Pacific because we've been so focused on China.
Odin spams through tree, but that's about it. Nobody was
Speaking of which, it's 11 o'clock now. It's actually, oh, I guess actually because Pacific stats are now earlier than China.
Maybe it just shows that DFM's not willing to
That
play those positions.
Yeah, it doesn't really.
And it severely
Starts earlier,
reduced
so
their
it feels
options
earlier.
in how they kind of approach that that first bout here in Lotus.
Yeah, and I think a big thing is possibly also maybe they're just not that strong on these 3-site maps, right? Obviously, Haven no longer.
We need
the
more
first
teams like
line
Bleed.
B, but like you said, if you're not using the doors, that means
Jesus.
you're not utilizing B, and that's some of the strongest advantages you have as the attackers. Yes, B site, it's tough to hold on to in the postman, but at least you want to put pressure on to draw the defenders away.
What does
from the
Sliggy say
sides,
about
and we
Bleed?
just didn't really.
And there's some Bleed, what do I think is the issue? Oh man, a lot of issues, bro. You know what was the main issue that I saw? They just looked defeated walking out. Like, they actually, you know how people always talk about vibes, and everyone's like vibes, and it's like vibes are really important, bro. There is no vibes there. There is
No vibes.
negative vibes. They're in the minuses for vibes.
One of the interesting things to me about
Who's this guy fucking sat in the corner? He might as well be in a fucking closet watching. Don't know what kind of kink he's working on, but
Hey, you know what's crazy? Even,
so awkwardly
even if Tekra
sat.
got 2 more aces, he still wouldn't have beaten.
Just in a position where he almost doesn't want to watch. He can just look away.
He just needs like 3 kills and 2 aces, and then like the next 3 rounds.
Yeah, and that continued on.
The
for
fucking Bleed
entire-
Esports is the void
But,
vacuum.
I mean, you were correct, Will. So should we down rank or up rank him first?
Down rank me first.
Okay.
I accept it. You know what?
You were
Yeah,
so
yeah.
close.
Knock
to
him down from his
cheating.
high horse over there.
Back to
Thought he was
Cedric.
getting radiant
This
today.
is like you in actual game.
I like this
there you go.
though. It's like silly questions.
No. But you know what? Wingman gets to hang with me.
Texture
All
on
I need
me.
is You guys.
Oh, look.
And William.
Just like me, for real. And it's gonna be May.
He said it.
That's right.
He said
Amazing. Why are you looking so sad?
No,
May,
I'm
May
smiling,
had an
you see?
incredible performance.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah, my face is like this.
What was it like for
Oh my
thingies?
goodness.
Let's do
And
run it
it's kinda
back.
Crazy. Achilles mentioned this too. You could have
See if it comes up on
25
there. It
kills
does.
on the board. You know,
Yeah.
the highest, KDA.
More
but
first kills. You
it's a
win 3
lose.
out of the 4
20
pistols.
something like that. I mean,
You're
that
opping
is
more and
insane.
doing
So,
more.
obviously, May, once again, proving
5v4s,
his own
you're just not
personal
losing them.
performance, but we're reminded, Valorant is a team game, and you got to be able to carry your entire team with you if you want to get over the finish line.
Yeah, it's just so many struggles for the rest
Yeah,
of
just
DFM
what the hell do you
here.
even
Again,
do?
We were kind of banking on the fact how, you know, we were talking about how
We can't look
Sets is
at
such a
just
great
if
kind
we
of
look at
follow-up
defense
after May wasn't really felt as much. Nats should have
on all the
been
maps.
creating those,
Oh, I guess they only have.
outside of the map, but more times than not,
But
we
why
saw
is it
DFM just kind
only?
of creating this 5-man ball and just bulldozing into a site, but you can't
I'm
really.
confused
see
how
that
that
when you're
works.
defending, and that didn't
How
really
can you only have
translate
one
so
pistol?
well on the
Oh,
side.
right, because they won on their
so,
attack.
Now
Yeah.
off of the first 2 games. Now, obviously, coming into stage 1, I think everyone expected DFM to kind of lose both.
But first
games.
kills,
Obviously,
you're losing your
against
player
T1, so
first
still
so
got some hope
often.
here in their own group, but now
You're
we're
not
seeing,
opping
okay,
as
some
much.
Good antes in terms of defaults, you have some decent ideas, but the depth not quite there yet. The real
How has this
question is
worked?
How
How-
fast can you grow? Because right now it is just a race here.
They were
in
never in a
these
5
settings
versus
to see
4.
Who can really one up each other one match earlier to get to playoffs, to get to Masters, and even champions down the road.
Yeah, that's right.
Strange.
Every
I mean,
single matches are
that's
really
not good for
precious.
DFM.
Each match equals 1 point towards champions, and a lot of these teams,
And what are the-
they're gonna obviously they're
May
gonna face
350
GG at some
ACS and
point,
still
and
loses.
They might end up with results like this.
Yeah, and just looking at it.
So
no one else on the
18-27,
team getting over 10 kills, right? Or 10 and
35
above,
kills.
everyone below 10. And it's
The
kind
rest of his team only had 10 more kills than he did.
thinking like, okay, I know May's great, but it's Gen G. Surely he's not going in getting double triple kills every time. He actually did. Just no one else.
Yeah,
could trade
Texture was quite
afterwards,
quiet.
which used
So was
to
Meteor.
Kind of played Crazy Raccoon back in Challengers Japan.
I
as
don't-
well.
yeah, I
Get
don't
these
think
amazing
that
kills,
was
and no
too-
one's there to follow up. So hopefully
too
this is
close.
something they can again work on going into the next future weeks.
I don't think DFM played
Yeah, that's what
badly.
they're
I don't think
gonna
it was,
do.
you know,
They've done it
a
before,
game for them
last
to meme
week.
on.
I
True.
think it can be done.
Yes.
It definitely can be done.
And Gen G's, again, some of the best, right?
I think
So
it was
don't
just
think
a
you
bit
ever
too
beat up about
too
this.
much, too quickly.
And you know, we're not highlighting Gen G too much right now because they've been good. They've been absolutely great throughout, well, since kickoff, frankly speaking.
Yes. I mean, Gen G's had their spotlight in the storyline. DFM currently kind of this protagonist everyone wants to follow, and we're not quite seeing the fairy tale ending just yet.
No, not yet, but it's okay. We've got 2 more weeks until.
Oh, I didn't realize it was Valdez's first like cast.
First, let's celebrate
That's kind of
Genji's
cool.
victory. We're gonna go to the stage.
I
for
kind of
an
like
interview
that
with our
though.
MVP.
Like if the league talent can actually keep up with doing League and Valorant, I think for regions like this and like even something like China maybe if there was an English broadcast.
Second W on the board. Now, congratulations, Munchkin, for that W. I just want to start with how you guys treated that loss from Paper X series, and also what did you guys see in your game that you can improve on? 페이퍼 X전 패배부터 어떻게 받아들였고 또 좀 어떤 점을 보완했는지부터 얘기해 주시죠.
사실 찡이 들어온 PRX다 보니까 어떻게 바뀌었을지에 대한 궁금증이 되게 많았는데 확실히 만나 보니까 되게 잘하는
Of course it's bright sunshine now. It was chucking it down earlier. I just got fucking soaked to the bone. Now it's bright sunshine now that I'm inside watching video games.
We were curious as to
It's typical.
what kind of team they would be. Will they be stronger or will they be different this time around? And now that we've played them in the Paper X series, we just decided to acknowledge that
That's what I was
Paper
gonna
X
do,
were the better
actually.
and stronger team on that
Like we'll be coming
day.
back to the series, but I want to use this as an opportunity to catch up on the EDG game because I missed it yesterday. So let's have a look at this. I was watching bits and pieces of it, but not that much. So I'm gonna pop that there. I really like the roles on this team, like much better than before. But I'm getting kind of hungry, so I'm gonna get some food as well. Just to run some ads, have a quick break because it's been pretty much full stop all morning. And then I'll change the title of this too. So who have we got? Global Esports versus TLN. Yeah, I'll run ads. If you want to avoid ads, you can Twitch Prime, you can sub, you can get Twitch Turbo and stuff, but you know the drill, right? You want to avoid them, but I'm going to run these now and I'll be like a couple of minutes because I'll go for a wee as well, so yeah. BRB, I can leave the interview on actually, whilst we wait.
Particularly against
So I'll just
May.
leave that on
Do you
there.
feel like it
We'll
was
be
him
along.
doing something differently or unfamiliar stuff? Maybe that caught you off guard. 그러면 메이 선수 상대로 조금 샷미스가 난 것 같기도 했거든요. 좀 보법이 다르다든지 좀 익숙하지 않았던 그런 플레이를 보여줬던 걸까요?
일단 저희 상대로 쫄면서 플레이하지 않는 팀이 그나마 PRX라고 생각하는데 근데 메이 선수도 약간 그 PRX의 바이브가 느껴졌다 했나?
네.
엄청 자신감을 느꼈어요.
아 자신감 그게 약간 좀.
네.
Well, we thought that Paper X were maybe the only team to have that full confidence and kind of be aggressive against us. But I kind of felt the same Paper X vibe coming from May as well. He was being aggressive, not paying us as much respect as the other teams would do against us. So yeah, I think that was the main reason why we were kind of unfamiliar or caught off guard with what May was doing. Well, next week you're facing DRX, and DRX, they're kind of seeking their revenge from that kickoff game. So anything you want to say to them? 네, DRX에게 복수를 꿈꾸는 DRX에게 한마디 해주시죠.
DRX 요즘 되게 잘하더라고요. 네, 저희 상대로도 잘할 수 있는지 한번 지켜보겠습니다.
DRX, they look good, but let's see if they can look good against Genji as well. Well, thank you, Munchkin, and best of luck in the DRX series. And that was Munchkin, everybody. We are going to head off to a short break, but don't go anywhere because when we come back, Global Esports is taking on TLN Esports. We'll see you on the other side.
Okay. Mute that. Should be about there.
整了非常多回啊，但是这次回到了一个双人加
Right,
控
move
场，
this
是让
down a
他
little
们
bit.
防守方是会有非常强势的这样的一个
About
存在
there.
的。
而 Nobody 的盖克其实并不多见，而这张地图的选边权是落到了。
So did you pick this map? Tyler chose to attack first. They're running the Silver Breach comp, which
送到了
me I think is just a little bit outdated at this point.
人呐，
Solo initiated Gecko is kind of tricky from EDG. Let me actually see their setup actually on defense. We'll go back real quick. Got the Viper wall, camera here, trip across headshot, and then 3 players top mid. Kong's just going to decide to push down into mid. You have at least some like tradability from nobody, so it's not just 2 out there. Just wins the duel against HFMI, backs off, and immediately EDG have 4 people over towards B. Despite the rest of the team, I think, what, just using a stun? I don't think there was that much there. Camera's been broken, and this has been pinged because I'm not too sure somebody's actually looked onto site. So they're just a little bit unsure. And Kong's in a great position here. The paranoia is really nice as well from Smoggy. It's a very EDG round, where it's effectively an ace for Kong to start off with. Bald buff.
是的，这样的一个双烟加上少的一个阵容，包括守将局他们一开始的一个布设，我觉得是完美的把天路整个的进攻动向给包住了。
是。
So Smoggy's now on like the main controller role, unless I guess it's a map like Icebox or Breeze, or when they go double duelist, which I honestly kind of like. I'm not really that keen on having Haodong IGLing from a Sentinel, or taking Chichu away from playing Sentinel either, but because they're on Viper, they should be able to do quite a lot of stuff there. I just wonder on like maps like Bind, would we be seeing Smoggy playing Brimstone? Then Haodong on Cypher, and then Chichu on Viper. Right, camera's in the same spot as last time. Trip top mid and then in market.
氛围也很有趣 ，Nobody 尽管是作为一个先锋位，但他其实并没有站在可以跟队友产生互动的情况。
So honestly, EDG have not really had to do much. Italu on a low bar, just full walking into B main, shook that to break trips. Stun nades. In they come. They just missed AAK. At least it's traded, and then nobody's just gonna peek through the smoke and gets free. That's a nice shot as well with a ghost. 2 4Ks back to back. All right. This is just like EDG at EVO, just farming people to begin with.
就是最怕你首相局输了之后，点数很统一的给到某一位选手，
而且是落在了一些大招比较值钱的一些英雄身上。
是。再来看一下这波的回放，
一开始其实是有点错进错出，所以 SK 也是AK 打3之后 ，SK 是接到了这个残血的人，但这也是他们这一分为数不多的收获了。
Nobody 这里的一个处理也很冷静，海林没有子弹之后，还是选择先去移动自己的身位，错开自己的这个头部命中线啊。
那这样的话，天路在前面2分的收获屈指可数，接下来将会成为他们的关键分，5个重甲。
自己的重甲长枪回合也没有选择任何的轻甲，那这个回合
So full buy now against Eco.
没有，甚至保下来的枪。
Gecko Dizzy is thrown in a way that nobody can't pick it up, which isn't good. Try to go for the orb, and Smoggy's just on the angle. Is he gonna get a 4K now as well?
不偏不倚的飞到了 Smoggy 的枪的准心上面 ，Ice King 的一个位置也被头部命中。
Kong's like nobody's getting an ace. Just a load of 4Ks.
一个人在红砖路，爆能器都是望尘莫及。
他这分箱宝枪都不。
I mean, this is just diffed right now, isn't it? Like, there's not really anything that Talu have not been able to play the game right now. Just every single time EDG have a nice little like pop-off play to go with.
个人机会的能力上面，以及其实好巧不巧 ，EDG 刚好是做了一个3A 的部署。我相信他们3A 的部署更多的是要帮助 Nobody 去拿点数，但没想到是直接结束了这一分。
是，其实他们一开始也有设计的，包括像 Ice King，他其实就在侧边一直等着去给自己的山盟地线，但是这一波明显 EDG 也是有预料的。
Shot from HFMI, but this is looking like a save.
枪的可以考虑去换掉。哦，找人，字母哥的位置已经爆了。
说的重甲，包括像基本没有人有存款了。对于天路来说，下个回合基本上应该也是没有太多的枪的。
Maybe a little bit obvious that Tally was going to go for a play like that.
单向烟的情况之下，其实天路的开局非常的糟糕，
枪线拉成了一条线啊，直接是让 Smoggy 一把燎拳连续的头部命中，非常的舒服，而且
Eco again. 康康是有。
而且这分还玩焰火，现在对 EDG 来看赢比分的方式非常多。
It's 3 a.m. Why did Global have to play so late? What's the time difference between India and? Well, I guess I could probably work that out, right? It's 11 o'clock now for me, so you are.
有这个独木之后，他们目前没有找到特别好的一个解决办法。
Wait, is India really that?
第一分的时候，天路是能够去踩到 B 点。
Wait, you can't be based in India. It doesn't work out that way.
能够安包的位置
是5个小伙伴。
Like, are you in like OCE?
但是两侧都是有半线的半线。
USA for me. Oh, of course.
选的穿板穿残了2个人。
坡顶这个位置是进攻方的一个禁地啊，你接下来转 A 转 B 都不好打。
这里是有点尬在中间的一个意味了。
是。
So, Talu on this eco of push top mid. Just hoping to blast through. It's a good paranoia from Smoggy, but it's just not deep enough.
哦，这个赛博穹隆反而成为了。
Neural Theft is used really good info actually from where Aaron's playing from.
安置了，接下来看一下属于 EDG 的一个回防。
但只捡到了一把亥领，这是从浩东手里面缴到的。
Nade's been thrown in aftershock. Is he actually clearing up this little closer position? Aaron gets 2 actually. All right, okay.
再接一个人，只剩康康一把狙了。
一个瞬间的准度爆发，康康这把狙反而也不太好保，暗眼命中。
哦，看不见。
Indian support from USA. Gotcha, makes sense.
我基本是没有可能去交出来的。
狙应该很难保得住，强行杀一个。
哦，我觉得这个就是天路，你永远可以期待是他们的枪法是绝对没有问题的。
是我们甚至是不给发挥的。
但是没有想到 Aaron 这么精准的正义就那么一发的机会接住了第一个
Good eco.
枪的人。
AK is actually attack up in.
经济由于上一分其实烧了比较多。
对。
Just taking the gun I guess he got from Kung Kung before.
民居也没了，接下来没有那么大的，特别是在经济上的一个优势。
All right, he didn't muck it up this time.
知道民居被对面捡走了，那现在 EDG 肯定是不敢贸然去 pick。
看看 AK 这把民居要怎么去往前推啊？这位选手在之前也是一直去4职，最早也是4职决斗位的一位选手，中间在天路也是去玩到过尚不勒这样的一个英雄。
A 大这个位置
I don't think this is that bad from EDG, like on the map where they're positioning, but I'm a little bit worried that it's going to get stale. I think a team looks at EDG, how they're playing this defense, and I think they can get countered pretty hard if they're not careful. I like this wall though.
来个丢丢，正好有个 timing， 好像丢丢应该是喷到2个人了。
有反馈。
Showstopper used, just Kung Kung tries to go aggressive. I thought Smoggy maybe could have paranoid there.
获得实质的部署区的一个控制权。
对的。
Wingman to try and close this, see if there's anybody around. Not quite. You've got information as well because you have the trip that's in market that's just been broken. So now you've got 3 players making their way in, a late lurk from HFMI.
好像要硬进，浩东只剩17滴血，这是一个好消息。
但是现在点很难。
Paranoid's been used on Ali there. Doesn't hit Aaron. He goes fights.
想走了，但是 A 点其实不干净，字母哥不知道。
What flavor would Wingman be? As if like if you ate them?
他们知道楼梯可能有人，但实际上人在点里。
Aaron 又断了一个13秒的时间，就要看康康能不能拖得住了。
Like Sunny D.
康康的主动出击9秒，他必须要把时间拖在4秒以内。康康再打一个残血，这样的话对面已经几乎没有。
Kung Kung's delayed them.
这一分就已经胜券在握。
46滴血的康康藏在点里面。
Yeah, shame for EDG. They found all of the kills that they needed.
让天路能够想得到的。
哦，这一分其实从整体来说，天路一度是靠一些个人能力，又是掰出一些机会。
是，
但很可惜，在 A 点，字母哥一个人的汤点没有能够汤得完全干净。你从他 P 点里面，他知道点里面可能楼梯。
AK was there with the op.
想到这个人藏在箱底。
对。 其实第一时间他是看到
Like Taffy Gooey, I would have thought like more watery.
绕了一圈又回到了4点。
Like a sort of orangey, like a Capri Sun. If you like bit into a Capri Sun, that's what it would taste like.
他被迫转回了 A 区，这样的话4比1，天路现在经济也是被压到了箱底，一把封刺。
Stun, fast execute, recon dodge. Kung Kung not realizing that he was open to that angle, I guess. Fully flushed there.
成功的在点内给清剿，那这样的话已经可以安置爆能器了。
Tyler will literally just winning the rounds when they go fast. They're just the only thing that they're doing is outpacing EDG. Not if Pichu's gonna do stuff like that.
那接下来浩东想要去处理一个1打2的局面，这一颗非常快，而且他还有个
He's with a Guardian too from Haldong.
剩下的残局的时间其实还够。
This off angle from AK is really nice though.
他选择直接用枪法说话，
没有问题，把浩东这里给拿下来，这一分还是由天路。
Would you rather eat Dizzy or Wingman? Yeah, probably dizzy.
其实天路打的也是颇经波折。
I'd prefer to not eat either. I prefer to eat fresh.
这个离魂也是确实让康康有点首尾难顾了。
是的，这个离魂吸引到了康康的注意，也是让 AK 抓到这样非常宝贵的一个 timing。
You just take a fucking bite and you just get suppressed, detained even for like however many seconds.
依然没有拉开什么决定性的分差，而且 EDG 的经济也就两边的经济都是在走钢丝，谁输谁就要eco。
是，而且就最难受的是 EDG 的第4个回合和第6个回合输了2个回合都是启明局的回合，
对，
很难受啊，
伤经济的分数。
对
Getting PTSD when Platchat talks about eating wingman.
更加多的一个领先，惊雷卷地和晚安焰火都是在进攻的时候非常非常强势的一个破点技能。
啊，这一分 EDG 在存钱分选择了在点里面找一些一线的位置，老6位
来个双架，来到了2个人，哎呦，枪的劣势。
I love from EDG just doesn't work.
但是2个队友已经倒在这个地方了。
其实说实话，天路是蛮有耐心的，在开头的30秒没有做什么动作，就在等你主动出来。
AK 又是闪身的一枪，蒙比也倒在这里了。那这样的话，
Right, and then they go fully flushed AAK.
问题不大。搜一搜，找一找，看到
I don't think there's any. I don't think that's wise.
给把狂徒出来，但是
Right, against an eco, just push in the smoke on your own.
还是有终极技能上的一个优势和人数上的巨大优势。
看一下这个位置，踩雷飞剑，艾伦是硬。
Paranoid is nice. Good peek actually from Aaron there.
非常漂亮的技能组合。
是的。
Again, you are just your money's not great either. So not only is it like giving EDG more of a chance to come into this round, you're just doing economical damage to yourself too. Like that definitely, like for an anti-eco, could have been a lot cleaner for EDG.
是一个进攻方，天路其实没有这么害怕掉2、3把。
What do you think is going wrong with global esports? I think it's just like a lack of confidence more than anything. It's a team that feels like it hasn't really been together that long, so there's just a lot of pressure on these players to just keep things positive. It also doesn't help when you have got a team that is very keen on like doing things very differently.
都是到位了 ，A 打到硬撞了，
感觉很硬来。
防守方丢单向烟，进攻方直接过。
It's like they're trying to like, it's like if Paper X had their brains wiped, and they were trying to do the same things that Paper X are known for doing. That's kind of how it feels. All right, Icebox is the first map, so I might even not tune in for that.
这一波 Ice King， 这一波至少有3个击杀是跟他直接有关系的。
是的，铁臂这一波的技能是完美的给到了进到前点队友的支援。
就尽管晚宴我第一时间是没有能够收到人数，但是已经有足够大的优势。废掉一个直接拉枪补枪没问题。
哇，那
I feel the biggest problem with global esports is I feel like they haven't really like the team that they have isn't good enough like across the board. I don't think any of their players are necessarily bad, but for example, you have somebody like Benkai on the team, huge amount of experience with Paper X and IGL in them, not coming in as an IGL. So, is his like agent pool good enough to warrant him fulfilling another role? I wouldn't necessarily say so. I think you want him to be in the team as a leader, but you've got Russ. So you can have like 2 IGLs. And then like Paul V as a duelist is good. Like I think Lightning Fast sort of filling up some of the gaps is good. But I don't know. You look at Gen G, it's evidently clear like what the roles are, how the team is set up, how they want to like be playing across all of their different maps and comps. I don't know what the fuck global esports are trying to like cook up.
所以如果放了点，你这个回防有没有信心能打得赢？是，这也是另外一个话题。
因为他们双控场加上少尉的话，其实可能更多就想。
But also, I think that the goalposts have been moved so much for GE.
看一下 After 的暂停，它的调整的点会在哪里？刚才是 A 点点内会站人 ，B 点点后点前可能也会有站人。他其实点里面是不想放的，对，他不想要对面。
You know, like if they lose today, they're going to get absolutely fucking clowned on. But I don't think Talon's a bad team at all.
回复，而 A 点看一下会退吗？ 对 ，A 点给了单向，但是其实是一个假象。
But like, yeah, I'm sure GE fans would like to see their team play in a playoffs, but that's way higher than the team's goal should be, especially when you have a brand new roster existing with only one new player. Head coach is different now. You've lost a lot of really good players that, you know, going into this year, you look at like Monyet and Texture. If you were able to keep them and build around them, how good would that team be? I mean, the fans are obnoxious as fuck, but like at least the vocal minority ones are. But I don't think you can like debate with them. Like the way that they're thinking about the team is wrong. Like I said it before, and I think it's quite harsh, but like, I think GE fans should be fucking grateful that they're in the league. I think for one, it's a great org, great representation for India. But like, there definitely could be a world in the future where Riot change up the teams that they want in the league and they just don't go for global. Like, there definitely could be, you know, 10 years maybe global esports isn't in the league and you don't have a China, India representative at all. There's way too much freedom here as Kung Kung's satcheled over the trip. Showstopper to cover this. Wingman's going to defuse. Yeah, easy peasy. We should have a full Indian roster then, no? Just a thought. Like, ultimately, what would people prefer? We don't have an Indian except Lightning Fast. You know, I think there's a lot of really good examples of teams in various countries. Like, look at CS. Danish teams, right? Everybody wants their country to be like Denmark is for creating, like, teams and rosters. And having, like, Astralis and Heroic being very, like, we want to... Big organizations are like, we want to foster and grow up, like, Danish players. So we've seen a lot of, like, Danish-only teams make it to big events. When was the last time that we saw an Indian-only team make a big event in CS? Not often, right? So that's kind of what I mean. Like, global esports representing India in a league like this is such a big deal for the, like, scene as a whole. Just being part of it is enough. Them being part of the league doesn't mean that that's a way to, like, funnel Indian talent into a league that, you know, you can make a full Indian roster. Would they deserve to be playing at this level? Like, flat out. Probably not. So what good is that, I suppose, for, like, the community of, like... Because I think India, because it's such a big region, it's so dedicated to esports, naturally it will catch up to be competitive in various esports, but it's early days still. Like, global esports being in the Pacific League is like a catalyst. And, like, you know, I know global's doing a lot, like, in the Indian scene to grow it, and I think it's big for, like, young Indian kids, boys and girls, to see, like, a team like this. People like Lightning Fast and SK Rossi playing at the top level, being like, I want to be like them.
Now we're seeing our two teams come onto stage. We got India's rep, Global Esports.
But I also think of it like,
Talon,
you know, look at it this way. Talon is the Thai representative of Pacific. Are they full of Thai players? Should they be full of Thai players? I know a lot of the Thai community were upset with, like, Talon bringing in players like Governor and stuff. But I think a lot of those fans will learn to shut up when they see their team doing relatively well, no?
And the colorway, too, is, like, I don't think there's anything similar. Yeah.
The red, white, and blue, yeah.
Yeah.
It's very unique, actually, in this region.
And they've got the new kind of fire jersey.
One import rule? Yeah, but they're not Thai. They're from Pacific. You've got, like, Governor and Ban. They're not even classed as imports because they're dual citizenship. So they both, like, they're both Korean in this case, I think. I think. Please don't let this be like a fucking buy the Talon bundle.
And this is it for Global Esports.
really need this win.
There just needs to be that.
They count specific. Yeah, because they're dual
I wonder if they do their
citizenship.
huddle and they just throw over the crews all over their heads. That would be kind of fun. Yeah, just the banner all the way, and then they disappear in a magic trick, and we're like, where did Talon?
But
They're not playing anymore.
yeah, I mean it's the same as Rust, right? Rust doesn't count as an import because he's dual citizenship because he's British and Indian.
I feel like they've kind of become this steady known value, not too flashy here in stage 1, but fairly reliable.
But like what I would say for global esports fans is
Wants to continue to hold out hope for GE fighting, but today the shot taps good.
it is not global esports' sole responsibility to grow Indian esports across the globe.
Yeah, don't forget this is a team roster that has gone through so
Like,
many
I think them having one Indian player, considering the amount of Indian players we've seen play at the top level in Valorant since its like inception,
in the global stage.
is pretty low.
Well, here we go. Into the second series.
Like, you think of it like RRQ as the what are RRQ?
Casters are going to take us through all the action.
Trying to think of what region they're meant to be.
Thank you very much. Yes, it's now time to
But like Paper X and Bleed, they're Singapore.
evening. Global work cut out for them, but
Team Secret is the Philippines.
they've got some wins under their belt,
RQ's
but
Indonesia.
some roughness, dropping a map to Bleed.
All of the teams, like most of the teams in Pacific, especially like the APAC ones, are there to like represent
Matchup. Talon, I think,
one of like the main like
they are
island countries like across
in
APAC.
this situation. Global, very much the underdog. Sometimes
And there's some teams dedicating to that, like, you know, Team Secret are very focused on making a like Filipino-led team, like coming in. I can't remember the name of the language, but you get my point. But we have seen Filipino teams consistently at like international events before Pacific happened. These on the China bundle? Not really. I've seen some of the other skins being leaked.
Icebox for this first one, and we are going to see the Sage out of Lightning Fast.
Yep, still going to be sticking with that. Has the overall.
Because yeah, like the way that I think of it, I like Benkai a lot. If I'm picking up a free agent or tier 2 Sentinel player for my team, because we have that slot open, am I picking up Benkai over somebody that's like played that role more specifically and for longer? I don't think I am, unless I'm bringing in Benkai as an IGL. But it's weird because I think like Rust never used to IGL when he was on Guild. Like, you could just make Benkai the IGL, and if it's a case of like if he doesn't want to, is that a good pickup then for global? You got somebody that's with a lot of experience and somebody that can like play well, but you know.
They like to, feel like they have reads, feel like they really have done their research, broken down how teams.
Jesse Bash yesterday was goated.
Certain maps, so we'll see if that has worked.
That's my IGL, my
my
initiator.
It is pretty much do or die here for this squad. Need to get some wins on the board here in stage 1.
Benkai mid rounds, I said. That just makes it even more fucking complicated.
But the
Wins are important.
The championship.
I don't want to see an IGL change from the beginning and middle of the round. That's just causing so many like personality clashes naturally.
Down to the studio, to the arena, to try your best and try to get some wins.
I think players should be able to like mid-round call. It shouldn't just be the IGL making the decisions all of the time. But like when you have to swap who's sort of doing the main roles, how is that meant to be consistent?
Get any kind of luck in their favor, whereas Talon, the big analyst favorite today, but we haven't always been 100% correct. So let's see what does happen today.
Yeah.
As already we do have Pol V through the tube and pretty far behind enemy lines. There is nobody on B though at the moment, so well, not entirely on the site, but around
Yeah,
the area.
TLDR, some global esports fans just need to shut the fuck up and support their team. Because I think it's amazing that global esports is in a league like this. And they're still trying to, like, represent their roots. They're not obligated to.
Where things could prove to get a little bit more difficult here for Talon. Jit Boys, a lot more pressure on him. Try to find some value as Lightning Fast looking on the side, able to find 2 quick kills. So the third has to go for the
So either stop supporting global esports or
see if they can find the
shut the fuck up and just cheer.
And that's going to be the pistol going the way of global.
Yeah, fantastic first start here.
You don't always get what you want.
Pretty quickly and opened up the beast.
Amber, oh yeah, sorry, I left it late.
Lightning Fast kind of just in the corner against the wall, I believe. This is the beginning where Colby gets this shot. And Russ with the
Yeah, nice shot from Russ there too.
This one especially. Lightning Fast catching to them off guard. And that's kind of what got the big lead in that round.
Also, like, so G took this comp from
Collectively 800 spent
Carmen Call.
On the side of Talon. Gonna be classics to see what kind of damage they
I wonder how much, like, you know, when I was saying before of like teams taking what like Sentinels would do on certain maps and then adding onto it, coming up with their own stuff. I'm curious on how much of that is GE as well. Like, how much are they coming up with their own ideas, or how they're just like stealing comps?
Then you can just hold on to that Vandal and you'll feel pretty good. Be happy about it. Did look like there was some pressure from GE onto A site, but now
BlizzKing does get spotted, takes a bit of damage. Only a ghost, so even if he did go down, it would hurt their post.
Is it not Paper X's comp?
Necessarily cost them too much
I don't think we saw them play Icebox in a hot minute. I can't remember. If they played it like in stage 1, I haven't seen it because I was watching China.
Already, and Lightning Fast just waiting on the left side. And already Russ is going to take one out, utilizing that Vandal to great success on these long angles on B.
The Governor Widely just waiting for the wall to break before he can try to find any real damage dealt here.
These are good plants.
Fishing for some tags, but for the most part,
They're good plus plants. Nobody's overextending.
Fine to just sit back and die to the spike. I'd love to take.
You find that early kill. This is like good discipline. Maybe you could say that like with stuff like Genji before on an Antico, you might have seen like texture push up a little bit more to just get a couple of kills. But I think that's just like a confidence thing. It doesn't surprise me that people like G aren't going for it. What, like, it's very like safe, don't make any mistakes. The only thing is like if you get a read that Talon is just trying to die to the spike, you want to go like hunting for that, like farm up some of your ults, especially players like, you know, Russ is quite close.
Spending a lot obviously on the wall and the rest of the utility as the Sage. And yeah, this is going to be the first moment for Talon to potentially get on the board. Because so far it's just kind of been the Sage show. Lightning Fast feeling pretty good. Russ as well, 3 kills already. And GE moving in towards A. Let's see if they actually commit this time.
So creep up. It's going to be a cap of an orb there, but Van just watching. And they saw how deep BlizzKing was able to lurk forward into that B site in the previous round. So want to stop that from happening again. And okay, just swing around the corner here. And Jin Boyce as well going to be taken down.
Good.
Lobbing that nanoswarm into the back, able to get the killing blow. And that is going to be a man advantage here for the side of Global. Lose one, but clean entry here onto the A site. And based on what we're seeing, the call already being made to save. Talon is going to...
I also massively prefer G's comps to Talon's.
An absolutely phenomenal start here on Icebox.
Yeah, not very close all 3 rounds.
I know that like the Gecko KO is the way that people are going nowadays, but I just don't really like it that much.
Double peek him so that the guy that was too close, I'm not sure who it was, maybe Surf in that position, but either way, they're able to essentially overwhelm him and not even give him a chance with that long range.
Oh, are they saving? Yeah, I mean, it's the same as like DFM, right? They're just on the site. They're not playing... There's 2 ways to play on defense, I think, on A. You either like fight aggressively for the space initially, or you like almost play retake. Or you play like anti-plant. You know, you're doing shock dart, snake bites here. If they put the wall up, you break it. If they try to plant, you might have a molly there. So you're either pushing forward or you're playing back. You don't just fucking play on the site here. Like, why these 2 against the low buy for Talon are in those positions, I haven't got a clue. Hi, Smart 7. I feel like I'm about to like test my blood pressure with this game. I'd be curious to get your like perspective on like either of these comps really. Both these teams, because these are like 2 of the like mid to worst teams in Pacific.
continue to try to lurk up into that position. He's expecting maybe some pressure to be coming out of mid. Not necessarily.
This call for Talon is good. I like this. Just 3 people pushing behind when you have an eco.
But now we're seeing Cruz. They'll have a slightly better idea about this. For now, the Governor finds
and then Benkai like peaks before like Polvy's in a position.
Polvy as the plant will come through from the wingman.
Yeah, the plan comes in, but it's...
I don't like Pacific teams. Yeah, I don't blame you. I mean, at least for GE, you've got some, you know, you've got Russ and Polvy from EMEA. You've got Spin and Big Time EMEA coaches. G team is closest to best in slot. I do actually really like the best in slots becoming more of like an actual term being used. The World of Warcraft part of my brain is like, yes.
On the plants.
Wingman on the defuse. He needs to clear this off, but it's already been held.
They invest a lot of money and don't play very well.
I mean, overall, decent economic damage.
Yeah, but I guess like you're sort of like from CIS, right? Where they don't spend a lot of money, but they just find goated players out of nowhere. So you're like from the opposite background, when you just have to like paying like Cloud 100 euros or something like that, like in the early days.
Wants to be playing that B side of the map.
He's feeling pretty good about the way he played that round.
But all of them invest in a lot. Yeah, I mean, it's an open market, and I think at least for Pacific, like it's booming for Valorant at the moment, right? In EMEA, it's tricky because you've got to always like battle with like CS:GO.
Let's see where G go with this one. Is now Governor trying to get a bit more aggressive himself through A.
It's fortunate that he managed to get that Dizzy into the air. Had that.
Like, it's not only the teams that are investing a lot into it, it's Riot too. And like viewership records have already been broken for Pacific this year over last.
Fast one away from having that res online. Jit Boys here alongside Surf to try to hold things down on the B side.
Like, I think working Pacific would be a lot of fun, but just generally what they've told me is like I'd have to move if I wanted to. Like, doors open for me to work, but they can't like do travel.
Fake information. Either way, man advantage is here for Global.
Van does not know just yet that he is in this corner, and he's going to be...
Our coach thought about me to start franchising. Yeah, I mean, I think that would have been a good pickup.
As the fragment comes down, now it's all on Governor in a 1v3.
Yeah, at least a good bounce back from GE.
So far for Talon, but
in the end, they took NA guy. Yeah, I applied for that too. Yeah, they got Vox Eyes in.
And to get out of here with that gun.
Checks around the back, make sure that there's going to be nobody pushing out and trying to pick him off from mid. Ultimately, just has to tuck away, and that's going to be Global.
So far, so good. This is like this is nice from Global. I think they have kind of been let to do what they want to do.
We saw Global get absolutely mauled on Sunset by Zeta.
I don't know if Talon is doing too much. Oh my god, like Polvy's like, saturation is so bright. I've got too old because I used to have settings like this for like this in Overwatch, but now I'm just like, oh my god.
Feeling confident, feeling like they've done their research and have a strong understanding about how Global likes to play this map.
And they don't play well. RRQ have been really good. I mean, they've just been stuck. They had to play against GENG twice at kickoff. That was the only game that they got to play. I think Talon will come back on attacker side, though. Yeah, I think so, too. I can't remember off the top of my head like how much Talon has played on this map. I don't think the answer's much.
Below, just fast enough. Needs to get some heals, but for now, Spike going to be stranded here on Belt. Wall for the res. Polvy now going to be picked up. Knives pulled. Is it going to be up there for play? Yes, it is. Governor quick to get the repunish. Very nicely done by him.
Well, he's got a good idea that Benkai has moved in and picked up the spike.
Ice ban there.
But really the main problem for them is Governor, who is feeling pretty good at this point in time in terms of the way he's playing.
Yeah, I mean, it's been, aside from the first game that we got to see Talon play, where he had...
You have a viewer from Spain? Oh, from the thing below? It's me, Kappa. I don't know what team you're on, Z. Could be boot camping. I haven't been keeping up with the Challenger Leagues. Yeah. Literally, my like first bit of casting was me and one amongst many. Basically being like, my subs are better than your subs. So we casted like a tournament. And then we just made that like a weekly thing, and then we got asked to do some broadcast GG stuff for Overwatch.
Snake fight, but is vulnerable, and he will fall.
Yeah, he had to be quick on it, and unfortunately just right into the hands of Chip Boys, who is also going to upgrade. And so TLN, pretty big rounds.
You're in Spain? Oh, nice.
As it all starts here, Governor by himself on the A side.
You put the kappa, so I thought you were just joking. Good shot from Governor.
Pick up the kill.
3 good shots there. And the rotation's nice, but I do feel a little bit like Talon made it a bit harder for themselves.
Shit goes down there. I mean, even, you know, damage would be done. That still makes it so much more difficult for Governor to try to...
KO's on B on this defense alone. KO knife's a bit late, doesn't catch anybody. Governor's trying to push past the turret. Nobody's there to break it. No, never mind. I was wrong. They just went and set up.
Try to make it a little bit more disguised that there's an operator here.
I think, yeah, like...
See how far sat back Benkai and BlazeKing are at the moment. So it seems like they have a very good idea about what awaits them in mid.
Chris could have done that faster, but that's just me being pedantic.
And Toby's already up here on top. They will be able to put this plant down.
There we go. That's better.
Trying to hop on forward.
Wait, where were they trying to plant?
We still have 2 players being held at bay at the moment here.
Where were they trying to plant? They were trying to plant right in the corner?
They get ready to go on this cross. They need to not line up for it. Able to find 1. Dashes back into 2. Colby in the meantime does take down Cruz, the plant. After for a brief little moment.
Right, are you in or are you out? You've got Jip Boys backing off, and you've got Surf pushing in.
Really nice angle. They weren't expecting him. That's 2 for him, but eventually
Really well played from Surf.
Still alive on the back of the site as finally it looks like will commit to...
Tell them right now just look a little bit unsure what they want to be doing.
So now it's a 3v2 for the attempt at the retake here.
No, they're like, okay, well, let's remember like the strategies. Let's get ready to use the retake. Governor Peaks, I feel like Talon have yet again let Global Esports into this round. Looking like a mud bowl right now, it is.
Nothing else to do other than die.
I've been enjoying watching Talon, but right now they're being beaten, and I think beaten hard by Global.
So Global still keep them in a very decent distance of 3 rounds.
Seen all the old BGG peaks basically lose their jobs when ESL took over the tournament circuit. Yeah. I mean, I'm thinking about it more, especially with like the ELO Hell Esports stuff that Jane did, which kind of is what Broadcast GG merged into to an extent.
So gonna take a timeout here is Talon as they
like Broadcast GG did so much for so many people, and it didn't end in like some controversial way. Oiled up men brawling in the mud. That's right.
Hopefully he gets that shake taken care of.
This isn't oiled up men brawling in the mud. This is oiled up men trying to fight, but every time they get close to each other, they're just slipping on. They just can't even like get onto each other. They're like, come here, and then they just slide past each other comically.
Very long stare at least. He's got that going on.
Reaching into the viewer's souls.
Was I mentioned because Benkai's doing the same thing that I do?
Okay, well, the timeout is over.
I want to double check that actually, because I thought I had my name. I was like, there's no way, and I was like, actually.
With that one, so gonna take a timeout here is Talon as they have really not.
Oh, we all love Benkai. Hopefully he gets that shake taken care of. Don't want to be out on stage looking like...
Maybe that's a secret.
Don't want to be looking like Tom Hanks in Saving Private Ryan.
Saving Private Ryan, getting him, man.
Asking him crucial questions about the game strategy. As you know, I'm sure he does some decent side calling here for the team, and he just refused to communicate because he was just.
How many people made it up on the grassroots scenes? Yeah, especially.
It's very important. You gotta get out of my way. You gotta win the fans.
Muddy
so
Valorant.
Thinking about jiggling out here, but actually Governor and his buddy Ban are holding down this angle.
Oh, there's the peak. There's the knives dealt with.
I think when series looked like this,
by a 0 point, then
like the question I always ask is which team is getting to do what they want and which team isn't.
BlazeKing gonna continue to try to lurk around that B site.
And like G's like plants and little setups and stuff. Like the last round, G tried to go for, if they're trying to plant for here, I think that's crazy.
So now they're just making their way forward.
But G weren't able to plant. They weren't able to do what they set out to do. Here they've literally
They conceded so much
Oh my
space.
god, Talon just can't play the A side, can they? It's like, why would you even be there anyway?
And they've got this plant. They can cover this from the nest. Just try to hold on to this one. It's not going to be an easy retake, you would imagine, on the side of Talon, especially if Governor is not able to
Free plant, yeah, that too.
Shot is lightning fast. Will take the two of them out. Cruz and his buddy Surf are here, but
You know what would have been nice? You know what would have been nice for Talon if they to get that information? A fucking owl drone or a recon.
Decent read. Identifying that lightning fast is here around the backside. Swing in through mid.
The reason why GENG can play this comp is because they've got texture with the biggest balls in the world facing on A main with an operator, and people are scared to go into him.
yeah, pretty impressive stuff so far. Certainly was expecting this one to be a bit closer, but to be honest, GE came out strong, they came out fast, and Talon have not really been able to match them so far.
Why is Lightning Fast good? All right, he's got the support of the Viper. I was like, he is just zooming across.
Firepower, but
It's like a CSGO speaker just on ice skates.
and continue to take the lead. Governor is going to go back to the operator.
All right, full bars up.
Going for the team because at the moment,
Governor's got the up on B. This is a good spot because you don't have the Eldron. You don't have the KO knife either, so clearing this is the biggest weakness I think the G's like comp has is good luck trying to uproot the jet up because the Gecko Dizzy isn't that good at doing it.
Comes up, he has to back away. Space for now given. Dizzy bounce back just for the easy recovery.
Go back, yep.
Peek, and there you go. It's a headshot.
Super easy.
Sage now gone.
They got the lockdown.
Given that the pit is on the opposite side of the map, it seems they're still going to favor their chances here against Talon's.
You still got the KO here like supporting.
still going to push on in. They have.
They just waited for the Viper wall to go up.
With an operator behind that.
Oh, and Cruz is just seen over the top of it.
Even spraying him down.
And the spike's been planted again. It's not been disrupted.
But with the plants here,
like here, you're kind of happy if you're Global Esports. Lockdown's used on either side. That's fine. Viper wall to try and sneak into this corner. Good piece from peek from Smurf. He gets one.
One, but can he get the rest? Time ticking.
Snake bite lineup's missed.
trying to hold it all the way, actually, but Russ
Alright, good peek from Russ.
at the exact right
Yeah, I mean, it missed here too. You could absolutely stick it from this plant. That's a little Global Esports. Gotta go a bit careful there.
Despite the efforts of Governor, it's a bit of a misidentification about where players could be. Cruz comes swinging out around by Snowman. Holby up on top, he's right over that Viper wall. And he's able to get the pick. One of the things I was going to say is I think that in all the chaos, it was so difficult to read.
What a battle amid.
A bit of a moment where we actually where Governor could have pulled the trigger and actually gotten rid of.
I mean, the plant was not exactly where it should have been. That's also like the really tricky part with like Wingman.
That would have basically screwed Global Esports because everybody was already in very disconnected post-plant positions. They would have had to have regressed back up to grab the spike as I was trying to read his lips and I didn't quite catch it.
Yeah.
I mean, his coach is trying to talk to him. He's like, yeah, I could hold for that.
I really liked the shaky hand water bottle, but I guess that was a one-time thing. Can he hold it all the way? 5 seconds left.
He's trying to.
Oh, he blinked. Oh. He's a Valorant player.
He was so close.
Don't want to have your eyes dried out.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of like Wingman plants not being in the right positions. It's also kind of tricky too, because if you try to go for like the Wingman plant here and you Sage Wall this, if you're not careful, you end up just breaking this portion of the wall, and then it kind of just makes your life incredibly hard.
Especially when it is a clash of two teams that on paper could be similarly rated. It's like, well, GE just came out stronger to start. And
What surprised me when teams don't understand how to play a map like Icebox. I think what doesn't help is you have so many other teams like trying to change the way that it's played. Like even Fnatic, who were the best Icebox in the world, and the way that they were like the playbook and being able to adjust to the right things was so big for Fnatic. Even they changed, which I really don't understand. Like I don't want to be like the typical fucking Anders' math class of people. It's like, well, if you look at the non-mirrored win rate, you should go for the normal like Sage comp. But even then, I just think it's like the better comp. Like doesn't feel like it has as many shortcomings. Same with like the Ascent comp. It's like, it's not because it's objectively the best, strongest, no counter to it. It's just the most like versatile against whatever you throw at them. And so like Sage Sova, I think, is that for me. Trying to play Gecko and KO, I think you're just overcomplicating it for the sake of overcomplicating it. GE are actually fighting. It's a mess on Talon's side, Gorilla. Like they just, it doesn't look like they know how to defend.
At this point in time, but might just look for a little peek here. He does maybe see the hair of Lightning Fast. Definitely gonna see him there.
It's on the shoulder, surely.
Yeah.
But otherwise, just no idea where they could be. Cross onto the rope, and I mean, right now, these timings from Global have just been.
I really like GE also. The way that they're playing is way too safe, I think. Teams could definitely.
I mean, we saw Russ was at least.
They could certainly like get away with doing more. But when you're 8-2 up, it's just Talon out punishing some of the things that GE are doing as a team. But I do like the Global Esports are going into this one very safely. Like nobody's overextending on like anti-ecos. If you're in a post plant in a 3 versus 1, you saw there, nobody overextends, nobody overpeaks. They're actually playing like a team now. We're back to this being an issue, however. Like the op, it's just too hard to like clear this spot.
Yeah, I thought he had it, but not quite. Now Ban's looking at this angle, but he missed it.
It's Sewer Valorant. Yeah, but it's like entertaining Sewer Valorant. Because GE are actually playing like not that bad. But Talon just look completely
still around trying to feel the
like unfucking sure on what they're doing.
Slowly towards the site.
Talon being scared is kind of ironic considering they have TLN players. No, I mean like GE are playing scared. Like they're playing incredibly safe. But Talon are just.
That's going to be the thrash coming in. That's going to make for a very easy kill. The drop down, but the full flash connects in, but they still are not aware.
Okay.
Lightning Fast. Almost botched the play, but still.
They still haven't planted, and they've thrown a wingman out, and I think it was broken. Jip Boys has flanked all the way around. Go on, Lightning Fast. Do it for India, son.
Now it's just a straight up one-on-one.
For the tracker scores.
Probably gonna need to go for this kill.
Never mind.
Jip Boys to take him down real quick and pick up his second and give Talon a small chance. At least a very nice round for them to take.
He needs to go full wide swing, yeah.
Flick up, still got a shot there in the Jip Boys' chest, but I mean, this was a 4v2, and to have it come down to a 1v1 while having.
If I'm global, I'm also just hitting A.
At all. This is still catastrophic.
Especially after this round, just go A.
Absolutely need to win this last round.
Going B is too hard when you don't have the position. This is looking like it's a good setup, at least from Talon. This is very Gen G. This is seeing him maybe go across. Russ just isn't necessarily aware of it. Lightning Fast though gets 2. Nice. Ban gets 1. And he's, instead of like, you know, you're in a 3 versus 3. You're in a fucking 3 versus 3. And instead of just backing up and trying to play with your team, you've just given them a 3 versus 2.
Even if they were just in such a poor position. 3 kills for Lightning Fast. Another.
And he's just got the res too.
Maybe his third of this half.
Yeah. Sounds right. He's just, you get enough kills, you kind of just get extra members eventually.
And the first one on the Polvi that did get punished.
And Polvi had the read as well, but it just doesn't work that well.
Trying to see if he can do anything, but they just
like actually, like Global Esports as a team are playing really nicely.
Go realistically wherever they want.
Considering where they've looked, like
2 snake bites and stuck here on the A site, saying absolutely nothing.
Yeah, I mean he's gonna.
They have a pit too. Just.
But oh my god, if I'm Frost, I'd say I'm tearing my hair out, but he is just as much as I do, I think, unfortunately.
Plant this one. And Jip Boy's soon going to get the bad news. And we'll see if he can pull off an absolute miracle in this round. Otherwise, we're looking at 9-3.
I think a problem for
attacker side of
the only issues that I see cropping up with like Global is just like some of the micro.
Map pick as well. I mean, they chose this. They were confident to go into this one. GE move over to the attacker side, and they absolutely clobber them instead. Certainly not what Talon was expecting, I'd imagine.
No, I don't think so at all.
Considering, like, I remember the G versus Bleed, like, nice high-low. Considering the, like, Bleed versus Global kickoff game, where the big problem for Global was just that they were, like, overextending, they were overdoing it. They look a lot more, like, refined. But I'm really, really shocked at how TLN are playing their map pick.
9-3, you'll take it. I mean, this is better than they've had, as you mentioned, and it's in the first map. It's right from the get-go. You're absolutely crushing your opponents.
Like, they just look like they're playing tilted.
Or they're going to need to have a stellar attacking side.
Worst thing about this, I wouldn't be surprised to see TLN just take over the attack and stomp. I think, yeah, maybe they can sort of like just have the aim power to do that. I think GENG, for that to happen, fucking Polvy's Tash is just marvelous. GENG might just be like, we're playing it the same way that Carmen Core play it. And then they're just like, wait, how do we adjust? What do we do?
TLN fighting. They need a little bit more of that energy here. Try to get themselves rallied back in.
But I think at least G have some like good brains on their team, I think.
It's not impossible.
They got smart players. It's just that the smarts don't necessarily like translate into the
I
server.
Say it's possible. I just don't think it's very probable. But you know, you get it
Also helps when you got Lightning Fast going 18-6.
As you mentioned, because you go down to 11-3, might just want to start packing up and thinking about that next map of Breeze.
Right,
So
9-3.
let's see how this one is going to go. Lightning Fast has been exactly that.
Are they doing the typical like finesse sage wall across this?
6. And that's the
If they do the sage wall, TLN break it. Do TLN still try to commit onto B? Are they not going to sage wall? They're pushing garage.
Onto that one, they immediately massacre them. Out here as well, just gonna push on out, and man, this is just not even close.
Yeah, I mean, they catch Governor trying to go for the reload again. He gets a nice headshot, but then is complete.
I guess you're sending them a message.
And this
They've sage walled it off now too.
Great crunch here from Global, just fully predicting exactly where this was going to end up going. They have the sage wall. I mean, I don't even know. You didn't have to invest it. There's so many credits invested in the pistol round. Could have just held on to it. You have such an advantage.
Oh my god. Lightning Fast just isn't losing today. He's just flat out refusing.
Yeah, he was incredible once again, and the rest of the team was right there to back him up. I was saying
21 and
not even
6.
just him. Obviously, he's the big stand-up, but Russ is right behind him. Even Polvy, even though he's died a bunch, he still has 11 kills. And Governor at 12, so only barely ahead. This one, just the entire team crunching in, as you mentioned.
Good shots from Polvy.
Headshots with the ghosts up top, and then they just run through.
I do want to see like what Lightning Fast was doing. Because I was like, oh, he's going to sage wall. And then he just kept running like he was a Euroclone. I'm like, okay.
And, I mean, what is TLN going to do now? They pick up, you know, some guns.
Well, I think that's... You know what I was saying, like, with Global Esports, like, one of the big issues is, like, because you can't KO knife this and you can't recon. Like, fighting for all of this is, like, really difficult. You do have the KO knife, which is used in the same spot, but, like, fighting here, it's like a little bit of a blind spot, almost.
Cruz dead.
You just got to dodge the Dizzy, which isn't that hard to do. Is it a force? Complete force? Looks like it.
Finds the kill.
At least you get the plant. But, like, post-plant?
With the gun that he had, but just trying to see what he could get. Maybe a lucky spray comes down or something, and now...
Alright, the Dizzy Flash actually not team flashing this time, so there's that.
Everybody on the side of GE just swarming the site, and
good retake.
up this 11th round for them.
Post plants, you're a player disadvantage. And then you're just hoping that you don't get cleared. You get cleared. It's Jova.
Yeah, I mean, from the crunch into just the full run in here from TLN.
Also seem to TLN being over aggressive when they made good plays. Yeah, they're just so keen to get something to happen, I suppose. I don't know for certain though.
By TLN, buying down, trying to catch them off guard, but losing a player right there on the entry. I mean, you can see things right now. The awareness is severely lacking. As Lightning Fast just swings out, mows them down, and now to try and stop Global from getting up to map point. 3 sheriffs, 4 sheriffs, and a stinger.
Alright.
Correct myself.
You already They already bought.
Let's swing by Governor when he just does a stinger, yeah.
Nice little angle here. With the Outlaw, gonna pick up 2, easy peasy.
No, like, Gecko Flash to sort of clearing pressure close.
I mean, I get it. You have that Sheriff. You say, like, okay, I can get this headshot. I can get the lineup, but Polvy's just got such better line of sight, such just more protection, more armor, etc. Unless you're going to insta-tap him, you're not going to get that kill. Now,
Polvy not losing. He's doing it for Finland.
He's going to be moving out first here. He wants it,
Never
but
mind.
Tip Boys will deny him.
No ace.
Big shot with the Sheriff. Make it 2.
Okay.
All right, Tip Boys. I mentioned before, you know, it was Governor and Jit
All right.
Boys.
Jit Boys ace?
You know, there's still a chance.
Polvy kind of good at the game. Always was.
I mean, they're just giving him space. They say, yeah, go ahead, plant wherever you want. We'll wait until we have confirmation, and then we will
I
just
feel...
you 3v1.
I mean, I generally, I think that, like, it feels that this team is, like, gelled a little bit more, too.
3 more 1v1s in this one. He has picked up the Outlaw and is going to be moving.
Still, like, a longer series to play through. I mean, Breeze Lotus. Breeze especially could be an absolute disaster class. I mean, this could be too. Like, this is GE. They lose 2 players against the Sheriff, and they're like, all right, let's back up. Like, I like that they grouped up together, but I don't think you need to be playing in your own spawn to let them have the plan. You know? Luckily, Russ sees him on that angle and wall bangs him.
Be able to take him down. Decent effort, decent Sheriff shots coming through there.
LFC no Polaris talent thriving. Seems to be the common thing. I'd be really shocked if we see Apex not making Ascension though this year. I know, like, they chucked it last year, but the only thing that's effectively stayed the same is the org itself. You got a new head coach because it was your assistant coach of last year. You got a new fucking general manager, new actual full-time analyst, and then all of the players weren't on the roster last year. So
this one more round away. At least Talon was able to buy this time, but it's not. I'm not feeling it, Achilles.
I mean, to be frank, them buying hasn't mattered much at all.
Yeah.
That's what happens when you find yourself.
Flash over the top in mid. Sees nothing.
12-3 deficit.
I'm giving myself a migraine just from stretching, man.
Yeah.
It's either that or this game. I haven't quite worked it out.
Yeah, that's all right.
Okay. Talon coming in with the execute. Slow Orb is very much separated Governor away from the rest of the team, but it's not really doing all that much else.
Down from behind, does get one onto Russ. Suspects the fourth position, but
Good clearance from Benkai.
ahead of that snake bite. Does manage to
So this is all fine with all of this so far. Sage just dropped down to the low ground.
Wants to get in.
That's not the best.
That does not deny full line of sight.
Yeah.
That's not really the wall if you want to be doing that. Also, I think that I think Lightning Fast was so keen to try to, like, oh, I can defuse it with the wall. Nobody else was there to help him.
Not yet. They do pick up a 4th round.
I don't think it was a misclick. It looked very, like, intentional. I guess he just didn't expect Cruz to be there.
But taking a long while to,
like, that works a lot better if you have somebody on rafters, like, holding that spot. But like I said, nobody was there. Nobody else was there for Global to help him.
I guess that is
He was like, I'm gonna do the play. I'm gonna do the thing.
They're trying to pull off 9 rounds in a row.
You still got Benkai, like, here, right?
Speaking up, Colby will have one. Let's eat that 0 point. Just stomping around.
I mean, it's good.
No one really pushing forward. I'm just checking if he's going to be in a potentially punishable position up close.
Yeah, Polvy's just doing his best Martin impression.
Looking like he wants
Just make a lot of noise.
Here.
Get aggressive. Stop the Killjoy lurking up. It's kind of forced Talon to go back.
Over towards the B site. There's only Blaze King holding down that angle, as he has been for the majority of this defensive side.
I'd assume, I don't know if this would be right, but I feel like Benkai having both the Nanoswarms up, not down, is like putting a Nanoswarm here, right? Like, he's got the lineup for it at least.
Close yellow, nothing spotted there.
Like one on the main plant too.
Here on this B site, able to find an opener, but Benkai comes in.
Main plant's coming in, Viper's Pit. The Nanoswarm is just a little bit late. Again, that's kind of like why. Like, lineups are good and stuff, but actually throwing the lineup, activating it in time for the wingman to like, plant.
Watching for this though.
Instead of running with his knife out.
And now
5 versus 3. They've used a molly early. And over peaks again.
And now Polvi up top. Looking to rain down hell with the knives. He does move in. And that is going to be Benkai denied from his ace, but it will not be GE denied from the win. They pick up the 13-4 on this first map. And again,
feels like wingman counter, which TLN don't do at all. I mean more like actually having them down and ready, available for when they go to plant. Because having them both in hand, like you saw the Nana's one being used, but at that point, the spike had already been planted, so it doesn't really get as much.
Sova on split, I believe versus DRX. You know, thinking that they have a solid understanding about how they like to play this, and okay, the Sova allows us to do X, Y, and Z to, you know, really break down their setups, and then it just didn't find any value whatsoever. So whatever the read was,
Spin looks rabid, I swear.
Completely pivoted away from it.
I think it's like his mouth been slightly open. He's almost like at all times. Does G look better as TLN look down too? Global Esports didn't look bad. I don't think we really saw them like tested at all. TLN just didn't know what to do with it, which is odd.
Absolutely dominant showing as well. I think that's the convincing part, right? Yes, they've won the Icebox before against Zeta Division, but
sort of depends on the comp, because you might...
on their own map pick.
The way that I'm thinking of it, though, is just like, oh yeah, like if it's on the ground already, it could easily just get cleared. But so many times when you go for the wingman plants anyway, everybody's like off-site in post-plant positions anyhow. I feel like even now for like stage 1, the times that I see those setups being in place already, they tend to like work out pretty well. But I think that says more about the wingman teams than the teams playing up against them. What? What the fuck is this? How do you have 12 first kills and only 4 rounds? How is that even possible? Like, how can you get it wrong that badly that you are killing them in however many rounds? 17 rounds, you get the 12 first kills. And you only pick up 4 rounds. Didn't Trace do that also? Now, FPX did that against, like, Carmen Core. You know, that's at an international event. This is against Global Esports. How? How? And like this, you're playing up against like a Gecko Sage. How come they're able to plant 10 times out of 12? And if you're letting them plant, how come those retakes aren't as good as they should be? That was their map pick. That wasn't even Global taking them to a map that they didn't want to play. That was Talon's choice.
Yeah, and I think the scoreboard shows exactly what we were just talking about, right? I mean, you mentioned it. Sure, you might get first kills, but are you getting...
Oh, wait, was it? I want to double check that just real quick.
So...
Span on the floor.
No, it was their pick.
Surf finds Pol.
Benkai and Blaze King just waiting
oh
there,
my
knowing
God.
that Poli was going to push out.
This is one of those
Governor
games.
was going to push out, yeah.
This is just one of those games where Global Esports was dictating.
You can't be doing that. Not in tier 1.
Did I move this? Lightning Fast's walls also just is the perfect separation tool for whatever Talon wants to do. They keep getting split.
This isn't the series that Talon should be looking completely like dead and gone, right?
Some players from Talon we're willing to push out through Raptors, and then
I want to look at their record on
that's a couple of seconds
like just like previous maps. Like what? How?
Like this as well, where Lightning Fast, he just decides to
I'm scared almost.
One thing I've noticed is Lightning Fast both on the A
Like everything I feel like I know about this game is just wrong if this is how it's played.
I mean, this map is about
Governor went 7-0 and first kills. Yeah, quite literally just no help, it felt like. Let's run it back. Let's deep dive into these stats a little bit more. Global get both the pistols, 12 and 5. You get more sniper kills too.
From this team that seems to come in with good plans, but some weak execution in their past matches.
They lose 4 of the 5v4s that they have. Can we do it as like 2D replays? Yes, we can. Let's go through these one at a time. Let's really show how bad this is. So that's around where Global Esports get the first kill. Global Esports get the first kill.
lightning fast twice now on the stage, just looking phenomenal. And we are going to
Global Esports get the first kill. Was it literally just in the pistols?
yet, but TLN, they need
So not only... Not only do they actually Global Esports only get 4 first kills, 3 of them were in the pistol in the round following. How? Bolvi, there's the first kill, there's 1. Russ, first kill there, there's 2. Bolvi, first kill. So all of the full buys, Talon got the first kill and pretty much lost them all.
It felt like they got figured out. So is this just
So Ban gets the first kill here. Not involved in the action at all. Like, it's not like it's been instantly traded. It's not like one of those ones, they get the first kill, but it's an instant trade, so it's irrelevant. Like, no, here, it's just... Surf is just fucking subway surfing on his phone at the same time, clearly. Governor gets the first kill, he gets 2. Actually, this is around the Talon pick up. Fantastic. Here, Jitboys gets 2. The 2 people pushing on site. But then Polvi pushes on the other side, so this is kind of trades. Alright, fair enough, Talon, I'll give you that. I actually think I pulled something in my back then.
That is definitely the question. And you know what else is the question?
Governor gets a kill.
What are you going to pick for the guessing game?
Cruz gets a kill. But this is traded. So there's actually been a fair few, like, 5 versus 3s.
Who's going to be the pistol round winner for both the first and
Benkai gets a trade there. Resurrect is brought up.
Draw. You know, they win a pistol round each. And
Wait, who's attacking first?
And then Governor pulls out the ult. Yeah, that was around the day 1.
Yeah.
Governor gets a kill playing close. This is traded, so again, that's fine. Don't hate that too much. Actually, no, it isn't. Never mind. They get that kill there. There's a kill over here. So this isn't traded at all. From Benkai.
Jess's vote here. She's been with us on the desk here.
Here's another one. Governor. Governor's getting all of the first kills and it's amounted to absolutely nothing.
I feel so empty right now. There's like an abyss in the pit of my
So many of these aren't trades either. Like this, you get the kill. 30 seconds. Jitboys just allows Russ onto the site. And like the defensive setup, 30 seconds have passed, nothing happens. These guys haven't moved. Gecko's like thinking about doing something.
Oh, can I do this?
Hopefully it doesn't take him too long. But then these guys just aren't ready. Governor gets another first kill. Not traded. Like 20 seconds pass. Cruz just peeks up in a like, rough place. Honestly, it was over the top of the wall. Fair enough. Ban gets a kill.
Whoever's going to be on the attacking team will just win that pistol. Because of how open...
And this was around where like Ban just like over peaks, I think.
Yeah.
Like these guys fight too much. You got Polvi, I think Polvi the Guardian. These 2 are fighting. That gets traded. Ban gets killed.
Just barging into any fight, creating space, and getting kills. Maybe even using the frenzy for some of those close quarter kills.
Also very viable. These are very
Check the multi-kill stats. Oh, I will do in a second.
Because they are the pistol kings. They're always winning their pistols.
True.
Where's 5 versus 3s on this?
I don't know. They win more than pistols because sometimes.
Or 3 versus 5s is what I'm looking for. That's not accurate though, but I guess like it's a little bit finicky. So how many rounds are this? Like they're the 2 that are fine. That's like a 4v4 very quickly. This is a 5 versus 3, but they win it. This is a 4 versus 3 because the trade came in.
But we had a bit of a split between us 2.
Well, me and
my god.
Correct.
Me and the 20%.
I can feel like the acid from my stomach just rising up into my throat.
We shall see.
This game is not meant to have any real...
No, it means everything.
Okay.
I'm so upset. I'm so upset that this is like the way it's gone. Governor gets a kill. Line the fast trades. And he gets another one onto Cruz.
We're going to go to agent picks. Let's gamble on this. We're going to see.
We'll go back to it in a second. I just need to see. 7-0 first kills. Cruz is just the first death. Like Cruz.
No neon. No neon. But still sticking with the Euro for ban, which I thought was pretty solid.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, he does create a lot of attention whenever he plays around a map.
Who wins now?
Because that could disrupt the massive map control we have been seeing from Global Esports.
Nobody?
Of course, this also means that
Is that the right answer? Sorry, I was meaning to run into ads. Sorry, I should have done that earlier. I was too busy just inting.
Onto that Cypher. My eyes are on him. How much can he anchor or even go for those aggressive lurks? The timings are so crucial on Breeze when you want to dig deep into mid or elbow, things like that as that Cypher.
Also, I believe the last time that we saw them, it was Lenny that was playing her talent here, right? So this is the first time we're seeing Surf on Breeze.
I can't actually believe that that's the way that it goes. I didn't even get to look at Reddit. I really wanted to see
returning to his home turf there.
How that went.
Onto that Cypher for GE as well. Going with the KO. Personally, I favor the Euro a little bit, but we'll have to wait and
Can
see.
I just get this on screen again?
Stare down contest. All right, is it going to be another point for the Alpha Group this weekend? We're going to go into our second map.
Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Sorry.
Let's go over to Terracasters.
I just want to get the stat because this is silly.
Again against Talon.
Yeah, two things here. I think it was pretty prevalent throughout this entire.
For the last time tonight, if Global can pull off a 2-0, what a statement it would be. What a bounce back it would be given the rocky start. But last time that we saw Global play this map, it was at Convergence, an off-season tournament, and it did go the distance against Furia, 14-12 in a loss. That was
Boring comp on Breeze. I don't think you can really say that it's going to be a boring game, though, can you? I would make this a best of 5. I just want to see, what happens. This is like the X Factor when they have the like audition stages.
Try to reset yourself. Just try to say, okay, well that one didn't count. I mean, it does, but try to.
Who wins that? I don't know. I couldn't tell you. Okay.
Let's just try to.
I guess I hope GE because they haven't looked too bad, but.
In a pretty good spot already. They're just gonna plant this one down in the pyramids, and trying to round the corner. But Jit Boys is right here. He's only gonna get the one, and Blaze King does trade that one back as.
I didn't actually count how many rounds did they win after the first kill.
2 quick shots to end that one.
All right, don't lose this. I don't think it's possible for you to lose this now, Talon.
Much cleaner first round here to the side of Talon. And Blaze King, I mean, he's going to pick
all right, good.
This one is certainly in Talon's favor.
That's how we do it, Talon.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the kind of start that you want to see. And some teams have some pretty huge bounce backs after.
Let me just check it on here. I want to see how many rounds that they got the first kill and lost. I guess it'd be quicker for me to see the rounds where they got the first kill and won. Did they get a first kill here? Yep. First kill here, they win. First kill here, they win. First kill here, they win.
Plus Victoria knocked out because Talon.
First kill there, they win.
So still a chance for Aserai to go 1-1, and also, of course, a chance for the Talon.
So out of the 4 rounds, they had 12 first kills. So they got the first kill 8 times and lost.
Like winning the mini game is like winning a minor jackpot on a slot.
What's your opinion on the GENG comp for Breeze with the Astra? Yeah, I mean, I like it. I think that there is a little bit of room to play with on this map. I think that things that you want to be keeping,
most of them are digital though.
This and this, honestly. But you can be pretty flexible with the Jet. KO, I think, is just like an alright option in theory. I don't think you need to play Cypher that much, but it has like become pretty popular. It's got more and more popular over time.
You can tell that Talon, they are expecting some form of.
So, you know, changing this out for whatever, whether it's another duelist like here,
and the majority of the
I think is good.
As, okay, swings onto the wall, will get taken down, but now they know that Exec is getting ready to come through here on the.
A lot of first kills were extremity alert kills though, right? Or am I tweaking? For Talon? I think a lot of it was them just like facing and fighting early.
Second elimination with Governor now dropped. It's a Vandal on the ground. Jit Boys opening up the door, dragged across effectively to find Blaze King. And is very quick to clean up lightning fast. So
okay, all right, okay.
The duel is going to be taken down here in the round, but not too concerning here for Talon, because they will be able to carry those.
I'd say it was about 50-50. Like out of the 8 rounds, 5 of them were. Wait, no. Out of the 8 rounds, 3 of them were like you get the first kills, but you're pretty much instantly traded. Because it's just like a aim duel. But like a good 4 or 5 of them, kind of like you said, like Maori was just... They get the kill in mid, and then 20 seconds later, Global get the kills and make it a 4 versus 4.
Down here in shop. Pick up on the orb. Crew's going to be trying to get that Hunter's Fury online as quickly as he can, and we'll just take the Bucky for himself. Now he's a true hunter.
I suppose.
Good clearance from Governor. You can't say that any of this is not like you can't say it's Governor's fault.
Always very important.
They are literally doing everything that they need to.
Who's the better jet?
Only we had. Why can't Barracks track that stat?
Yeah.
Breeze is a shooting map. It's also like a map that they've been fairly comfortable on.
You have a bit of a rotation.
Like some of the stuff I've seen on Talon on this map has not been that bad.
A decent sense of this. I mean, the push out of double doors here in the mid. Their sights turned up towards elbow quite just yet as Benkai gonna come dropping.
You can't lose yours with 4 rounds. I think they just did such a bad first half that they were mentally boomed. Felt very GG go next towards the end. This is another round, isn't it? This is another round where Talon get the first kill and lose.
Find it now. A very poor position. Will get flushed out into the open by the snake bite and Global.
I'm going to do this as a dramatic tally.
Yeah,
I need like a piece of paper that's like, do I need this? No, this is like some event. So that's 9. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There we go. 9 rounds. Can you see it really? Not really.
Only 2 dudes. Either way, they do get the 2 kills there.
Make it into a drinking game. We'll be drunk by the time we get to lowers.
Push. And you can hear that they were pretty happy, but we just get a little giggle from Benkai as his teammates were cackling.
Oh, now out. They don't have that Hunter's Fury to go alongside it. So for now, it's just going to be Ban opening things up. Jitboy's watching for this push.
There's the first kill.
Able to find it. Anticipates that it's not going to be unescorted.
How many rounds we had total? What was the final score? 13-4. 17 rounds.
See how necessary it's going to be, though.
There's 21 rounds total. All right, you're in a 5 versus 3, but these were lost 2. In situations like this, okay, thank you.
Ready for the follow-up. And takes his head off, and that is going to be Benkai and Russ having to hightail it back over to the B side and get ready to save.
That's 10. Not quite. We're not getting ahead of ourselves.
Very nicely done by Jitboys. He was the guy.
Yeah, everybody else is saving.
It was 13-4 on the last map, but Jitboys towards the end, obviously alongside.
I think for both these teams,
we're getting some nice
at this stage, they've pretty much played all of the maps that they're willing to play. Maybe they have a permaban. Maybe they have played all 7 maps.
So,
but
still on
yeah.
his aim, still on his game here, moving into the second map.
I think that all of the teams should be pretty prolific at all of these maps at this point.
Almost as many rounds as they got in the first map.
Very true. One more to go to break that. But, I mean, yeah, just really good readjustment to be able to find those kills.
The crazy part is that like Wolves and All Gamers wasn't this bad.
Or Colby, courtesy of Blaze King. See what kind of use he can get out of it.
It's a nice idea in print. I mean, it's not a bad trip because if it doesn't, easy to pick up and take with you if you need to change it.
What kind of killless IGL are you going to be here, Cruz? Right side flick would be a hell of an adjustment.
Another first kill. Another Governor first kill too.
Takes him down.
It's been traded on the other side of the map.
Over by B. But now they need to try to reinforce A. Blaze King alone here on the site.
That was pretty aggressive on that one. And now we got Blaze King in a really rough spot. He's being attacked from 3.
Governor is just
will make their way onto the side.
Having to just put everything on the back.
His way in. We have this Viper wall set up though, and that is going to make things much more difficult for him. As everybody on the side,
all right, 4 versus 3.
Hold on to this angle.
The only issue is the Global Esports. The good thing about like ban at least dying over towards B is it did keep those players from Global Esports kind of glued over there.
To swing out. Get to be alive there. Committed in with that 0-point. Jitboys now. And the fight's going. Lightning Fast is taking pot shots at him, but Jitboys just draws the weapon down.
As soon as I've made this list, they've done all right.
28 HP, now 1 off that pit. That spike is detonating. Benkai and Russ once again know it as they try to rotate out, but this time there are hunters.
At least Jitboys is like firing back. And then another save from Global. Are you going to be timing out early yet?
will go.
They fear you. They know I'm just gonna fucking post this to Frost.
Able to double their round score today, and they're looking much better. Jokes aside, I think that this is
Also, the angle that Polvy's on is just way too aggressive.
show up today, and it's not just Governor, it's not just Jip Boys, although those two are kind of still doing a great job.
Not a bad timeout. I think good timing.
Timeout already called here by Global Esports.
Yeah, needing to pump the brakes here. Don't want to allow this to stretch away any more than it already is. Granted, I mean, the majority of the time we're going to be seeing teams picking up most of their rounds on that attack half, which is why it's all the more important to just slow things down and try to get...
Navi just signed in a lot of, like, I think they signed a Chinese content creator, now they've signed a... Is it Korean or Japanese? I can't read the...
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to have to turn things
I
around.
think it's kanji.
Right
I think they're
now,
Japanese.
if they want to have a chance to do that.
Yeah.
And, no Benkai Cam this time around. This
Makeshift destroyer cosplay.
some more
They could never.
going on the Global
Nobody can
Esports
out
side.
time out the destroyer.
Maybe we'll have another opportunity to get another Benkai Cam rather a little bit later on. As the wonderful map of Breeze being shown off here. We do have Governor with his all ready to go. Let's see if he does utilize that here. Let's see the high tripwire last time around set up on the B site, but this time around it is going to be Benkai over on A. So mixing it up.
A little bit of a change up, but
If we go to a third map, I'm getting the Disorano out.
does some more
It's like midday.
Granted, no one really playing towards that side of the map quite just yet. Just Surf tucked away over near window.
Polvy naked off. Yeah, don't hate it. Moving the Cypher over towards A, and then a Viper towards B. It's a nice little adjustment, I think, for Global. Because, you know, this setup, when you have the Viper wall and trips over here, is so good. So, if you're Talon, it's like, we're not even going to bother with B. Especially if we're just going A and it's working.
Here to see what he can see. That has not necessarily gone well for Global Esports when they've been in this position. But
And I do like... I like these setups on A.
He's just waiting to see if anyone is going to enter that area of the map.
He's just sat back for the time being.
I think the setup for top mid is good.
Able to destroy that camera.
You've pushed holes. KO knife to see if anybody's close. Very good. That goes on A, but you've got like good information that it's effectively wasted util.
Now going to be placed. Polvy.
Walls on either side. With this defense wall, though, you are kind of like quartering the site. Of course, you peek. No scope. First kill.
No scope shot.
First kill. First kill, and they're gonna potentially lose. It's still good position. You've still got people rotating. So on site, it's a 2 versus 2.
For the side of Global. As the pit, though, looks to turn the tides. Now in Governor's hands. He's getting marked here by that Sova drone. So the knife to try to
Don't
play around.
over peek. You don't have to play as for it. Oh my god, you boys.
That brings it now into a
I got very scared there for a second.
goes in for the operator. Just to the side.
Oh my god, Jip Boys has to clutch this out. He's 9-2.
Yeah, Jip Boys has an immense amount of control over this one. He is going to
Nicely done.
up his 4th kill on the round at the same time.
How did you not cover the spike? It does cover the spike, does it not?
Picks up a 5th round win here for Talon.
I mean, the ult is fine. Governor fighting backside, not so much. Polvy's just like, he doesn't look comfortable opping on this map. Or like, just positioning is a bit rough.
And ends up playing this out beautifully.
Oh yeah, you're right.
And it just wins out on the fight. 5-1. Talon, just, I mean, breaking down Global in every single way. The operator lost. Knives now pulled here from Polvy.
There's a couple of like ults that just are on the cusp of the spike. Like if you're playing up against like a Gecko Wingman, yeah, it gets scary, but a couple of the other ones, they aren't as... It's not like a huge mistake.
Down the hallway here. See
You'll even see some teams like purposefully try to like plant outside the Viper's pit. Because if you plant in it, you're sort of giving a reason for G to just send it into you almost. If you plant it on the outside, you have loads of different ways that you can come in and timings.
And there's the first headshot up over the top. Turns. A couple shots.
Like I'll have to double check about it. Like Gorilla still here? Gorilla.
Governor gets the headshot, and he almost managed.
This is around where G actually get the first kill.
Damn, that took a lot longer than it should have.
Yeah, that was chaos.
He did ult right on the plant. Yeah, maybe that too.
Smoke and just both jets jumping up into the air, going head to head. Eventually, they both do fall. But at the meanwhile, TLN was pushing in onto the B site. And now it's going to have to be a 3v3 retake here. It's not going to be too easy. They don't have too much.
G have not really been able to like play these retakes. But this is like, I like this from Talon. Good positions, good crossfires, got areas covered. You are now in one versus like Jit Boys is the one that's deciding to clutch now. Oh, time, no time. Actually, no, it's still got plenty of time. I say plenty. Yeah, but no.
That is a big sigh of relief as Global Esports pull off the Thrifty with 0.24 seconds to spare.
Yeah.
The more that people try to explain to me how they track when, like, you know, like the orb, like the bubble, like coming in. The more that people have tried to explain to me their ways of like tracking how long left, the more confused I've got with it. Sister Russ from Guild, yes. EMEA boy. So that wasn't around. That wasn't around where they got the first kill. G got the first kill there. So we don't need to add it to the list.
Here and there, but nothing consistent. So Global Esports really have to try to string at least one more together to get some kind of momentum.
Oh, for sure.
And they were going to go B, but the Viper's Pits pretty much stopped them. And G have like all of... They still have their knife, they still have their recon. Good flash, great peek with the op. Really nice set play there actually from GE. I couldn't have gone better.
Thinking about sending that 0 point. And he placed it in tunnel. Might have gotten all the information that he was seeking. Well, the jump peak. That'll tell him.
That Guild team, how they lost to Paper X. I mean, Paper X made top 2. A lot of teams lost to them at that event.
Pretty much everybody in there.
They had Leo safe in Trex.
Getting drawn.
Yeah, but it was their first like international event, right? Lightning Fast gets it. Another round where G get the first kill, so everything's so far right in the world.
Pulled off of there, Cruz. Realizing that he's going to have to either fight into this or just stay tucked away as they go for a save. Well, 4 on the enemy team now. Surf just managed to take down 1.
Yeah, this is pretty difficult for him to actually clear out as he's slowly decaying as well. And now they're going to know he's still here.
Okay, I'm just going to show them.
And it's just rough for Cruz. Not looking very likely. He's going to tap the spike and nearly get his head taken off from multiple different angles.
Yeah,
now he's seen Ben
when I'm saying like G are playing so safe.
The first one.
I mean,
there's 4 seconds left.
The problem is he's going to try to camp this operator, but never mind. Ben Kai just swings in. It does manage to take him down. If he just stayed put and been able to win the fight, Ben Kai.
Yeah, Ben Kai's got the up instead.
That one forward. Cash-wise, they could have had a purchase coming in, but all right, Global. It will be them winning 2
Like, I
rounds in a
think
row.
the G are just giving Talon way too much respect there. You had 2 people in the Viper's Pit.
Very nice first peek here.
That like these 2 could have like peeked out at the same time as people were fighting them from the tunnel. And they kind of do that towards the end.
Cruz, who was left alone.
It was like Polvy's right. Like the flash was great from Russ. Kiana gets information on the cipher. Your ultimate used to go for the A execute. You got the cipher utility here. Once G's made that adjustment, it's been a lot stronger. Hunter's Fury, it gets a ping. Again, Global Esports getting first kill.
Of all people. Hounding down that jet. Jit Boys, though, on this lurk. This could be devastating for Global. Spots 1.
Great lurk from Jit Boys.
Russ does get cleaned up.
I'm not adding GE to the list of when they get the first kill and if they lose.
Really take some power out of this.
Even shocked that to break the camera just because of the various little positions it could be in. And they're resetting. Neurofest is showing this too. I mean, there's definitely a world where Talon can reset because you've broken the camera on A.
On that neural theft and then shift back to A. Just gamble whether or not they can run into, you know, fewer players.
The fact that Jit Boys needs to stop
already here,
like hopping over the garden wall. And Polvy's been punished.
Off now, God. Ben Kai, however, finds Cruz. Surf taken down by Blaze King. And now it is all on Jit Boys to try to find the clutch once more.
Well, if there's one guy on the side
Yeah.
of Talon,
He doesn't have the Viper's Pit, though, at the moment, but he has his wall. That is over on 8. Never mind, he doesn't have his wall.
kind of taking the throne on top, even ahead
So
of
he
him.
has to go a bit more aggressive.
Turn, he
Oh,
gets
they
lost.
haven't really properly cleared him.
Will be him going down to Blaze King. Barely able to stop that. But Jip Boys had a really nice angle, and it was
They
close.
don't really have to go into the pit.
Well, can get the defuse, has enough time to rotate over to grab the operator.
No, I mean, they just gave a lot of space up.
We'll be able to carry that forward into the next round, but Global now bringing this deficit down to just a single round. After getting 3
It seems just very drilled into Global Esports today.
basically everything for them to get things started. Governor getting taken out somehow, some way by that Hunter's Fury.
Like in this series, it's not really been that much of a detriment.
A very interesting lap.
But like, this is like good life advice. It's probably some of the best life advice I've got. There's like 2 ways to approach stuff where you're playing to win.
They want to stem the tide early on with this timeout and not allow them to gain any more.
And then you're playing to not lose.
Still,
They feel like the same thing, but they are just very different in how you handle it.
in the first
And like right now, Global Esports is playing to not lose.
squads.
I don't know what Talon's playing. You know, they're just playing, I guess.
See how they fare. Whether or not they're going to be able to pick up some more rounds.
But I think, you know, you look at teams like in big games to have like those big moments when you're gambling stuff, you're trying to like up your confidence. Like whilst this is going well for Global Esports, I can't imagine Polvy's been feeling very good on how like his side, like how he's performing individually.
Yeah, let's see what the plan is here after that.
But like sort of knowing Polvy, I know that he doesn't care. Like he doesn't have like that.
Coming down as well.
I think his frontal lobe is disabled when he's playing like games because he's not thinking like about previous rounds and thinking ahead. Like he still just goes for the aggressive plays. Like the thing is that Polvy there goes for it, gets punished. It's not gonna knock his confidence. He's still gonna try and make plays like that.
Headshot. And that's going to be the operator now down, not getting that initial burst of
But when that happens,
previously.
I think the rest of Global Esports, now that they're in a 4 versus 5, they just really start to seize up here.
Making their way here.
Russ is in a bit of a rough spot. Of course, the one thing that he catches onto is the clone. But
Does find one. Swing out.
nice double peek at least from like Governor to come back with Cruz.
Recovery here, keeping things even at 3-3.
But it's a 3 versus 3. This is a round where we saw Talon get the first kill and Benkai's got 2.
But here comes Surf.
Also on the timeout from Talon, we've seen the Cypher swap with the Viper.
In this direction. He's got the read. At least it would seem
Hey,
so.
Sugar Dirt Face.
And depending on the timing.
There's another one. There's 10.
No longer needed in that round. Blaze King will just be able to take down Surf as he swings the corner. And suddenly,
First one in a while, though.
5-5. Global Esports
Governor and Jib Boys are playing to win, yeah.
now in a position to take the lead.
Yeah, so he gets this first guy. I really like how he swings back out. And so he's just kind of in a position that was unexpected. He's able to just barely pick up a second kill. Gives time to Benkai as well. And then Blaze King, of course, in 3v1.
Maybe there's an element of like with Talon getting the first kill there that they were just really trying to go to B quickly. Like they could have easily just waited out the poison cloud and then gone. But because Governor has already dashed in and they didn't clear that close corner,
Both teams not having a not getting a win after their timeout so far.
a bit too easy. Are they tracking out win rate after timing out?
The way things have gone in the last 5 or so rounds, 4, I guess. And Talon certainly going to have to get something going, but this might not be the
How did Talon choke their lead? Good timeout from Global Esports. Like they changed their defensive setup a bit, and now it's just like not really playing for mid. I don't think either team is like playing for mid that well. But in games like this, it isn't too surprising.
Just begging someone to peek it. Well,
All right, Polvy. We didn't see the kill, but I imagine it was from a good angle.
Back here behind orange boxes. Governor makes his way forward.
Depends how global are on the attack, to be honest.
King just takes his head off. Not fast enough. Ban though. Very quick. Catching like
Ban.
top stairs. Will be going to be swapping over as Jit Boys finds yet another sheriff shot.
Oh man.
Ban. You have to drag across. Polvy eventually able to find that bullet.
10 bullets on the Phantom. Okay, knife gets both of them. There's 25 seconds, so they are going to be resetting if they go B into the Cypher trips.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I don't know if I like this call from Talon, because you don't know at this point if there's somebody that's held in A main. 6, 5.
Boys will be able to get this one on the ground, but
leaving it very late.
with one more round left in this half, they decide to send it to try to win this one out.
Yeah. Just a full send.
Nice.
Gonna get his head taken off, and now that's 2 to
All right, nice Talon. Really good round from them. There's a Thrifty, and also Polvi got the first kill in mid.
Unbelievable. I mean, the call to just send that in with 8 seconds remaining. Down below half HP, Surf somehow comes away with 2 kills before dying.
That's a nice shot.
All the easier.
J-Boys is doing his best scary impression on this map.
And that has got to be a good feeling.
Now G here throwing 4v5s, yeah.
Could absolutely tell from that reaction.
I'd say so far this map, it's pretty much been about the average. It's not, it should never be that every time you win get the first kill you should win. It doesn't work that way.
Blaze King does manage to react fast enough to find one, but Russ going to be taken down as Cruz finds him with that Hunter's Fury. Ben Kai sending in his own ult, but
Wait, who got the first kill here? Everything happened so quickly I didn't even track it.
HP, and suddenly, I mean, it's a blink and you miss a round as we're down to now a 1v1.
Ooh, light it fast. Nice. Okay, yeah, I need to double check the start of this round. It's half time anyway.
Just moves over to the left, and he
wall.
This is round 11. Whoops.
Action, a huge round to go their way.
G first blood.
Getting pretty worrisome, but they stop GE in their tracks, and now they're coming in here pretty quickly.
Oh yeah, it was. But it was traded straight away. So even if it was Talon getting the first kill, I don't think I would necessarily count it on my list. I mean, that would have been a bit unfair.
Like, you know, throwing that neural theft into that 11th round with 8 seconds remaining on the clock and then being able to clutch it out, that is unexpected. That is just clutch back.
I am pretty desperate for this to go to a third map. Is that cruel of me?
Not able to capitalize on that early.
I feel like that's me being a little bit mean.
Way for Global to get back into this game, and that could very well be their undoing.
Van Carey did have a nice shot in that one round that they won in the last.
Oh yeah, I mean the shot onto I think it was lightning fast up on stairs.
Yeah,
it's really snappy.
Guardian headshot. Kept it interesting, kept it close enough for his teammates to close it out.
Isn't the conversion rate of 5v4 super high, like 70%? The problem with that is that you have to just is that full buys versus full buys? Are you adding ecos in there?
It's the most important thing.
What is the time between when is it like a true 5v4?
We shall
see. If you get the first kill but you're instantly traded, would that count?
Half the investments as far as firepower is concerned. Half armor for Jit,
but generally that's the problem with any stat stuff in Valorant is just
3 sheriffs for the side of Global.
Yeah, it's you know,
you just miss a lot of nuance.
Talking about on this kind of map, you know, you want to be able to try to tap on.
That's why it's always tricky when you have somebody being oh, this attack side for this team is really good, and then not really oh, they have a 68% win rate. It's how many rounds is that? Who is it against? Was it their map pick or not? Was it a different comp? Even different players?
Start inching their way forward here in towards mid. Cruz and a very deep lurk around the back. See if he spots anything making its way towards shop. Just going to be a drift across cannons now.
But to be fair, I'm also guilty of just grabbing stats on cast and just being yeah, this side is their better one. They should be comfortable. Also, yeah, it depends on the map too. Have a really good attacking side on Lotus. Yeah, most people do.
Oftentimes see them doing. Not going to be able to see anyone just yet. As the camera going to spot Russ. That was just pushing on in.
I mean, it goes back into secondary school English of point evidence explanation.
Defenders or that attacker's side is Russ able to find Surf. Jitboy's going to get 1, but Russ comes up with 3.
Who got the first kill here? Sorry, I was rambling about
Cruz now last man
peeing.
Do they suss out Just rotate around the back. Well, they don't need to anymore. As Cruz just spraying into that cyber cage, will be able to finish off the
Polvi. All right, so it's
Polvi down to 50 HP does make this
it's
winnable.
not a Talon round.
Johnny on the spot, and there you go. Darted it right in the leg.
It's not that much time. I mean, he lands the one shot. Polvi's getting pretty low.
It's just something that we were taught in like English schools, of like being able to like make a point and make an argument. You would use point, evidence, explanation, or P. So I'll give an example when we get a second.
Oh my god!
Oh, for Christ's sake.
Cruz and Talon. They're able to hold on to the round just like that. Well,
that's a bit of a tilter if you're global.
I'm actually kind of lucky because I got a bottle of Dr. Pepper.
Holds onto the remote control.
Massive balls.
What a replay.
Just hold. It's fine. It's easy.
I was a little thrilled about it.
He's unimpressed.
But yeah, like point evidence, like a point would be, the point is that Global Esports are really good on their attacking side of Breeze. Evidence, you know, the stats. So like they have a 68% win rate, something like that.
There's an outlaw himself that's got that half armor.
And then you have like an explanation. The reason why it's so good is because like Polvi is really good at finding the entry. They've got really good post plans. Like, why is this good? You know, you're answering that. But I think the problem that, like me as well, like as an analyst, I think this is a problem that a lot of people have, is they go, this team is a really good attacking side with this win rate. And then they don't explain what about this team is giving them such a good win rate.
But it would give us potentially some more.
Or like it in context, because maybe on average teams have a 60% win rate.
Start coming through. Polvi getting in, and oh man, he does it again.
Peel, my favorite English term. It's not peel, it's P. Unless there's an L in there that they've added in, I don't know.
Push up though into the poison orb. Tippoy's able to find one, but Lightning Fast returning spray does take him down. Lightning Fast himself low on HP as he pushes forward, but Blaze King with a headshot.
You know, that's why I think like a lot of the data stuff Anders does is because he understands that. He's not just taking, oh yeah, this is kind of a crazy start.
Going to be bearing fruit for them.
This is why Solver's a really good choice on Icebox still. Non-mirrored win rate, but it's because of his utility being able to do X, Y, and Z.
Trying to use the camera to see what he can see, but doesn't really tell
Country
you
diff, maybe.
And this is getting later and later in this play.
I remember, like, as a kid, I couldn't get my head around it. And also, thank you, Brippy.
See if he can pick someone off, but instead he's just going to go down, and it's only.
And this is brainwaves on a level I can't comprehend.
As they run out, but this round,
yeah,
will go towards GE.
It's tricky though, because I guess you have to, like, you don't want to ever be like abrasive with stuff like that.
Reloaded, looking for more. I mean, Governor.
Because you remember when all of the stuff with like Lothar, when Lothar was going through like a big stage of like analytical stuff with Run It Back, and it'd be like the stats don't lie. They'd say that a lot, but it's like, yeah, but sometimes they do. Sometimes they really do. And like, yeah.
This map is much closer. Kind of what I was expecting between these two teams. I thought this would go to 3 maps. Just an excellent start off here from Polvi, and then eventually just.
And sometimes it can be like really useful. I remember for Odd One Out, we. It was either against Kase in stage 3, or it was against Naza in. Oh, just dodging it. Against Naza in the playoffs. But one of the teams had an outrageous.
Down to 36.
Like a outrageously good 4v5 win rate. And so I always said to the players, because we were quite good at getting first kills, so I would just keep saying to them, like, if you get the first kill, still, like, focus up, because this team is very good at coming back against you. It might have been Kase, because I felt like that element of the game, like, worked well for us. You know, when that's appropriate is sort of difficult, but I felt like for that one, it's just a good.
Yeah, I only participated once, and it was a double rank.
And even if it wasn't necessarily like something crazy that they were doing, maybe it's just the other teams that they were playing against were like bad at confirming rounds where they got the first kill. I felt like it was good to still say, because it meant that the players were like knew to stay focused even though they were getting like the first kill, right?
Minigame duel. They're just going to push in onto the A site and get the plant down.
It's widely unoccupied. Governor just seeing if there's going to be any kind of lurk up halls. Everybody else widely playing.
Everybody's still alive.
Clustered up, but it's just him with the outlaw that was carried over from.
We don't have any more rounds to add to the list, do we?
See what kind of value he can get out of this one, but Russ forward on the site. Double doors occupied by Benkai with that Spectre. And it is a Vandal in the hands of Russ. Lightning fast, though. Able to find the opener as he himself.
Who wins now? Who do you think?
Gets rid of Cruz to start things off.
Global, I guess.
A little alt charge. Looks for a little bit more. Swings out perfectly as the flash connects it back orange. Goes for the reload. Can't quite dodge out of those classic bullets long enough to survive. Surf will be able to find that kill. But now needs to run forward. Oh, no, you gotta get in that. Jump into the Black Void.
Yeah.
That would have been catastrophic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
Well, he gets it done.
Yeah, like presenting stats is a very different set of skills to
Lightning Fast had an opportunity actually for an ace.
analyzing the data, right?
But then just caught with the reload.
Yeah.
Doesn't have much to say about that going into
like,
mostly classics.
Like I use Augment, for example, and Augment was on the EMEA broadcasts last year as like a telestrator thing. It wasn't great. Like when you have all of the squiggly lines, like I love Augment, I think it's a great software, but it wasn't working in the context of like, at least I don't think in a way of like trying to make a point on a desk and like where people play from.
I think he just straight up peeked onto the site.
Yeah.
Just dashed back out.
All right. First kill when G's way, so this isn't on the list either. I mean, I've only had to add one. So far, we've had 16 rounds.
Russ able to get Jit Boys. Governor, however, on that lurk in mid, does clean up Benkai. That's them in with a man advantage.
We really haven't had to like add too much more.
That's going to be pretty huge. Still a lot of time to get in onto the site.
Eldron 2v3. Flash and a peek. The flash just doesn't seem to really connect.
And it's going to be Russ actually.
Might not matter though.
Trying to push in.
Pull back behind the wall. 0 points sent out. Snakebite as well to try and deter. Surf at 45 HP, and they have a fragment as well. As this final Snakebite here from Lightning Fast, so decent deterrence. As there's the swing around the corner. Fragment now thrown
Good
down.
molly.
Dead. Russ.
No more utility to work with. The Cruz. Yeah, you're not gonna let him stick it this time. you're not gonna let him do it twice.
Might as well. But yeah, there just wasn't enough time.
They do all go down now. What's the money like? Yeah, just fine, just enough.
They get that one kill. Russ backing up his teammate, Lightning Fast. And it all kind of started with that pick, but Talon did a great job to fight back on this map and actually gain the man advantage, but Russ handles this.
If it was Benkai alive, that round was lost for GE. I don't think that's fair.
Bro, I saw you do that before.
Oh.
Well, you heard him. And he's feeling himself now. You could tell that Lightning Fast doing a great job, but Russ stepping up as
Just
well.
mocking Benkai. He's been fine today. I think, like, set up as a team, it doesn't make much sense to me. Why you'd want a player, it sounds me to say, why you'd want to play like Benkai that isn't IGLing.
All expectations.
But, like, he's plus here.
Sat here.
Playing Sentinel on this map.
Full commitment position.
Made good
Trying
adjustments.
to dash out of here. Unlikely.
Can you get me a stat? I can. Can you answer me a question now? This comp win rate versus non-mirror? Can I get that?
That is not
A GE's comp?
Shock dart sent. Looking to try to get some tactics. Dropped in. Surf sending out some shots, trying to find something, but his vision being obfuscated.
I don't know how I do it, but I could probably work it out.
Has to go for the reload. He's tagged down to 48. Hunter's Fury coming out. Cruz nearly killing him off. And Cruz will come up with 2. Blazing and Benkai both going to be taken down. Now it is all on Lightning Fast, but the spike not
I think I'll be able to do it. What's your question? In what situation is it appropriate to... Why would you plant somewhere and then Viper's Pit where the Viper's Pit doesn't cover the plant?
Unbelievable. I can't even imagine the comms in that moment. Cruz sends the Hunter's Fury.
The only way that I can think of is if your teammates aren't playing in the Viper's Pit with you. That there's some form of like crossfire, so they can still see the spike.
To just stop strafing into his ult. But man, 2 monstrous kills.
I think that's the only reason.
Them just 1 round separated.
Because it was, so they planted here,
close map.
They did a Viper's Pit like that sort of went around it very closely, and then they had Governor playing here.
It's kind of come in surges from either side. Like obviously Talon started off really strong.
So you used the pit to kind of bottleneck them into one side.
Just barely as very nice. Double stack gonna take down Ban, but Ban gets that crispy first headshot.
Okay, that makes sense.
Going to be Cruz to get his own.
Benkai just backpedaling there. Doesn't just plant his feet and pull the trigger. Man advantage now for Talon as they look to tie things up once more at 9-9.
Something with a floor, great geometry or something.
Still absolutely anybody's map.
Yeah, it's always like based on where you're looking. Like how far forward you're looking. If you're looking straight down, you can get it to do different things than if you were looking slightly forward.
He's going to give away his position though. As he will just have to dash out of this place. As now pulls out the knives, looking for a pick. That's the one. Lightning fast.
Alright, G got the first kill.
Not Jit. As the knives.
Did you see the stat that I tweeted for this map?
The operator finds it, dash to the side. Russ now left standing in a 1v3. Governor at 11 HP.
30 seconds left.
Talon got 13 forward on this map. They had 12 first kills, and they only won 4 rounds.
Lamp being held. Allow that to come through as Russ swings out, finds Cruz. And suddenly,
So 8 rounds, they had the first kill, and they still lost. And I'd say like 5 of those weren't just like getting the first kill and then being instantly traded. Because like 5 of them were like 20 seconds would pass, and a player would die in a bad position afterwards.
tie it up, 9-9.
Yeah, that one felt pretty good. I mean, there was a lot of fighting in Hall early on, and then Governor.
Let me see though. I might be able to do it. The problem is I don't have much sample size. I don't have like. I just have like tier 1 and then Polaris.
Call for another timeout here from the side of Global Esports. Definitely a pretty good time for it. 9-9. Don't want to let this one slip away too far. As
So let me have a think.
Get some momentum back.
Yeah, time to reassess the game plan and figure out how to break down this
So
momentum.
Breeze.
Still a timeout available though for Talon.
So what did you want to know? What was the question specifically?
Let's see what happens. Things have very much been getting slowed down here. The approaches here from Global, where previously they were looking decently clean, they were getting trade ups. Yeah, now they're starting to get broken down very quickly.
So Talon's comp.
See how much
Non-mirrored.
boost this gives to the squad.
So was it Yoru? Jet? I mean, I think it is just.
Yeah. Maybe they're not like trying to ask Ben a question. He's just staring at the camera, even though the camera isn't staring at him. They're like, it's over. Like, we gotta focus on the game. He's like, no, I gotta stare at the camera.
The camera's not even there, Benkai.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think.
The camera was never there.
Is that your jet? That's your harbor.
Were we even there?
It's 100%, but I only have 2 games.
All right, well, null command, neural theft available here for the side of Global, but Pit from Jit Boys.
Wait, actually, I might have fucked it up.
Scouting mission.
Oh no, it's a bit more. Sorry.
Drift. Sat on A for
Team
now
1.
when he decides to pull that out.
Scanning ahead.
Flash forward.
Flash in, fight coming down. Jit Boys trying to hold him at bay, and that flash did not catch him enough. They walk right in over top of it. With that vulnerability, he's able to find 2 quick kills. Polvi at range somehow will finish off Ban with that headshot, but
I mean, this has been a lot more clinical from Talon.
Polvi's dead. Benkai stuck in a corner.
Just looks like we're going to a 3rd map.
It's going to be Talon now gaining the lead.
What parts of it, like the non-mirrored? So it is just like this, the Euro, right?
Timeout.
One team's playing Euro and the other one isn't.
Come back through.
Yeah. Again, not helping the stats, but yeah,
Something like that, I think.
spotting them pushing underneath and the double doors. It just says good job.
So you're looking at like Talon's comp. How often do they win against teams that are not running that comp?
If they can plant their feet once again,
Like the whole thing.
Try to make this pretty close.
Oh. Looked away for a brief
So it's like
moment.
Euro
Polvi
Jet.
actually caught a glimpse, but the way that he's backpedaling,
Just to stop it from being
leads me to
Euro
believe that
only.
he very well may have. Tucked in here to window, and Polvi has the headshot. Governor taken down.
I only have 12 games.
Governor looks surprised. Like I looked at the
And it's a like 60% win rate. 1-7, lost 5.
Now gone. Dimensional drift comes in.
It'd be difficult to do it for everything else.
Gets ready.
But
Make his way out of here.
some of the teams that lost it, like Giants lost to Carmen Core, FPX lost to EDG, Wolves lost to EDG, and GENG lost to Loud.
Still alive. 5 HP there on the Cypher. Jit Boys sends in the snake bite, gets a little
And I
bit
think
of
that's
damage
right.
on the Blaze King. We'll whittle him down to 65. They know exactly where he's at.
He's against a Yoru. I don't know if I can do it for the Yoru Jet. Oh no, it might be a bit better actually. 8, it's 60%. 8 wins, 5 losses.
If he gets 1 there, that pit very well probably gets it.
I think it's bad, not gonna lie.
That's a pretty interesting one.
Like teams winning off of shooting harder. Yeah, like looking at the teams that have won with it. I mean, NRG beat Loud. Loud were pretty good on this map. GENG beat Sentinels twice.
Didn't matter. Wasn't able to hit.
FPX beat DRG, which yeah doesn't tell you that much.
To the side of Global Esports.
GENG beat EDG, which again doesn't tell you that much. RQ beat GENG. DRX beat DFM, and then T1 beat Bleed.
For Governor. Cash gonna start being in short supply. They can't close out this round.
Both of you ever able to cross over with this team?
You could probably do it for tier 2, but I don't know if that would necessarily.
But of course, nobody's gonna.
Like you'd get more sample size, but is that useful sample size? For you to get good sample size, you need to like kind of go down to the weeds.
Or maybe he could drop down fast enough to try to win that one out.
And then does it even matter what agents that you're playing?
So a solid start here for Talon.
Yeah, definitely a big one. Knows that there's not a lot of pressure on A. They have a couple of guys on B at the same time as
That'll skew things, yeah, exactly.
that old Pulvy is very much behind enemy lines, trying to catch the rotation, but only seeing the arm. Still
All right, nice couple of kills. This is Talon getting it. This is on the list. This is a potential list.
Take it down, Surf able to find 1 here from back sight. Creep forward, the open hand.
Yeah, exactly.
Russ is able to displace the Cypher. Now it is all on Governor. The land, tries to no-scope him right as he hits the floor.
I think it only works with like core agents.
Yeah,
You know, like a Sova on Icebox.
Yeah, Governor just has to rotate out.
That's where I think it could be like valuable to have a lot of info.
And that is just going to be, again, Global punching back.
Also, you're probably better off asking Leica, to be fair. I think they'll have a easier answer than I will.
Series 2-0.
Man, imagine if this happened on Icebox as well. Could have been so close, could have been so back and forth, but G just came out with a new fervor here.
So how many? We've seen 30 maps of Breeze thus far. It's missing some games though.
Talon could definitely still pull this one back.
Is this Scotland G play well or just concerning for Talon? I think actually Talon have been pretty much the top team up until like now. That's on the list though. I'm pretty sure that was the first kill. And then losing. So that's 11.
But let's see. These entries have been pretty strong.
Hey, Fo.
On the side, especially Lightning Pass. He's just so crisp today asuide of Russ. That 1-2 has been so difficult for Talon to handle.
Yeah, 30 maps. Astra's win rate is 50-50. Omen's win rate is 40%. Harbor's 50-50. Silver's a little bit lower, but again, like, you include tier 2, I imagine teams that aren't running Silver are struggling more. And it's mostly because he is played so often, too. 50-50 for Sky. Lower than average for KO. Cypher is 50-50. Jet, higher win rate. Phoenix has a 100% win rate when played on Breeze, so everybody needs to play Phoenix on this map. That's how it works. I feel like Silver Sky instead of Silver KO is the way to go.
How you need to kind of get it off your chest, kind of get it off your back, all that pressure. And
just seen the Icebox score, looks very rough. It was it was a map. G played it well, although it was a little bit like
the unfortunate negative thoughts.
It wasn't fabulous,
and one of the things that
but Talon just looked incredibly lost.
From Global has talked
yeah, I think teams were like would typically it'd be between KO or Sky, depending on personal preference. But I feel like since the Sky nerf, so many people are going, nah, she can't be good. Which makes no sense, because teams would still play like Sky on Split, for example. and even like Bind, I kind of feel the same. Like the Skydog to just be able to clear this at like the start of a round.
Yeah.
Ban in the meantime, finding 2. Hello.
Spike down A.
Just casually from A.
Ban gets 2,
Picks off 2 in shop,
and they
that's
drop
a
the spike
now.
as well.
So far, so good on the timeout call, Talon. Oh, and he fast looked away right as I think he would have gotten.
Gorilla, you now need to message me what you're looking to cook up.
Poor timing, but I think that pretty much widely has to be a call to save.
Here.
That spike is right out in the open.
Has Breach become more or less viable after the changes on Breeze, or unaffected? I mean, Breach was never really that popular on this map anyway, so I'd say relatively unaffected.
Okay.
I think with Yora being stronger now than they were in like previous metas of Breeze,
Lightning fast.
just means that there's less Neon, and when there's less Neon, there's less Breach.
Pop off. Grabs a Vandal, says, nope, never mind. You need that. Nope. Okay.
What was that?
Okay, so here's
Yeah, I mean, I think it's...
Ben Kai goes, okay, I'm going to save the operator.
The flashes are still like amazing bits of
No,
util.
like, try to play for it. He's like,
Like the dog is still amazing, the heal can be fantastic on this map, and then Seeker's just for info.
The round's over no matter what. And then he went, okay, and then died.
Because I think it's not easy, but it's straightforward, I suppose. Like, if, you know, you have a timeout, you see that they have a KO ultimate on attack, you're going to put, like, your Viper stuff on this side, Cypher stuff on this side, and then swap the agents so they don't get hit by the null command.
Fortunately for him,
There's a lot of stuff you can do to, like, play into a KO ultimate.
Governor, he just can't hit those shots. I mean, he's
Whereas Seekers, because of how, like, versatile it is timing-wise,
it's an improvement.
just gives you a lot of options.
Also lose a lot more health.
That's true.
I remember Fnatic playing Breach here. Funnily enough, I think there was like 3 or 4 EMEA teams that were all like, hey, like, for like Copenhagen, like, we've been cooking up stuff like Breach on this map. It's really good. And then I think Paper X were the first to actually pull it out. They were just like, no.
Russ, not getting his way up.
It was a very, like, I remember watching it a lot like Istanbul. It was a very good choice then.
Well aware that he's being watched. Away. Ban just gonna go clawing his way.
Breach being used by Yonk and Tundra. Yeah, I think it's, well, like, Bonker was a very big fan of Breach.
From Surf, absolutely perfect.
Yeah, it's going to be massive as now Ban holding it down. He is pulling it together right at the end of this map. Now Surf as well.
Yeah, I mean,
Gonna pick up one.
Talon getting first kills and actually winning rounds off the back of it's nice.
Waiting for the moment to push out of this one. Fast and Polby, their work cut out for him. Pit gonna be dropped. Governor gonna be taken down. Lightning fast. He finds a second. His own pit now available. Invests it. Ban at 30. Cruz sending out a shock dart, trying to fish for some damage, but doesn't find any at all.
One enemy remaining.
Cruz dead. Polby around the corner, finds the shot. What a rescue! Lightning fast bails them out, and he gets them up to match point.
Son of a bitch.
Gigantic.
5 versus 3. 5 versus 2 even.
They get a couple of key pickoffs out of their pit.
It was a 5 versus 2. It was a 5 versus 2.
Look at this. It falls. It leaves Surf available. Lightning fast. With a throw up the zone, and then Polby right there. And they can hardly believe it. Look at his face.
Yep, that's another one. That's 12.
This team is going nuts.
If
after
nothing
that play.
else, regardless of if this goes to overtime, if Talon end up.
The mistake here is the thing China's trying to fix. I don't think China are this out, done and out, though.
A player that we did not get to
What
see
are we
very
counting?
much
How
of.
many times did Talon got the first kill and
Comes over
lost?
as the lone mainstay on the global esports roster, and has just been looking.
Because they lost 13-4 on Icebox. And this team had 12 first kills.
It's not like a situation where he is the only
2
guy
Gs 5.
getting frags. Obviously, he is the main guy, especially on
Is
that
it true first kills only? At this point, I'm just counting total. Well,
It's been a really nice.
it's the total from Icebox, but all of the first kills and then losing haven't been like traded on this map. So it's kind of like both. On Icebox, I'd say out of what, 8 of them, let's be generous and say 4.
In towards this angle, though, spotted. He does manage to find
Like
Polby,
that,
but it's just gonna be a trade out.
not gonna count this one as much. Like Governor got the first kill, but he was traded instantly.
If he can fish for any kind of tags.
Like, I wouldn't necessarily add that onto the list of GE win here.
As Pop Flash out, Cruz turning from
Nice shots from Cruz. Come on, give us a map free. Make it miserable for all of us.
Not over yet.
Give me nihilistic Valorant, please.
Now Lightning Fast dead. It is all on Benkai, and he has been revealed as Neural Theft pinging back and forth.
10 seconds left.
Just Fury now out into the open, and there you go. He does get taken down.
They're up to 12 4v5s? No, they're up to 12 5v4s.
Overtime comes through. I thought, you know, Fast still alive.
The Talon have lost.
It was possible, but
Because the stats on running back aren't quite, like, lining up with it. That's close enough.
Indeed.
Yeah. So 12-12.
But yeah, if GE ended up winning that round, Governor got the first kill, but because he got traded instantly, I wouldn't add that on.
I have no idea, quite frankly.
The fans, they will win regardless.
It's really bad that I want this to go to a third map.
This isn't an overtime where it's just like 2
I'd just be wasting my day. I'd watch this map and then I'd effectively be going to meet Beth after work.
Great, you know, just shots on display. Ban with those Guardians.
But this is all I've... What I did today is I woke up, tired and miserable. By the way, it was the fire alarm went off all of last night, which woke us up. But because we're in like the fireproof like doors, that we don't have to actually evacuate, it's technically safer for us to stay in our rooms. So the alarm woke us up. We're like, do we go out? And it's like, no, it should be fine. Go back to sleep. Wake up. The fire brigade are outside my fucking flat door being like, can we just come in and look at... I'm literally just in my pants. I'm there just in my pants. Like, yeah, come in.
4v3 with Polby down to 60.
Just looking like fucking Peter Kay's character from Doctor Who, letting him walk around my flat. My tortoise is asleep in the fucking corner of the room, there on the balcony, saying, all right, this is how the flat works. Sorry for bothering you. Yeah, no fucking worries. I'm up in like 2 hours. Wake up, go for a walk in the piss-pouring rain. Come back. Bright sunshine at the moment, no? And I come back and I watch this.
Just really crisp stuff on the A side. I thought Benkai had a
You have a tortoise? I do.
position. He was holding it down with some of his teammates, but then eventually, once they tried to attack the spike, Talon's defense was too strong.
Beth's like, why didn't you put a robe on? You're just walking out in your fucking undies. Fireman Sam and the rest of the squad is here. I'm like, I just don't give a fuck. I'm like, I'm too asleep to just care.
Point for themselves. Ban going for Glass Cannon up as well.
First game was better. I guess I wanted to see more out of DFM.
Governor, uh-oh.
Does get noted there. Flash sent in.
Nice shot from Russ.
Trade it back, but only finds a smattering of damage. Advantage found here for Global.
Yeah, good read there from Russ.
Mondays be like, yeah, pretty much. I mean, Beth's having, like, she's not having a bad day, but she's just tired.
Hide behind the wall, pretend he's
Naturally, because we got woken up twice in the middle
he's
of the
going to go
night.
for the aggressive peek, but he's about to peek into multiple members. Polvy ready for him. And a quick shot is going to give this 5-3.
And there's like the alarm going off in the building, and then there's the fire alarm going off in like the restaurant near us. Restaurant fire alarm was going off all last night. Oh my god, Jit boys.
Jit boys brings
1 versus 1.
One is Benkai hounds down Ban, and he might have just bought them a map win.
That's insane. And now Benkai.
There for a second.
Unbelievable.
Who got the first kill? GE did. Yeah, let's go. Map free.
I faced one before, I should say. Unreal clutch from him.
Let's get ready to rip our dicks off.
And we are not done yet. One more map yet to be played, as we will get ready to go to Lotus.
I don't even know what to say. Talon, they were ahead for most of it, and then they finally were able to...
No wonder we get map free. It just sums up the whole fucking day.
Back to the analyst desk to break it down.
What the heck? Wow. About Breeze. That was a constant back and forth, especially those final 6-7 rounds. Was it going to be Talon? Was it gonna
The entertainment that we truly need, I need to be seeing what the fucking Reddit discussion is on this.
Back and forth, but of course, you know, Talon wins this and brings us to a map 3.
Jit boys carrying the whole team. Lightning Fast has 46 kills over 2 maps. That's crazy. 2 versus fucking 5. Talon, what the fuck are you doing, man? 2v5, 2v5. Ass off. G desperately need a consistent entry fragger. Probably is not the guy. I think he was just really uncomfortable hopping.
Listen, sometimes that's the adjustment you need. If you feel like your endurance is running out, right? Your focus.
Yeah, Russ has been great, I think.
Sure that you just zone in and say, well, at the end of the day, it's a gun game. But man, those heroics on both sides. Chip Boys at the end. I mean, putting up the pit and
yeah, that's it.
All the way around the
What does this mean for Bleed? I don't even want to think about that.
It feels like, at least at the very, most crucial round, at the very
Lightning Fast is too fast. Tell him please wake up. It's looking like a disaster class.
With Jit Boys, Ban was doing so well on his Yoru here, and it just kind of compounded here for Talon.
And then the rest is like DFM. Actually, tame. But I think that's probably because everybody's turned off the stream and not watching anymore.
Once both of these teams were trying to push for that overtime.
Yeah, absolutely.
GE coach, he could not cook with monitor and texture. I mean, they did. The head coach for GE is Gen G now. I think that's second place at Madrid. But their assistant coach of Spin is now head coach. Yeah, Bleed are like in a bad spot.
Push and pull, get a couple multi-kills. Chip Boys dropping 29 as a Viper. Top score here in this server. What an insane performance from this guy.
Both Vipers actually on this map.
And I also just want to give a shout out, right?
No, man. I'm gonna run ads. Sorry, real quick.
That are really putting up numbers.
I'm not just ranting about these teams anymore. Oh, giving myself a headache watching this.
Representative here for global esports. So the home fans, they have to be happy about this. But
yeah, this toilet bowl is at least a lot of fun to be watching.
I'm just taking a deep breath. Like map 3 at this point is gonna. Is hard. It's a hard one. And you know what? Global esports coming into this, obviously you could tell by our predictions that we thought it wouldn't be this close.
No, not at all.
Man, what a game.
We're map 3 right now, but we went
what a day.
Overtime here.
Monday morning Valorant from fucking Saturday morning cartoons. I'm not going to go anywhere. I'm just going to go grab a Dr. Pepper because Lord knows I need it.
The string of rounds here on Breeze was just how dicey that mid control really was from both of these teams. I mentioned Ban was super aggressive in that mid control because of how many great crashes he's done, but when he's not able to do that, you'd see Polvi aggressively pushing through there as well with the help of Blaze King and everything, and it kind of just went back and forth when you'd see the Jets aggressively pushing through mid with operators just trying to get that quick round advantage very, very quickly, and that's when you kind of see so many of these first kills go either way and so high for both of these teams once we reach, again,
I mean, to be fair, this map wasn't as bad. Like, the 2 versus 5 is pretty disastrous for Talon, but I mean, it's like Chip Boys did it earlier as well, where he's got the Viper's Pit and then he peeks out of it.
But Russ has just come in so prepared.
Why?
He's fragging, he's calling.
Is there any need?
He's getting reads on Governor's pushes out, going for the trap plays with his own flash drive, sometimes just going
I don't know if there is.
He's got the trades. I mean, this guy is there to lead this team, and he's doing his darndest and brought it very close. But at the end of the day, there's Chip. I mean, when he does things like this in the final round, what can you do?
Yeah, what can you do besides go to map 3? And we were talking about timeouts earlier and how critical they can be. There was a very crucial timeout by Coach Frost. And boy, near the end of that did turn things around for Talon.
Yeah, if it wasn't for that, this actually would have been quite a quick 2-0, in my opinion. But that's when things really started to get heated. They started to tie things up back and forth.
Time for map 3. Yes, unfortunately.
2 maps. I think just given how that breeze
well, that light actually,
already feels like it's
I'm basically in the dark if it's not on.
Whoever can reset during this break and come back and say, okay, here's our basic plan. Now we just go round and round. We've got to read the opponents.
It is getting quite warm in here. I didn't mind it being like warm before because I was fucking soaking wet from being out in the rain.
Yeah, especially when we're going to Lotus as our third map. There's so many plays that can really go wrong if you're not careful at the execution on Lotus, and we've seen that multiple times. Again, we were talking about it on that map with DFM that they weren't really prepared to go for those mid controls because or those link controls just because of how 3-sided map Lotus is. That could be something that would be a concern for both of these teams moving forward into our last map here.
And I just want to say, I know it's been an exciting game and everything, and it's all great, but we did talk about pistol rounds right before this game started. I think it's just been very clear that
If they play down to them tomorrow, I'll be so upset. Like if Bleed win and both teams play well, I'll accept it. But if both teams play badly, no matter who wins, I'm going to be angry.
It's crazy.
Who in their right mind allows
I mean, I think I would be shocked to see Zeta lose to Bleed.
not checking to have and just hard reading. Oh, he's not gonna defuse me. I have time to re-peek this. He's not gonna go for the full defuse.
Listen. Denial is the first step, but soon you'll come around to acceptance, and you will accept
William
the rest.
And then GE wins the Thrifty.
He's like the only person I don't want to win anywhere. He's the absolute worst.
And they win the Thrifty force buy.
Yes, I don't
What
even.
is
But
that?
Talon still won the map, so it all comes around, right?
Oh, come on.
I'm gonna rank him up to diamond.
Oh yeah.
It hurts.
I'm gonna draw a mustache on your face.
It hurts
Okay.
like my entire.
Zeta seem to play up and down to whoever they're playing. And that's actually a really good way of putting it. I think you're
You
right.
know what? I get wingman. The audience. We are together. You're my homies.
You're a host of the people right here.
Yes.
You got your little bros.
Yes. Thank you.
Oh
Little
my
homies.
man.
Y'all my little homies. Thanks for sticking together.
I don't like this
look.
game anymore.
We're all like evened out.
It was
You know,
it was
for now.
fun till Will joined. Then I was like, I don't want to play this
Will
anymore.
Joy.
Yeah, keep me on this test. Let's go. All the way to Radiant. Let's go. Undefeated run.
I like this. I love this desk so much,
Will's
actually.
definitely on a good streak right now. I'm back to gold. All right, so it's fine.
Okay.
It's fine.
Yes,
All right. Okay.
yes.
Speaking of endurance, because I've been here every day on the desk.
I mean, they're just like,
I
what I like about
we're
Pacific is I
talking
feel like they really
about
build up their like
mental
talent on the desk.
stamina for both of these teams. You said earlier.
I mean, I think
DFM, one was doing like some
America's does too. I think EMEA doesn't, just flat out doesn't,
meditation,
which is odd because they do it in the LEC so well, but they're just not doing it in Valorant. Where like the desk just feels like in EMEA, it just feels very like
high stakes situation.
second thought. Like the stuff that they're coming up with is good, but like what I mean is you have like the little intro video for this stage with like Paper Thin being the like the bellboy in the elevator. Like LEC used to do loads of like the LEC is fucking awesome and all that kind of stuff. I don't know why they haven't done that with EMEA. Like you've got really good people involved there.
Carrying the forward.
But like there's no skits, there's no like what's the word? Cold opens. And I'm just like,
and obviously again,
why not? Like I think that's one of the things that like our region does well.
Standard one so far here on Lotus on both teams. So I mean the big questions are obviously every piece is very important, but the raises, yeah, we talked about it to no
It's so
end.
much better than they had before.
Eyes on the Vipers as
Yeah,
well.
because they've been silly, like having a bit of like a joke around like with the whole like scores and tracking stuff. But it's not as if they're not talking about the game.
It's gonna be a big
Like the analysis is also like now, like what they're talking about now. It's really good.
on Lotus just yet. They've both lost DRX and Zeta Division, so if they're looking for their first win ever in a series, Lotus could be it, and that's going to be a good one, a big one.
This is it. Both of these teams need this win today. They need that point.
I don't know why APAC and especially India get this much hate. Like, yeah, man, we're trying, you know?
Absolutely do.
I think most of the hate the Global Esports gets is from Global Esports fans. I don't think it's from anybody outside of it.
This was,
You know, people have been racist to Indians, and yeah, that's not good.
Loss, frankly, on
But
not being able to close things out. So
I mean, there's a lot of regions like that. Like a lot of the anti-China stuff I'm seeing is just like, you know, some people are just a little bit way too rude about it, ignorant. There's definitely those that you can feel that some of the stuff that they're saying is like, yeah, this feels like it's motivated not necessarily by the Valorant.
They got kind of smashed on the first map, right? And then they immediately came back.
I feel like there's too much meme stuff happening, not enough analysis in NA, EMEA.
Pretty difficult. Another right back in it. Now it's, you know, all tied up 1-1.
I think it's a delicate balance. Like, NA, I don't think you can say that for, because they do have, like, telestrates and stuff. Like, halftime telestrators. I think in EMEA, like, when you have, like, Steel and Kukuka on the desk, they're both really good at getting the analysis and stuff done right.
looking good for Talon to take the opening pistol. It's lightning fast, and Benkai have something to say about it, but
This roster's just hateable, honestly. I don't like the term, like, hateable. Like, it's not like they fucking, like, punched your mum, you know?
and oh, what a clear lightning fast. He got both of those. An unbelievable adjustment. He will be taken down there by Ban, and now it's all on Benkai with just 18 HP.
Not looking likely. Not a lot of time. And he is, in fact, going to...
Like, these guys get an offer for a tier 1 team, they're going to take it.
Bad does take down his 3rd kill in that one. After lining them up on the backside.
This roster is a downgrade. Maybe I should hate the org instead.
We'll pick up the first one. Very nice
Yeah, but like,
tree, as you mentioned.
both the team, like Texture wanted to go to a Korean team. He wanted to go play with Munchkin. And then Monya gets the offer to go play with Paper X. Like, as the org, you can't stop them.
As Governor with a judge. Full investment, 50 creds remaining. Judge
I think naturally, it doesn't bode well for like spinning big time. Because the 2 players that you've come up with, 2 of the 4th signings that you've had are from EMEA and from previous like experience with like, you know, Paul V used to be on Spin's team. And Russ, I'm pretty sure, was on various. Like, at least, like, I don't know if he was ever on the same team as Spin or Big Time, but would have known him.
Get ready for the spike to detonate.
Yeah. They're already stacked up. Very good at...
So I do think it's tricky for both Spin and Big Time to be like, okay, let's put together an APAC team, because they don't have any experience with the players.
Talent's just going to hold on to this, just to see if they go for any kind of crazy play, but it's not...
In comparison to somebody like Ewok for RRQ that has been, like,
pretty good start.
Pretty much involved in Pacific from the early days. Like, he knows how good that some players like Jemkin are.
Here comes the Iron Chat. Oh, I think I just play.
And I think, also, I know Spin said in an interview with Tom way back when that, like, G were, like, trying to close in on getting Jemkin. But they didn't get him because he went to RRQ. Like, sometimes just stuff like that happens.
Iron Chat as well, just ironically. Because they just want to be part of it. You know? They just want to be part of something. It's okay. You could be that guy.
I think a lot of teams go, well, you know, these were all of the first options for global esports, which sounds a bit mean to the players.
Half armors across the board.
But a team roster never comes out the way that you'd expect it would do.
Talent can pick up a bonus. They started off on the 2nd map by picking up 5 rounds out of the first 6. So hoping to replicate that.
But they're doing nothing for Indian talent. Yeah, I mean, I went on a rant about this earlier. Them being in Pacific is done more for Indian esports than any fucking thing else. Outside of, like, mobile gaming esports.
We found still making a decent bit of noise over there, though, as Poison Orb will get lobbed in over towards stairs.
Yeah, just throwing a bunch of stuff into the stairs, but he is alone, as the majority of the team of talent...
Like, just be grateful that you at least fucking have a team like this in the tier 1 scene. That is, like, maybe not, like, going for playoffs or international events.
Actually, pretty easily, as the door does get opened, and Jim Boys also...
But you can't say that they're not trying.
Well, just the one.
Probably is good, but they had better options. They could have got somebody better. Okay, like who? Try not to use like hindsight too much.
But it's only going to be the 1 kill.
But like Paul V was a free agent. The coaches had some experience with him, so they knew what they were like. Also, teams do trials. It's not like they just go, we're taking you, no audition, kind of thing.
Nice little setup on the alarm bot.
But this is the team after trialing and experimenting with various rosters that they came out with.
Not much else to say. Pretty nice round to get back in this one.
Leave the dream seer to
It was pretty well read, that push that was coming in. The second ban went down. He was just able to clear out the rest of Rebel and say, okay, well, nobody else is here. As now, pretty quickly, here comes Governor.
It just annoys me a bit because it's like if G win this series, which is very doable because they've looked pretty good.
Oh, just way too whiffy on that spray. Far too chaotic.
How much are people going to be like, you know, I was wrong, you know, I was giving G too much flack here, and they actually impressed today. Fucking nobody, because nobody's like happy to admit that they're wrong. Even if G lose here, I think it's like easy to meme on them and be like, oh, you know, they destroyed on their map, sorry, Talon's map on Icebox and they were crap everywhere else. It's like, no, they battered on their opponent's map pick and lost in overtime against Talon. And then this map could be super close.
But the two of them are not going to commit to this.
Like, I don't want to be some sort of white picket fence sitting person, but sometimes teams can lose and you can still go, they did fine. You know?
3-1. We do have the save coming in.
That's, you know, on Braze, this is where they started that.
Yeah, GE joining Pacific was never going to be like Zeta for Japan having a full Japanese roster. Yeah, no, not at all. Because at least for like Zeta and stuff, the Japanese scene for Valorant was like involved very early, and it grew to a decent size. And you had teams like Zeta going for a top 4 run at Reykjavik, right?
Staying alive through that opening chaos.
If you see GE qualifying for an international event off their own back and making top 4,
The goods and really shut down this round, but
lots more people are going to be watching like India as a region, I think. Even if you don't have any Indians actually on this roster. I guess it's different in that sense. But, you know, like, ask Tom how long he's been supporting players like Lars in CSGO.
That's a lot to be happy about on that entry. Getting the job done. On top so far with 4 kills alongside a ban.
That's the main thing. Shadowdian. Is it Shadow Dyer? It's so early days yet.
Completely stranded, ends up getting taken out. Big damage across onto Cruz, swing onto the corner.
Like, with the sheer amount of people that live in India, and with technology becoming cheaper and cheaper to run games like Valorant, you know, Valorant Mobile might come out, and it might just be only Indian teams, right? Because that's the ecosystem that suits them the most. Maybe Global Esports is going to be world champions in Valorant Mobile. Maybe that's a generalization, but you get what I mean, because it's like an ecosystem where like esports is thriving in that country because of the market.
That's right.
People have more, like in India, people have more mobile phones than they do fucking washing machines in their house.
And Polvi just gets in really quick. Second the wall goes down, he picks up that first kill. Very nice paranoia as well. And they're just able to control this very...
But that was a stat that I heard like probably about a year ago that I was just like, that's insane.
Talon was pretty aggressive to try to push in after the Polvi kill. I think that kind of came back to bite them at the end of the day. So Global Esports now back on the board.
He said about
themselves.
culture stuff, going pro in esports is just not well accepted. No, I bet not. But generationally, that will change. The people that are my age, when they become parents,
A bit of a misread, expecting to see them
are they going to be pushing their kids to be like doctors and stuff?
side of the map in this round. Instead, they'll start scouting out and not be met with
Pacific and China will thrive in Valorant Mobile. Yeah, I mean,
Granted, they're not going to go just blindly rushing forward into the
I think that'll be sick.
where they do
Maybe I could just go in to do watch parties with Valorant Mobile instead.
full resistance here, as it's only Benkai.
Yeah.
Anyway, I've not really been watching. Have we had any first kill losses for Talon?
Just kind of bravely and carefully moving forward.
Yeah, it is just a culture ecosystem thing.
Also available for Governor as he picked up that orb.
I think what GE is doing right now with like supporting Indian esports,
Little bit of damage on the Rust, but he
like with tier 2 with their academies, you know, I imagine events like Convergence don't happen without some of the support from Global Esports, to be honest.
spraying into this pit, trying to find anything that they possibly can, but for now the Nightfall will be holding them back.
Yeah, just gonna wait on this one.
So that's just generally my argument. Like,
Here is Talon.
cheer for your team. Be grateful for the stuff that you have at the moment, because it's a damn sight more than a lot of other countries have. And just shut the fuck up as well.
Of this pit. Blaze King and Lightning Pass getting a kill themselves. They're gonna try to hold this one.
Good boy step, and there's Snakebite locked in on top of that spike.
Right, nice retake.
Will be hounded down to hold the half. His life given for the cause.
Valorant Mobile is the goofiest idea. It has the potential to be the biggest mobile, like, esport out there, I think.
3-3 now, tied up here on Lotus.
I don't know how it's going to work logistically. Like, it could feel really clunky to do.
Just see how they do eventually go for this.
But, like, I think it says a lot when you look at some of the teams that are in franchising for China. Most of them you might have never heard of. But when you have, like, Nova and TechNet and Wolves, it really shows you where Riot are looking.
I just feel like
Trace as well. Hey,
It's
Lion.
back and forth at this point in time. Going into map 3.
Please don't be an esport. I mean, it will be, and I think it'll be a good esport too.
The back goes Governor, but it's taken down. Blaze.
I don't think Wild Rift has maybe gone the direction that Riot had hoped. I'm talking out my ass though. I don't know much about Wild Rift, but it started off being sort of more of a worldwide esport, and now it's kind of isolated itself into just Pacific only.
Just needs to find value.
It's one of the main arguments, I think, against like Leo Faria, right? Because of how it went for Wild Rift and stuff, but I don't know. I don't know anything about the esport, really.
Recovered weapon, but only 15 HP. Russ sends the Prowler into the wall, but overall it does not matter. The Fuse comes in. Global get themselves now out to a 1-round lead.
I was going to say, if only he had a better gun in that situation, he kind of caught them off guard and sprayed.
Wild Rift basically ratioed by Mobile Legends, yeah. And I mean, is there anything like Valorant as attack shooter in mobile gaming?
Slowly but surely, they were able to close this one out. As that's actually
You could basically just own the market, because it's not like we have CS Mobile.
Because, you know, 3 rounds in a row, not feeling as good now.
Does Crossfire have one?
Taking their claim over this map themselves.
By their own copy, yeah. But it's just because one team did it first. Valorant on mobile sounds very painful. I mean, I imagine that they're hiring all of the best people to make it not be painful. Because I remember, even like, before I think Valorant was available on Switch, I was really skeptical about the game on Switch being good on Overwatch. And I have the humbling experience of telling Jeff Kaplan that, and he said, hold on, went upstairs, got his Switch, and let me play like a game of Overwatch. Like before anybody else had like really got a chance to play it properly. And it was like typical Blizzard stuff. It was all the little things, like how good it sort of felt to move in your hand, like it felt so much better than you might expect. And like that's the expectation I have for Valorant. Like, even if it takes years to develop,
they make it sound so epic.
For Valorant, that's the main thing. If they can just put it in people's hands, and Ben Kai.
He had
not the hot pack.
It's a burst hot pack.
Oh, he's gripped it too much.
I have never. I don't think.
It's really not good when you have a bunch of sheets of paper with information on it.
I imagine a lot of people feel the same as you, of like, it feels like Valorant Mobile would feel awful. Hope he didn't hurt himself? I don't think so.
Getting the camera like right in there. I hope we get a Ben Kai reaction.
Straight into the action. Yeah, can we get an instant replay of the moment that
Is a legit Valorant Mobile clone?
Definitely a good
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest. I don't think I would sleep at night if I had something that looked like that, and you've got companies like Tencent out there.
That's a nice little smile as
player issue.
Just play a Ben Kai issue.
Because this was, you know, both of our era of the LCK, and now it is stuck as an official term across multiple esports. The good old toilet issue.
Yeah, toilet issue, chair issue was the other good one. Oh man!
Shout out to Cuban.
The good old days. And
But that's how you get it to be a good game. When you have people that are skeptical on it, you put it in their hands, and you go, "Oh, this actually doesn't feel like bad."
Yeah, I'm glad it wasn't like a
bad attitude.
So I'm gonna go for Radiant on fucking Valorant Mobile.
It's more of just
we just spilled chemicals on it.
Wake up and get that bread. Literally, just wake up and just phone out.
During your Valorant, gotta be careful.
Right back into it. Already ban.
Chemical spill.
Way up.
Yeah, I imagine those things are really dangerous if they actually do pop.
They're pretty well aware and suspicious that somebody's going to be lurked into that position. Swing coming through and instantly kills being found. Showstopper, not even needed, but hey, why not? Send him off with some flair.
Ben Kai's got Alex's attitude. Yeah, he's slammed the desk, but he's just slammed the hot pack.
Anything at all, but Spike is stranded. Oh.
I mean, I also think it's like, as an overall future thing, it wouldn't surprise me if a lot of esports starts to lean over towards mobile gaming over PC stuff.
He's having a good time there in Tree. A lot better of a time than his desk was. Surf here. Looking at his stats, actually sitting on 0-5-0. He had a fantastic breeze, but unfortunately having a pretty slow start in this one, so hopefully he can get back on the horse and help out the team. For now, though, don't think he's going to be moving. So no horses.
Operation Apocalypse?
Anything. maybe a kill. I mean, if he lurks for long enough.
Okay, Lightning Fest
10
thing
seconds
tucked
left.
back. So, not going to be spotted
Yeah,
here by
Brawl
Sir.
Stars is pretty good too. I still find it funny of like, I think it was either last year or the year before. The grand final of Brawl Stars was Zeta Division Alpha and like Zeta Division Bravo. Like the whole tournament was just 2 Zeta Division teams. Which feels a little bit like competitive integrity, but, you know, I guess if you got Zeta investing that much into the esports scene.
Well, I got all the kills. I didn't need you.
I mean,
the blind came out immediately.
You know, it's cathartic, honestly, to see these players with smiles on their faces.
I actually kind of like the idea of, maybe that's a thing in the future. Instead of an org having 1 team, they have 2. Like race car drivers at Formula 1.
Driving on stage has been feeling pretty good, but that also probably feels good for Governor. Quick hop around the corner for the op shot.
I tell you what that could work in, 2x KO.
5v4.
Because that's a 2v2 fighting game, and then you have 2 teams of 2 players. You can like move people around and stuff like that.
Very dangerous for him. He waits for the Viper wall to come back up.
Yeah, this is not an easy spot.
Not the Org's fault if they can have 2 teams better than everybody else. Yeah, I mean, if they only have 1 team, it's gonna just kill the scene. 2x KO is such a bad name. I mean,
they're trying to get as much information as possible. They haven't really seen much of anything.
yeah, it's odd. I think it'll. Hopefully, I said Valorant was a bad name initially.
Push in and okay.
All right, first kills, 3 versus 5. Wow, G are just not moving. Tekken is already doing that. Really? Have I called the future of esports?
On B, or on A rather. So will be a pivot into B.
We had a big issue about that in the UK Uni Apex Legends tournament this year. What, as in like one university just took one, like, it was so good they had 2 teams.
Now 2v4.
Also, Valorant when it's like, it's actually all caps Valorant. It's not lowercase Valorant.
And keeps it close here. That was, though, 4 rounds in a row to the side.
You write Valorant lowercase in front of Anna Donlan, she'll just
took a big chunk out of talent.
knock you straight out to the floor.
It starts off with a quick blast pack into snipe, and then just a slow push onto A. Gets another kill, gets him enough of a lead to win.
I think maybe a little bit too far forward on the alarm bot there, or too far back, I should say, for Ben.
Yeah, it's a shame that the MMO is not really going to be a thing for a while.
He's not going to be distracted or have his attention drawn down to that alarm bot at that point.
Olvi trying to scale up with the op. 5 kills, 5 deaths.
Quite deep here.
That's brave for Blaze King.
Getting the punish this time around.
I mean,
just kind of walks out.
I don't know why that worked.
Wall set up, and he walks outside of it, just looks for a pick.
Just goes and finds a lurk himself. The MMO is dead, mark my words. Yeah.
He's going to have to back away.
A spray coming his way from multiple players there. Let's get out unscathed.
Depends what kind of game it is. I would have loved, like, League of Legends to make... well, I would have loved Riot to have made, like, a Destiny-esque game.
Lots to work with at the moment here for the side of Talon. As Governor... just on the opposite side here of the door. Starting to get broken down. Bot at the ready, but
MMO isn't profitable.
play this one out a little
Destiny but Valorant style. I don't know. I don't like the idea of like doing it in the Valorant universe, I guess.
push past, but Cruz does look back. Now Serve able to find Benkai at upper B.
Losing Ghostcrawler probably killed the entire project. I feel like he said that he left because of the direction change that it had.
And we'll be able to tie this up, make it a 5-5 scoreline once again. Not letting Global get ahead.
Yeah, pretty clean entry there.
Unless they make it like Lost Ark. I haven't played Lost Ark, so I don't know much about it.
I wouldn't call it greed, as you mentioned, just trigger discipline, just trying to make sure that he could catch multiple people, knew they would be rotating in. And
I think with all of the other different types of games that are coming out and could be made, yeah, like making, if you're going to do an MMO, you need to do it properly. You can't half-ass it.
Just going to run away from this. Look on the backside of C, just in case Polvi was back here, which he is not.
Oh man, fucking GE are getting the first kills now and losing.
For the side of Talon, they have some players that are really close to having these
Basically, good call cheats because our teams were better. Yeah, but like UK uni students, they'd fucking cry about anything. I say that as a previous UK uni student.
But does get punished for it.
There.
But speaking of ultimates, plenty available here for Global. Nightfall and Pit, both up to try to dissuade or, you know.
Toxic. I mean, even now, I'd complain about anything.
You gotta be careful.
If I worked an event with Tom and we go to like the dinner hall and Tom gets like one more chicken nugget than me, I'm putting in a formal complaint, you know? That's the kind of person I am.
Trying to see what he can see and puts up a pit. So trying to just prevent them from going into C at this point in time.
Oh, but man. Finding Colby does take.
I'd be like, it's discrimination, and they'd be like, he literally looks the same as you, but you have glasses.
Flushed out, sees nade coming through, Pit now dropped.
And I'd be like, what are you trying to say? And they're like, oh, I don't know.
For the moment, it's widely clear. Alarm bot set up right in front, lightning fast. Triggers that one, but as he tries to swing the corner, Jit Boys does take him down. Talon now. Like they should be able to regain a lead for themselves with Russ coming around.
Someone even said that you two were brothers.
Find one. We continue to
yeah.
this. Boombot does not scout.
Probably.
Lockdown now available, and he's going to send it.
He absolutely will. There is a corner to try to get away from the.
Still funny with a clip of
a little bit of space to work with, but now right now they're operating without audio. But
somebody asking Sideshow if he was going to watch the games tomorrow, but they shot him tomorrow to Tom, and he was like, "Why are you calling me Tom? I'm not Tom Biz. I'm a different fucking person." So, oh, it's tomorrow.
Yeah, at least you know getting close to that half. But
egg-friendly fire, yeah.
You know, Ban winning the 1v1 in the sniper war, and then eventually, we're gonna take another look at this here.
It's 20-2. I want to watch the EDG game today, and then we'll call it there.
Take out the Viper spit, and that just gives easy access into the C site.
So we won't be done after this game.
Three-way crossfire coming through.
Annoyingly.
So pretty easy after those first couple of.
But this has been a good stream. I always sort of like, I like talking to you guys and I like talking about random shit, but I also don't like not really paying attention to the game.
And then goes back.
But honestly, I think I think the synapses in my brain are saying to my body, no more please. Don't give us more to watch.
Fast. Gotta maintain some bit of control. Pivot out his place.
A team of esports jersey, so I'm going to get one of them because the design's really cool. That's cool.
Yeah. But look at this. An attempt at a fake now is the lockdown going to be committed. They will leave.
This is why my first reaction is to never get upset because there's always a chance I'm misunderstood or I'm missing some context.
So I think they might now be getting an idea about this, and yep, they're going to start rotating towards.
Yeah, and it's also like one thing I guess I've learned is like even if it does upset you,
not ready for it. First one, a little bit
what does that mean? Like, I never used to understand people that just didn't care about what others thought about them. But just the older you get, the more you're just like, I literally don't have the energy. I need to, like, he gets free just from that position. Everything the GE doing is just going rough. But, like, you just get to a point where you go, me caring about this does nothing for me.
So that was a timeout that really worked.
Because you always find people, I think, that are so, like, they love to tell you, like, say this, you have a friend, there's somebody that your friend doesn't like, and everything that that person that they don't like does, they have to repeat back to you. Oh, you know, fucking Ryan was drinking Dr. Pepper the other day, what a cunt. They just couldn't, like, they just have to, like, and, like, why do you care? Like, why are you holding on to that, right?
Getting some,
so I think it's just, it's something that, like, Beth's always like to me, like, how can you just, like, not care about certain stuff? Yeah, fuck Dr. Pepper drinkers. Exactly.
A nice little flag with Cruz's face on it, but crunch time here for both coaching staffs.
Because it's funny, because I'll always talk to Tom about stuff like that, and Tom would always be like, I don't care. I'd be like, oh, I saw somebody complaining about, like, they thought the casters were biased. He's like, yeah, I don't give a shit.
Another pistol. It's 3-2 in that regard at the moment with Talon out in front.
Because we've all got more important stuff to do. Giga's making sure that we just hydrate. Never had a Dr. Pepper, can't relate. It's effectively battery acid, the drink. That's to say that like battery acid isn't a drink.
Saw a lot of work done by Governor on the attacking side for Talon. A lot of
I want that superpower not caring. It comes with age. It gets very easy as you get older.
Of overall performance. So definitely looking towards Polvi to try to pull up some of those numbers here from the attacking side. Really open up space, especially around Rubble, which it does look like.
Yeah,
fight for here.
I don't know how much of a good move I suppose it is to like have
challenge them.
like Russ and Polvi. Ooh. Because like Polvi was good. And like Russ definitely like underrated. Russ gets a bad rep, which I don't agree with. Like a lot of people like to talk about Russ's performance at Copenhagen with Guild and just look at his stats. But as somebody that like watched and did the desk and casted Russ playing on Guild in 2022 in the first 2 stages, I can't stress how good that Guild team looked and how good Russ looked.
They'll break on Baby Door. They know that they're still going to be contained. Oh, never mind. It is broken. They'll know that now they widely have 2 options. Pivot into B. Go for A. It's going to be Former is bad. Comes up with 3 rapid fire kills. Unbelievable. Drops down. Looks for the 4th. He gets it. They come rushing in. Ban says
Everything the GE is doing is going wrong.
4-2 in pistol rounds.
It's swapped over.
They want to take this one home.
Yeah, Ban is like, all right, start up the van. We're going home, boys. No more overtime. We'll take another pistol. I will.
Like if somebody says stuff about like, yeah, like Overwatch, like pride flags, blah, 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 blah. See, I'm like of a different, I don't like, you know, if somebody comes in and says, to quote, this isn't me saying it, but they come in and say like, Clover's a woman. Clover, like non-binary doesn't exist. Like I time them out.
That is what they were doing now.
For sure, but I'd also be like, I want to get, I think the worst thing to try and do to convince people to change their perspective on something is to just be like, you're an asshole, you're a bigot, you don't like, you can't be redeemed from that, I suppose. But the problem is that that's why you get stuff like the current political system and stuff like Brexit. If you can't sit and say to somebody that's thinking about voting Brexit and explain to them why you don't think it's a good idea and like talk to them as equals about it, if you just go, you're a racist because you want to vote Brexit, is that going to convince them not to? Probably not. Then you get political things like in the US and in the UK where there's no spectrum of discussion. It's just red versus blue. And you get people like trans people, for example, used as a targeting point. If you agree with trans people, you're like on the left. If you don't, you're on the right. That's it. It's super binary. And it couldn't be any like further from the truth.
And now here we are. And they're only 4 rounds away.
Ban again. Off to an absolute raging start. Only 2 kills in reply.
And I think with a lot of stuff we could all do with being educated a little bit more from like the right people.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Talon are definitely challenging them, but it also does feel like global esports are kind of, they feel
people can't be redeemed. Yeah, but I guess I want to use my platform more to like educate and to.
Unfortunate, it was a bit more competitive before, but now this bonus is,
I guess,
going to go pretty heavily in the hands of Talon.
Like teach people and like help them understand the perspective.
Maybe I just sit on this
because just telling somebody that they're an asshole for thinking a certain way isn't going to help. But sometimes you can't. People will come in and say that kind of stuff, and they cannot have their minds change.
Of course he's good for it. Another multi-kill. And it's round 15 will go to Talon. Now doubling the score of global. 10-5, double digits has been obtained.
Surely they're a better EMEA tier 2 duelist, more consistent than Polvi, right? I don't like the argument for that because it's like Polvi, Polvi was a free agent. You didn't have to buy him out from anywhere.
That was a good time to cut off.
Polvi would have trialed for their position, so it's not like he just got the job straight away.
Maybe we
At least I don't think so. Maybe Hazard would know more than me, but I doubt it, right?
They're wonderful.
But also, we know, because Spin confirmed it, the main target for Global Esports in the off-season was Jemkin as a duelist. They didn't get him. I don't imagine Paul V was, like,
the way that last round did go.
maybe even first, second, or third option.
To be set now here from the coaching camp of
But, like, he was an available player. They trialed him. Maybe he looks pretty good. I think one of the things that I like about Paul V will just peak and ego peak people with the op. He'd lose fights. But like I was saying earlier, like, he doesn't have memory. He's a goldfish. And so he'll lose those fights, but you'll see some other duelists get a little bit scared, and, you know, best of threes like this, you're down and out. Like, so many, like, duelists in Global Esports position will, like, shy away, being, like, unable to, like, have an individual performance. Well, Paul V's just like, no, we're just saying, we keep going. Every round, he, like, puts himself forward. I think he's felt uncomfortable here, but I think a team like TLN Esports know how to make you uncomfortable with, like, the tempo that they play at.
Nowhere near this level of dominance that we're seeing is jump onto the corner, pan. There it is again.
Down B.
Takes out Russ. Nade into the corner, quick TP out.
Also, somebody who's non-binary really appreciate people being lenient, or people in chats that are making genuine mistakes. Yeah, I think it is fairly easy to see who's making a mistake, because also, I make that mistake all of the time. And, like, I ask, like, my chat, if I say her ultimate instead of their ultimate, let me know, and I can recorrect myself. Because if you want people to be more respectful and open to they them pronouns, I don't think the thing that you do is, if somebody makes a mistake, that you call them out for being, like, would it, actually, that's good, would it count as being homophobic? I mean, I guess it'd be, like, bigoted to an extent. But I don't know if, like, misgendering non-binary pronouns, I guess because it is, like, LGBT, right? Or is it? I think it is. I don't know how you define it.
Stack they have in the stairs, just waiting for them.
30 seconds left.
But, yeah, could just come down to a little moment on the B site. Might even see GE be able to get this plant.
But I don't think you're going to convince people to see reason by...
Squeeze them in a B.
Because I spoke about the story before, like, when Brexit happened, one of my friends, like, it happened, we went to the pub, and we found out that, like, the people that own the pub, like, voted Brexit. And one of my friends that was really drunk was, you know, calling them racist and just, like, stupid for making such a decision like that. And then, but I was, like, curious on, like, why? Like, why did, like, and it was because they were, the landlord's partner was a steelmonger, like, made, like, steel fencing and stuff. And it was cheaper and easier to get the things that they needed before they were part of the European Union. And they remember when the UK wasn't part of the EU. They were working at that time because they were quite older. And so they felt that their chances of, like, leaving the European Union would make it easy for them to, like, work and earn a living. Less, like, red tape to go through. Obviously, much like a lot of people guessed with stuff like Brexit, a lot of the pipe dream aspects of it, of, like, it's going to be as good as it was before and we'll be able to put all of this money into the NHS, which, you know, didn't happen. But, like, it's not... It wasn't because they were, like, anti-immigration or anything like that. It was just that they felt that for what they did, Brexit would be a benefit for them. And we lived in the north of England at that point, where stuff like Westminster doesn't really have an impact on what North Yorkshire is doing.
It does find it. Governor going to be taken down. Now needs to get himself out of harm's way, sends in the poison orb.
But just, like, pointing the finger and shouting at people like that isn't going to help them see your side of the argument.
And creeping forward, but still watching over.
There's a really good video that Jonathan Pye does when Trump got in, when he got elected. Saying, like, people don't know how to debate anymore, and it's, like,
absolutely overwhelmed.
Pretty sound reasoning.
On to Polvi, but otherwise, Global still 5 members strong. It's just Ban and Jit Boys alive.
You get shot, you die kind of around, yeah.
Given their performances today, I'd say
we're Northern England.
You might as well try to play for it. Oh, Blaze King lucky to get away with his life there.
Is there hope for politics in the UK?
Blaze King was the one left over.
Yeah, I think so. I think the, like, Gen Z are very tolerant. Like, one of my friends works like in a school in IT, like, sort of like for
necessarily easy. He's got some help
like
here at
teenage years.
from Benkai.
And he was saying, you know, like, because I was curious, especially from being in North of England, that like
He's willing to give his
has a
life to
habit
some of these guns
and a
out.
reputation for being a bit intolerant on various things. I was curious what it'd be like when you have kids come out
Not getting themselves up the match
as being
point
like
yet.
trans
Global,
and
they
going
managed
through
to hang on
transitioning.
themselves a 6th
Whether
round win, but it was a
that
damn
was
long
looked
line.
down upon at the school and stuff. It's like, no, everybody's super supportive.
8 rounds consecutively were racked up here for Talon.
So it fills me with hope that for when it comes to talking about like non-binary people, like pronouns and stuff, whilst it's a bit of a uphill climb, I think online, especially with Clove and Venture being added into Valorant and Overwatch, that the generation below us, no issues with it at all. They've just picked it up super quickly.
Help his team out in terms of the mental game. But here is Governor now over in Rubble, trying to take control of this, and it looks like GE are going to play this round a little bit more slowly, a bit of a spread. Just trying to clear out some of these outer areas of the map.
There.
Okay.
All right, nice.
Fishing through the poison.
What else have you got though on this defense? You got Governor with a showstopper. You've still got the Viper over towards C, so it's not going to be an open site necessarily.
By Benkai, 2 away from having the
Yeah, to
lockdown
get the kill,
online,
get an orb.
Global still
Resetting
up.
towards A is good.
Waiting to see
Like G have like all of the opportunities
more
here.
aggressive pushouts coming through.
It's transphobic. Thank you for answering that.
Mixing up the tempo here a little bit. They went for a lot of fast plays.
I kind of forgot the term
Run
transphobic for
on
a second.
in and not really going to do that here. Trying to group up out towards B and look to move in as a 5-man unit.
Hunter hears this. Main shells come through. Whole beat. Bouncing across.
Because I guess it's more to do with like how you identify as opposed to your like sexual
He's
preference.
gonna be decayed down. Crew's able to find one.
I was saying it at the start of the stream. I'd like love to like saw a couple of books. I went to Bath with Beth last week. There's a big bookshop there, and there was some like
not planted in the hands here. Blaze King.
but there's a whole section of like LGBT like books on being trans, non-binary, stuff like that. It's like I think actually kind of interesting books to read. Oh, that's 12. That's also GE getting the first kill and losing. So it's like they've hit the other side of it now. Both sides are struggling from the same thing.
Oh man, that's so rough. Gee, they were so close to starting something. You know, they had a man advantage, but just sending a bunch of utility through the smoke, the showstopper especially, and eventually, you know, you're trying to plan on B. If you ever get behind on manpower, it's going to be pretty rough. They actually do have another timeout. That's my bad. I thought they had run out of theirs, but either
Oh,
way,
I saw Hazasim bring back Paddy Pan.
it's pretty
I
rough.
think Paddy Pan just didn't want to play with these
And that
guys.
one, I think, was your best chance because you had the initial pink off. You got
I've sort of heard historically that there are a lot of like APAC teams that just like to scrim. It's not that they're just being lazy, like earning the bag and not really practicing, but like they don't like to do server time or board review or stuff like that. They just want to be paid to play 5 maps of Valorant in a day and then call it there. And I think Paddy Pan just after, I mean, it makes sense for Paddy Pan because he was playing Overwatch initially, didn't go well, played Valorant, got to like an international event, got the opportunity to play Overwatch, so went back. Overwatch kind of fell flat, went back to playing Tier 1 Valorant.
I feel like
Man's not had a break.
are enjoying this the most. Always smiles, always.
Oh yeah.
Especially Ban with some trash talk as well.
I almost feel like it might be a bit mean, but I kind of get like Scream vibes from Paddy Pan a bit.
Couple orbs to
I've
pick
just
here on the map. Showstopper, lockdown, Nightfall, all just one away.
like sort of known for their mechanics, but maybe have too much of a hold on like team decision making. Oh no, they've lost everybody almost. Oh, Benkai, 1 versus 3. Oh, he's lost the spike too. He's got lockdown. Might provide him a bit of space. Okay, so Talon are pushing this. Oh, that's close. Oh, poor GE. I mean, as much as we were memeing on Talon on that first map, it's a good like comeback to reverse sweep. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, really nice
I said this before, like, GE haven't looked bad this series. I think they just got outpaced, out-aimed a bit.
Overtime on Breeze, and then
Lightning Fast was playing lights out Valorant individually. Russ was good. I think the only one that you could really be critical of was Polvy, but I think that's more Talon being able to deal with him more than anything else.
That does mean yet another loss on the cards, and not yet able to find that first win.
But overall,
Yeah, sorry, we were just talking about various things.
what we have been seeing. There was a lot
I grew up in a
more
conservative area and didn't have much education on
overall,
LGBTQ.
a hell of
Even
a
though I'm more
performance,
educated now,
from the team. So very
there's still a hell of a lot I
quickly,
don't know.
have that
Yeah, I mean,
2-0, but just
most people is
couldn't
working it out
quite
for
close
themselves.
it out. That overtime came through.
They're
Some
definitely
very
pointing
critical
at the
mistakes.
capsule signs
Oh,
of the
yeah.
audience.
But
Oh man.
yeah, some critical mistakes in that overtime to stop them from being able to get over the line there on Breeze. But still,
I do think Frost as a head coach is a good fit.
team overall.
Like, you've got a young team, so having somebody that's, I think he's very loud, just very vocal, a big personality in itself. But I think that, if that allows the other players to shine with their personalities, I think having somebody like that is big.
But at the end of it, they go through a grueling Breeze, and then they're able to regain their confidence, and they just start firing. I mean, the aim is crisper here.
Yeah, it's also just the simple stuff of people not being aware of how something like the difference between gender and sex.
Player stock, it just feels like Ban shot up so much.
But that's what I mean. It'd be cool to educate people on that and how that kind of feels. But I don't know. I'd love to sort of hear the perspective of somebody that's non-binary, how they came to realize that they were non-binary, what that really entails for them.
It just really it just kind of fell into place here for Ban, and he just was all over the place in a good way.
Do you guys believe in the girlfriend buff? Ban's girlfriend is here visiting. She's here in the audience.
I'm very curious on how that all sort of works.
Some players, maybe not so much. It seems to differ from person to person, but I'm glad it's working out for Ban, because I agree, right? He might not have had the flex, but he was kind of always ready to pick up some of those kills whenever
I'm gonna
was putting
just
pressure on
change
the other
the
side of map. And then
title
here,
for
he's the
this.
one that's carrying through. Maybe it's the Viper power as
Because
well.
I'm not going anywhere just yet, guys.
Putting up huge numbers on the
Because I want to watch Edward Gaming versus Tyloo from yesterday. Because I missed it when watching
did start off
when doing Polaris.
incredibly strong on that icebox, and to have this completely flip around the other way, it's
Just hit
very
up Willow.
curious how
Wait,
both of these coaches
who's Willow?
handle their map ban picks, and we can see why it's so important in determining what the outcome could be.
Yeah, and you saw how big the loss of proactiveness was from Global. In Icebox, they were just everywhere around.
A lot of content creators talking about that stuff, yeah.
On Lotus, there were some
Mora, yeah.
mentioning it. Oh, why? They already got the one-man pickoff, and then they were still passive.
Time for me to mold if you're watching EDG versus Tyloo. I think I got 8 rounds in.
Press that advantage. You need to get more.
It was Tyloo, if they do stuff fast, they win.
Start pressing in, but that never really came into.
Actually, more balanced than I thought it was going to be.
That Lotus map.
Yeah, it just still
But,
seems like perhaps Global Esports, some of the players are kind of going into that.
They were
mindset,
just
but at
too much
different
damage
times,
done.
right? In the past, we've
You
seen
plant 9 times out of
dash in,
12,
create
and
space, but the support's
you
not
want to get
quite there.
retook.
Rust,
Retakes
right,
this series were bad.
but there's not the trades, things like that. And then, today on this Lotus, Blaze King had a couple good moments, and Lightning Fast continuing to try.
Is DFM versus GENG worth rewatching?
Pick us through the smokes. He's trying to make sure
The first half of both maps, yeah. The second halves were always just GENG on attack, kind of just slapping DFM about a bit. I don't think it's if there's other games you'd prefer to watch, I think just watch them.
While we saw glimmers of it today, not quite in the full form for the entire team of 5.
I think the very fact
The amount of
that
dry
we're
peeking.
pointing out all these attempts that Global has made on Lotus, a lot of them, it's very different than Icebox.
I also need to be careful I don't make
So
myself
many
ill.
Brilliant set plays to go in together, whereas Lotus, they just look less
Oh,
prepared.
Blaze King. Oh, sorry, I thought it was be Lightning
Prepared.
Fast.
You get maps like the first.
How many kills overall in the series did they have?
More like, okay, let's default and let's see what happens, right? And sometimes
Wrong
that's okay,
series.
but
Why am I
compared
looking
to
at
some of
this
the other
one?
maps, even though they've lost, where we've seen okay, this is a playbook, this is anti. We just didn't have that here on Lotus.
Lightning
today.
Fast,
That's something that
16
we'll
41
use
plus
to
19 and
revisit. Meanwhile,
loses.
Talon I mean, maybe because of the passive play from
Like, overall, you look at the stats for this, like,
so active on the rotation.
14, 17 first kills, first deaths isn't really that bad.
They were trying to target a different part
I guess it's going to be map dependent.
But it feels like one of the big issues for
Paul V 3 and 5, again, that's not too
they were trying to
different.
go for those link controls compared to Talon.
Threes,
It feels like the
8 and 8, fine.
Paul V just kind of
Paul V 3 and 4.
offhand and not really playing with his team. You'd see they try to rotate back onto C. But
So will the top 3 in Group Alpha get 2 wins?
Picked off by Talon Esports in transition. So these,
Let's have a look.
I guess it just boils down to
What it's like at the moment.
Global Esports still not having that full grasp of Lotus, at least with those controls on links.
And
I mean, T1 will sort it. What has T1's schedule been
that
like?
you were mentioning, you had your eyes
The
on
DRX and then Paperex and then just DFM in the center of it. So surely T1, surely they pick up wins for like the rest of it. They've actually got quite a lot of games. Oh right, no, because this includes stage 2.
I mean,
So they have these
crazy,
3.
right? People are saying in hindsight, like, how
They lose against RRQ, it's actually crazy they might be
the
done.
stage started, a lot of people were saying, ooh, this is going to be interesting. Like, Alpha and Omega seems pretty balanced, right? Like, T1
I'm sad at how much Paul V underperforms for an import slot player.
and Omega just comes out.
Yeah, I don't know, like,
Here in the group stage of stage 1, while Alpha.
you could have put somebody like Martin and the right in that team in his spot, and it still could have just
Dicey is a
looked this rough.
generous way to put it, honestly speaking. And it's gonna be even
Like,
harder
Paul
to
V's
go
doing his job.
here on
Like,
out,
I think there's sometimes
so
that he
next
has kind of like made mistakes with where he's positioning, especially when he's opping. It feels like he's just not really like in the best position to make the most out of that.
they can string
But
something together before then.
you're also supported by your team. It's not just a one-player role. He's not the golden snitch doing his own thing.
Tough climb here too.
I mean, it does seem like we're kind of back to the RX era again on the side of Omega, but it's going to be like, Talon, can they overcome RQ? It might even come
Moving to
down
uni being more diverse environment helped me a lot.
really
Just a label
zone
for
in
my
on the
birth gender is non-binary made
but
me
at
feel
least
more
they have
comfortable in
proven
myself
that
and my
they
own
can
body.
make
I mean,
it.
that's fantastic. Like,
Pieces just getting better
that
and better.
difference to make.
Now,
Yeah,
we are gonna
I
go
thought
to
Twiggy
our
was
stage
non-binary, but I haven't
interview with
asked
our
them.
winners from Talon Esports.
I was
We do
just,
have our MVPs on standby. We have Jit Boys and Ben.
I think they are,
Jen's gonna be talking.
but I didn't ask and I didn't want to check.
I'm now standing here.
I didn't want to just message them, but I was just like, I guess more conscious of like, I'll just call them like they them just in case, because even if they do
stepped up big. Now, GE,
identify
though,
like he him, calling them they them isn't.
what do you think made it
Somebody calls me they or them, I don't
I think a
care.
lot to do with their communication, since we have two Thai players that cannot speak.
Yeah, I mean, RRQ definitely could lose to. That's going to be a good series tomorrow. I'll be curious to see how much like pressure T1 have on their
I think
shoulders.
once that gets fixed and they
His
get more
performance wouldn't bother me too much if he wasn't an import.
You guys just knew
Yeah, I guess in a sense of like, yeah, who else could we have got? It sort of feels like we could, you know, pick up all sorts of different duelist players. Somebody like fucking Sim that was really good for like Mice Moguls last year.
Your side, personally, to make sure that the team
Team dynamics is more important than solo talent. Yeah, and I think that that's something that GE looked good with
So
today.
for the maps that
I think they
found for
just
duelists, which I really can't look at my map a lot. I try to call a lot. For example, when I'm playing Viper or playing Initiator role, I can look at the way map more and read the game.
Yeah.
So I try to help my team in that way.
All right. So you're definitely pulling your weight.
Wait, is this
Now, I
ban?
want to ask you about the Icebox pick, though. I mean, GE had a decent win rate, and it's their good map. They're really strong on it. So why pick it?
We were really confident in Icebox. Our scrim results were really good.
I'm not very good with like faces.
100% win rate. But more than how we play the game, it's more onto, as I said, the communication problem. And it definitely...
Meaning kickoff, Paul V was more than legit. I mean, it was definitely a lot of rounds that I remember from Paul V, like against Bleed, that were like, what the fuck are you doing, son?
All right. Now, I cannot not ask you about the upcoming match.
Bleed needs some surgery too, or is it just time?
They've been kind
I
of
don't know.
struggling a little bit. So your thoughts on how they're doing, and also thoughts on the upcoming match?
I want to see Bleed do well. And I guess the approach that I have is a watch kettle never boils.
I think it's just
I think focusing on Bleed and what they can do to improve week in, week out, that's not my job. I'm not paid to do that.
team chemistry not being correct yet, but I'm very excited to play against
But I think definitely the team needs like time, because they've made pretty aggressive roster moves and then been thrown into a stage like this where everybody is just focused on memeing the shit out of you
with
almost.
the victory. Thank you everyone for staying with us till this late hour. Now, Coming up tomorrow, we have T1
Yeah, that's
versus
cool.
RIQ, Bleed versus Zeta. So
I'm pretty sure that, yeah, I had an inclination, but I don't want to necessarily say too much. So T1 versus RQ is the first game, and then Bleed versus Zeta. I do want to watch those two games, but they are like coming to sort out my boiler tomorrow. So I don't want to be watching Bleed versus Zeta just shouting like, yay, yay, and there's like builders in the room opposite being like, what is he doing in there? Moving to university and being in a more diverse environment helped me a lot. Oh, sorry, I read that before. Chat was like scrolling down. Game's over for today in Pacific, yes. A little change made me feel better about myself, and I could feel a change where I decided to move all pronouns to just, yeah. Yeah, I think that's the thing that I feel strongest about it with, like, advocating for, like, trans people and non-binary is it has nothing to do with me, right? If somebody wants to, like, identify that way, like, I'll be honest, I can't imagine, like, I'd say I don't understand, but that sounds like it's like I'm not willing, but, like, I can't put myself in the shoes of people that, like, believe that, it's not even like believe, it's that they are either the opposite gender or no gender at all. But I respect people's abilities to just be that, to be themselves, whatever themselves might look like. Because I can't imagine how hard it is to just feel like you can't be who you want to be. That just sort of feels like a right almost. And who am I to tell you that you can't be the person that you are? Because it's absolutely not my business. And I got to imagine it's like scary when you have to put yourself out there to be against the grain, to just like fucking exist. That's my take on it, at least. I don't think it needs to be more complicated than that. But I'm like curious to like learn more from that POV. Because it's always used as like my first like experience with somebody that was like trans was at uni. And it was somebody that like, because I worked at the pub at the uni, and I can't remember the name of this person, but I had people like that worked at the bar, or just people that were sort of in that community be like, you know, be careful with this person, you know, you don't want to call them a him because they're trans, and they're, you know, if you misgender them like once, then they just go off at you and they just rant at you, and like it's embarrassing, and they're calling you out. And so it was like the rumors of this person was like, okay, yeah, like they're just almost like unhinged, right? That's how they've been painted. Then when I actually spoke to them, they were perfectly fine. And I think I saw somebody like misgender them at some point, and they just corrected themselves in a really calm and patient way. And I was like, wait, where's the crazy person that people like, this is perfectly a fine person. That they're being patient, they're being understanding, but they're being very clear on like their boundaries. And so it's like, oh man. And yeah, I think everybody that I worked with at that uni was fucking assholes, just full stop. But I was young and impressionable. And I wanted to like fit in. But I found a lot of respect, which is great. Yeah, I mean, that is great. Right, so we will move over slightly from Pacific into China. These are the games that happened yesterday. I don't mind starting it again for those people that were not really watching at the start, because there was some good stuff there from EDG and Tyloo. What time is it now? It is 2:15. I need to go like probably an hour and a half, so we could probably blast for it fairly quickly. Hello takes about, yeah, I mean, there's so it's like the main story is of like with trans people using like bathrooms and stuff. Like, oh, there was a time where somebody, like, a trans person essayed somebody in a toilet, and what it was, when you actually look into the story, was a drunk man wearing a tutu going into a women's bathroom and sexually assaulting somebody. It wasn't a trans person at all. It was just a whole story that was taken and just ran with this, like, political narrative. There's so much stuff that happens like that. Like, these, like, urban myth stories that you hear, and then you look into it and you go, this isn't anything like what people are saying it is. Yeah, protecting women and protecting children, yeah. And I mean, there's obvious, like, fucking double, like, hypocritical statements, I guess. I think, yeah, I don't want to get into the whole discussion of, like, trans people in sports, because, like, I don't know anything. I'm really curious on, like, to learn more, because I think it's actually a really interesting topic to discuss. But I think that's another example of something that's sort of taken and ran with as, like, a narrative. But nobody's, like, actually looked into it any deeper than, you know, seeing pictures from an event, being like, oh, this person is whatever. How most advantages even out after 2 years of HRT. See, I didn't know that. But, like, I guess that's part on me. I'm being ignorant to not, like, look it up. But that's what I mean. Like, I think this morning I sort of woke up and I was like, I'd like to, like, learn more. Like, it's such an interesting space. And it's not about being more tolerant. It's just, I wonder what it's like to be in those positions. And when people have these discussions, it'd be nice to be like, well, actually, stuff like you just said then. I'm going to run ads, and I'm going to go for a wee real quick, so I'll be back in a second. But yeah, when we come back, EDG versus Tyloo. So, you want to watch a bit more Valorant? It seemed like a good game, despite EDG looking, you know, typical dominance as ever. But yeah, I won't be long. I'm just going to quickly go for a toilet break, and then we'll go. All right. Yeah, we'll give the big topics discussion a bit of a break. It's dumb to just exclude them. I think that's a good shout. I think it's more that people are more educated and more in the know than me. I trust them to make the decisions. I don't trust people that are replying to Reddit, Twitter, or Facebook posts about it. I'm definitely trying to, like, put myself out there more and, like, learning more of these discussions. Like, one that's big in the UK at the moment is, like, Bully XL dogs being, like, banned. Because I'm, you know, of the mindset of, like, yeah, they should have been banned a long while ago. And I think Beth's a bit more, like, tolerant. But I think one of the points that Beth made about it, which is really good, and, like, one of the things of, like, looking into it a bit more is just that there has been a history of like violent dog breeds in the UK that have moved from, you know, stuff like German Shepherds and Rottweilers and then Pit Bulls and now Bully XLs. Like if Bully XLs as a like dog breed gets banned, there will be another dog breed that will be popular amongst like people that needed like a violent pet. Corgis, very violent beasts. Yeah, pretty much. Important thing is to discuss things with people, and not ban them. Yeah, you can't convince people that they're wrong by ostracizing them, I don't think. There'll be another dog breed that takes over. Yeah, exactly. And there's like some of that's like, I never really thought of it that way. But I'm of the mindset of like, to have a pet, you have to, I think pet owners, no matter whether you've got a dangerous dog or not, you should have a license if you want to get like a dog. Any pet, I guess this, a dog especially, but it could be for other animals too. I imagine you probably have to have some license to own like, what's the word? Like farm animals, essentially. If you have a dog, whether it's a Corgi or it's a Bully XL, having a license for them and effectively making it so like if your animal, which is your responsibility, does damage or hurt somebody else, that you could be then made liable for it. Like breeding. I mean, I'm thinking of like, I want to say like stock farm. I'm trying to think of the words. Yeah, like, yeah, just like you'd probably have to have a license for like cattle and pigs and stuff like that. Dog not on leash, 1K fine. The problem is just like how much of it is like the owner liable for what, because destroying a dog after they do something doesn't really like fix the issue. Like if I drive my car and I'm not very safe with it and I run somebody over and knock somebody over by accident, the punishment isn't for me to just have my car destroyed. The punishment is on me. Like, I'm in control of the car. No one is banned, but please move on. Yeah, I think that's fair. Like, just so we can like move on to this, because I want to watch this game. Like, it's more, I only have so much time. But I that's what I would be doing. Is just because like you can ban Bully XLs, but then another dog will come along. And you know, I think with like stuff like knife crime and just more like dangerous stuff happening, especially in cities like Bristol, I think people are naturally more inclined to get a pet that is somewhat threatening. It can protect them, which I don't blame them for. But people need training to look after like bigger dog breeds. It isn't a pit bull. Yeah, exactly. Like there's just ways of getting around it. Like a few pit bulls that I met were the absolute sweetest dogs. Yeah. But it doesn't take away from the fact that like I have a German Shepherd, still a dangerous dog. And you can't, like they were a trained police dog that retired early because they weren't hard enough for the streets of Hull, which is hilarious. But like, I can't guarantee that they're going to be 100% safe to be around. if I walk with them, I never take them off the lead. Because even if they could go over to another dog and just run over to play, but because they're like twice the size of a dog, it might end up getting a little bit scrappy. Or they see a rabbit and they decide to chase the rabbit. Like, at the end of the day, if I'm walking that dog, it's my responsibility to make sure that I and them and other people around me are safe. But the dog's the most calmest, most well-behaved dog I've ever met. Yeah, but it's like... honestly, a lot of the time, it's not the dog, it's the people around it. Like, you know, when you just have, like, you know, Kai's really good around kids. But I've seen literally kids just basically climb over the dog or, like, pull Kai's tail. And it's like, yeah, no, stop that. Somebody came around at one point and they brought their toddler and they were walking around. The toddler was literally just like, Kai had the head on the ground and it was just kicking him in the snout. And I felt bad, but I had to be like, hey, like, stop doing that. It's like, not my kids, not really my responsibility, but like, I would rather like make a toddler cry by just having to shout at them to stop than anything else happen.
图一的日落之城，两边的阵容都是落定，一边是一个盖可配雷兹的组合啊，两边其实都是在这张地图之上。有过比赛的，
对，而且我们要注意到 EDG 的阵容
Yeah, it's a good discussion to be having. But that was something that I felt like a little bit ignorant about. But I ended up being like having my mind changed on it.
落之城再次做出了阵容的调整，讨论是比较多的，
调整了非常多回啊。但是这次回到了一个双冤家控场，至少他们在防守方。
Also, sausage dogs need a license because they are evil. They're manipulative. They know what they're doing. They might not be the brawniest, but they are the masterminds.
非常强势的这样的一个存在的。
而 Nobody 的盖可其实并不多见。
Hopefully the audio levels is good. So yeah, Tyler attacking. This is the round where Kung Kung just pushes mid. Feels a little bit brave to be doing it, but you've at least got some support from Nobody. Also, I said this before, I love the roles on this. I'm really excited to see Smoggy dedicate to being like the main controller full time. And then Haodong on Sentinel, I'm not that keen on overall. I don't like having the IGL on Sentinel, but I mean, obviously people like John Cutie have made it a little bit more popular on this map. But you get to see Chi-Chu still on Viper. We're not prompted to change. I think just probably trying to find the right role for Smoggy. Because I think nobody's like playstyle has got a lot quieter from the early days when he's on main initiator. And I don't think it helps when you have nobody on main initiator, Smoggy sort of flexing. Because when you have Kung Kung's not performing well, nobody's not in a position to really pop off. And then Smoggy is also kind of like had his like wings clipped. But we've seen from players like Tens or Karen, like controller players have a lot more freedom to have skill expression, to be able to get multi-kills and go for crazy fights. Especially in China. Like, it's absolutely a role that you can put Smoggy on. They can use their good utility. They can play secondary, like, duelist off of somebody like Kung Kung. Yet they're also, like, fulfilling a role. And then you could just put Chi-Chu on Sentinel slash, like, Viper a lot of the time. And then Haodong, I guess, would move over to more being on Flex. But I think that's good. You know, putting Haodong as somewhere like a Breach or a KO, I think would be cool. Just keep Kung Kung on Duelist. Keep Smoggy on main controller. Keep Nobody on main initiator. I know that these two can flex around and do whatever. I think it's a fantastic direction for them to go in if they do it. I still haven't decided whether I like the most clutch player on Initiator or Sentinel. Depends how they're clutching, really. Especially when Gecko is the main initiator for the most part. Because you can play it aggressively. You can play it almost like a duelist, one way or the other. I'm more than happy to answer your questions from my perspective if you'd have them. Yeah, I mean, like when they come up for sure. I think it's also like I like listening to like books. I don't like listening to fiction books all that much. I'm just not really interested in like falling into like another universe and following a story. Like I like listening to stuff that teaches me it, but I don't want to be like listening to like business books or self-help stuff. Like unless I'm like I like the person that's talking about it. You know, like I listen to a podcast, I'm like, oh, this talker's really good. I like the discussion, the way that they're looking at the world. Then I might consider getting their book if I feel that their spiel is pretty good. Clutch is in good 1v1s, good 1v2s. I think I prefer them on Initiator. Because if you're clutching as an initiator, you're always playing around the spike. You're playing around the objective. If you have to clutch as a sentinel, you might be on one side of the map, and everybody else, like here, right? I think I could actually just skip this along, right? Oh no, why is it?
爆了，康康这里也没有着急，应该是要来一波双拉的，应该可以的。就对于天路来说，下个回合基本上应该也是没有太多的枪的一个情况了。
Yeah, flawless boneless. Boneless bonus.
天路是有自己的算盘的，但是很遗憾，对面是直接把你的算盘拆掉了。
是，
那这样的话，
连续了。
This is the round I think Tyler win though. I can't remember.
明居也来了，
而且这分还有晚安焰火，现在对于EDG来说赢比分的方式非常多。
对的。
So try and go and fight for B. There's 3 people here. You got the Cypher that's moved over towards A. No, like, reason to change it. EDG just changing it because they want to, like, keep them guessing, which I like. They're not waiting for things to go wrong before they swap the Viper wall or the Cypher away.
但是没有办法去深入到能够安包的位置。
是5个小伙伴抱团在了中路。
Yeah, having repeat utility coming online, like having a recon dart to work with, feed on.
坡顶这个位置是进攻方的一个禁地啊，你接下来转 A 转 B 都不好打。
这里是有点尬。
See you, line. Thanks for tuning in.
稍微挡一下，第一个人拉枪线。
Yeah. When Tyloo go like explosive, play fast. This is where they look the best.
自己的囚笼，稍微有点尴尬在里面了。
I like this positioning was good from Aaron.
安置了，接下来看一下属于 EDG 的一个回防。
Nade buying a bit of time. They do like try to reclear this, but they can only do so much of it. Even the aftershock, just making sure that people can't go off the dizzy. And then Aaron and flexing peek off at the same time. Really nice stuff. Kung Kung wants to save the up. You can't do it. Sorry, I'm skipping the bits that we've seen. Should Tyler just imitate Paper X? I don't think so. I think that's quite I mean, a lot of teams from Pacific and China would want to imitate what Paper X do, but it's hard. It's very difficult to just do that. There's only one Paper X. Yeah, I don't think anybody should either. Maybe take a comp or two, but like Apex took Paper X's Sunset comp, and I think that most stuff that we saw from Apex was kind of like their own build-up. AK just ahead of the action. Dizzy thrown in a way that nobody can pick it up. Showstoppers used as a response from Kung Kung. Gerson tries to fight aggressively and is thrown off a little bit by the Cypher, but at least the trip's broken. Paranoid didn't get used either from Smoggy. Like, this was a good adjustment. This was one where it's like, I think Tyler put themselves in a really good spot. Do damage here, they walk up and fight nobody, and nobody dies. and then they reset with like 20 seconds left, going back. Even just, I didn't notice it before, Smoggy peeking and seeing that they backed off. I don't know that Aaron should have stayed. I mean, especially after getting that kill, I'd be like booking it back. But then Kung Kung doesn't properly get cleared. Aaron walking into every angle of one tapping is crazy. Aaron is like a fantastic pickup. I'm really glad that, like, he was good on Nip throughout Evo, but like at Ascension especially, it felt like he really like shone. Why can I not like scroll forward? I can sometimes do it. If I do this, I can scroll forward. But if I draw, I can't. Okay. Fast push again. Really good shots from Chichu.
那接下来浩东想要去处理一个1打2的局面，这一颗非常快，而且他还有可以升级的枪械的机会，剩下的残局的时间其实还够。
AK 有雷，他选择架还是给技能？他选择直接用枪法说话，
没有问题，把浩东这里给拿下来，这一分还是由天路能够成功的扳回1分。
I also hope that this is like a good space for you as well, Avalanche. Like, I don't want to be super like, you know, it's a safe space and stuff. At the end of the day, we're just people watching Valorant. But I think it's something that I made a bit of a mistake with in the earlier parts of streaming. That I wasn't very clear on, like, what boundaries people should and shouldn't be crossing. And I don't want to make that mistake again. If people cross the line, I want to make sure that they're told.
很难受啊，
伤经济的分数。
对。
Because I think naturally you want to be a bit of a people pleaser when you're streaming as well, right? You don't want you don't want to. You want as many people to be watching you as possible. You don't want to be sending people away, but sometimes sending people away is the right thing to be doing, or at least tell them they're on thin fucking ice. This is where I caught up to last time, I think. And then just EDG on various different angles. Not really. Like, more could have been done, I think, on this E-code. And like, you have the high-low, but then Smoggy's just stood out, hoping for the best. Oh yeah, I saw this round because I didn't like AAK pushing it alone. But this little thing that Talu do now is really nice. Like, they know that they've given Kung Kung a gun, has these areas to clear. Aaron kind of gets backed into the corner. The paranoia allows him to get out. It's hard to create the right environment, yeah. Like, I imagine it's quite hard for Sliggy, because he's, like, very much dedicated to, like, you know, focusing on the game solely, almost. Like, I saw people complaining about me, because I would, like, talk to him in the middle of rounds, and that would, like, disrupt them and try to, like, watch and chill, like, learn the game. You know, part of me is just, like, you know, fuck off for one. But also at the same time, like, yeah, maybe, like, I need to be... Who complained? It was on VLR. I was just checking if people were talking about China.
感觉很硬来，防守方丢单向眼，进攻方直接过。完焰火要走楼梯的一个位置，看到了这个侧身，完全没有人管他吗
God, the showstopper is from so far away. Smoggy manages to TP out too. I mean, Tyloo can fucking click heads if they go for these executes.
这一波至少有3个击杀是跟他直接有关系的。
是的，铁臂这一波的技能是完美的给到了进到前点队友的支援。
I was there for chat. People like talk to Ryan. Oh, really? That's cute. But I was also like talking to chat as well. I think like those kind of like setups work really well when you're like not muted. But I also know that like for one, Sliggy tends to be very focused on the game, talking it through, which you know is one of the main reasons why I like watching Sliggy when I'm not streaming. As opposed to like, you know, I tune into everybody. I'll go see Anders, I'll go see TMV, I'll watch Sideshow and Bren for a bit. Even like other people I typically don't watch to see like, oh, you know, like, Curry's got a big following, what are they like?
在 EDG 这里是有4灯了。
But I think it's like, you know, Sliggy has his way of doing it, which I don't want to like interrupt. But also I know that this is like something that Sliggy's only recently started doing as well on watch parties, like having other people on and talking to them. So, like he's also trying to work out how he wants to approach it in his style. You bring the right vibe, and I don't feel you intro. Yeah, because the way that I was looking at it is like, I'm never really watching stuff, and I'm like, from my POV, I'm like curious on how you would approach this. Like, I don't like Cypher on Lotus at all, but I am like asking Sliggy, and if Sliggy likes it, I'm not gonna be like, oh yeah, I really like it too because you like it. I'm genuinely curious. Like, why do you like it? What does it bring that works better than maybe I anticipate? Because even if they don't necessarily convince me, it's still something to bear in mind.
看一下，直接选择2个回复了。
回复，而 A 点看一下会退吗？对
Tally's set plans is okay, but in terms of playing with each other, they're kind of lacking. I mean, I don't know if it's like set plays as such. They're just fast executing with a breach, and EDG is struggling with like keeping up with it. But they've had a timeout, so first time that they've played this comp. So there's always that kind of like, you could have been scrimming this for months, and then, which obviously EDG haven't been doing. It's a recent change. But you could be playing it for a long ass time and still first official, you forget what you're doing. You love the vibes here? That's good. Yeah, I'm also trying to work out like what kind of streamer I want to be. Said this a lot, but I'm also like I can only be myself, but there's like, you know, do I need to train myself to be more focused on the game? Or do I need to take the stick out of my ass sometimes and just sit back and chill and watch the games? And just like not have to hyperanalyze them. For China it's a bit different because I want to be watching this because it's the like region that I'm primarily focusing on. It's actually really nice movement from Kung Kung to get in. Even just like small things, like it's not planned, but like you get the wingman on there, but you have the showstopper to instantly like push out of the smoke. It's a nifty satchel jump lineup. Yeah, I mean, it feels very like improvised. I don't think it was necessarily that planned for. But it definitely is one of those bits of util that it looks straightforward enough to do. But I don't think that's the case. This is Tyler also like, they find the first kill. AK on the duelist has actually kind of been fucking this map so far. I've liked it. Like he was the sentinel player that's now on like main duelist. Like, I think Tyler is, you know, arguably the worst team in China at the moment. But I like the direction that they're taking stuff in. It's something a lot of people won't think about. Yeah, I agree. And I also think it's like, it's something that people aren't going to be brave enough to try. Like in an official, you try to satchel over it and you just go straight into it. But I think the fact of the matter is that even if Kung Kung gets hit by the trip, I think the rest of the team will play around it anyway. Because in a series like this, Tyloo's comms are just going to be... Because they're quite a new team and they're played up against DDG. So as soon as they hit it, there's a person behind them like, oh, there's one behind us. I just make it sound like they're just a bunch of turkeys.
对，而且其实这个烟是
You know, little things like that, picking it one at a time, even if it's like half a second past each other. Yeah, you can't do that against nobody.
在上半场还剩最后2分的时候，天路也要叫暂停。
对的，
他不愿意接受可能4-6或者4-8的一个分数。他要接受。
I just want them to win so bad. Are you talking about Tyloo? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think they'll pick up a win this stage. And even if they don't, I don't feel like it's some sort of like DFM levels of bad.
所以可能会出现了一点犹豫，但这个回合是出现的太过于想要占更多的一个进攻面积，导致说自己被对手给架住了。
可能觉得点前这个位置光安了包不一定守得住。
I think it's just the only thing that's backfired for Tyloo is they came into this stage really not making that many roster moves, and then they made a load after after kickoff.
对。 其实我们看到了今天天路选手的状态上还是
Former DFM levels are bad, yeah.
小技能的配合上一样做的。
I will not stop for 2024 DFM slander. I'm very valid.
地方啊，有没有更多战术可以去拿出来？
或者是当队伍可能要脱缰的时候，得有人拉拉。
I don't want to be one of those people that is just, you know, I don't want to rip this off with an EDG jersey, be like, EDG, I'm gonna win like Shanghai and champs. I don't think that at all. I want to be their like biggest supporter, and I want to be their biggest critic. I want to see the region get better. Because I think that it's more of a case of when than if China could be the best region in Valorant. Like with the infrastructure that they have, all of the culture from League of Legends, the sheer amount of people and players. I don't think it's possible for China to not be the best. So when I say that like the quality of Valorant like after kickoff and into stage 1, how much it's impressed me with how quickly it's improved. Like, I hope you know that I'm not just saying it as some sort of like China copium manufacturer. Even just like rounds like this, it's just an eco for Tyloo. And AAK's ripped them apart. He's 12-7, showstopper. I mean, China was never that good in CS, to be fair. This isn't CS, though, is the argument. It's also always a matter of cultivating the IGL pool. And yeah, I think the IGL pool for Tier 1, at least, is pretty solid. I don't think there's a bad IGL in the league, really. The only one I don't really like is Abwo. But I think that's more that I don't like the IGL just on duelists. You know, because you have people like Plix in there. Heibei is definitely one of the best duelists out there. Even on rough teams like DRG, Nick has been superb for them. I think there's definitely a lot of questions around like Haodong as an IGL. But I think it's a lot to do with the theory. Speaking of theory, he's given himself a little bit of a pocket to play in with a judge. And there he is. There he goes, and there he is. Really, they've not really done that much damage. But he's just, you know, provided enough of a stall. And the rest is really easy for EDG to just clean up.
这一分其实最关键的就是对于门口这个位置的处理。对，我们看到天路在消息无人机用掉之后，他们再也没有办法去准确的获得门口的信息了。
Usually it takes a long time for the IGLs that are cracked in the stuff. It's not directly visible to show up. Yeah, because you think of it like EDG don't really do that much this year, let's say. They make a roster move. Who could they bring in? I mean, you could even bring in somebody like WATCHPARTY that came in for JDG, and it would do well. Roster move eyes. I think maybe some of the bigger teams in China roster moves would be good, but I think the main thing is that like you have got good players to choose from. You got players like J. Kuro and Mr. Kanai. I don't know how you say the name. You've got good players just on the bench, and then a lot of other players that aren't in Tier 1. Rare Atom is exciting, but the fact that there's a team that had beaten Rare Atom in Tier 2, no shortage of good players in China for sure. I think the one thing that the players need to do though is like make sure that their agent pulls up to speed. And like, I think following the general roles of a team is pretty good. Like, I don't like having your Raze player only play Raze and not Jet. Perhaps I'm still team. Yeah, they're still playing in Tier 2. It's a bit of a weird format that they're running, but they've also got 2 Koreans as well. It's like they'll never learn. 2 Koreans, if they get qualified for Ascension, they have to drop one of them, and they're back into square fucking one. Is there any coverage? Not really. There's like old VODs and stuff, but there's nothing on Twitch or YouTube. It's all on Bilibili. But they picked up Banger, who is actually a banger of a player. I need a Weibo account. Good luck trying to get one. I don't think it's on Weibo, but it's Bilibili's quite easy to get set up on, I think. And Douyu. Weibo, unless you have a Chinese phone number, good luck. Because they're like, oh, authentication failed. Try again later.
这2个人的回防已经是非常的难以去操作了。一个雷击线垫出来，这个效果还是非常不错的，而且把 Nobody 这个位置也给收掉了。2打5变成了2打3。那
5 versus 2, and 2 of the players have pushed up. But like without much time has been used, it's not a B main post plant. But it's a good post plant nonetheless.
没有了，最后 Smoky 也是收割，申请对枪。那 Smoky 成功的把 AK 的位置给对掉了。
WeChat, you need to be invited to. I did whilst I was in talks with FX in 2022. I need to be invited by a Chinese person to do it. Can you invite me in? Yeah, I mean, like, there's a lot of like apps and stuff that work as just everything, but they basically need all your data. You delete it. So when you reactivate, it's like Kung Kung to Vitality confirmed, right?
是，这波，而且可能更多的是，我觉得比较可惜的是，没有给到更多技能的支持，就很干燥的对枪，但是在明显 EDG 人数有优势的时候去对就比较伤嘛。
I'm curious on like what you think of China as a region. I think my biggest problem as a TLDR is just stuff that Chinese teams do is way too telegraphed.
康康已经摸到楼梯的一个位置了，楼梯这里随时有
再进可能会有说法 ，Aaron，
哇呵，这枪还挺吓人的。
弗洛星其实打残了，但是因为他
Kung Kung to the
这个3连发哦。
对
2021 Valorant, yeah.
暴动器下来。 Nobody 好像离自己的丢丢和皮蛋都有点小远，用
It's like they've really realized how good utility is.
这个阵容 EDG 如果成功的控制到点内，去
The only difference between this and 2021 Valorant is that these guys are fucking crazy good with their aim.
我又踢到脸上了，没问题。标配在这个距离里面。
That's one thing I disagree with Anders on.
比数位更高一点的。
Like Anders is like he thinks that Pacific is the better region mechanically, and I'm like, nah, it's China. I think that Pacific's better with like utility. When it comes to skill expression on an agent, I'd give that to Pacific. But when it comes to just angels, you take the abilities out and just make it a deathmatch, China's winning. If I'm making a tournament between like Bleed, Global Esports, and like Talon, perhaps? And then versus like Tyloo, All Gamers, and then DRG, perhaps? I guess that'd be like the bottom 3 teams. And it's just an ISO ult 1v1, winner stays on, China's winning. Yeah, Weibo's more like Twitter. I think Bilibili's the most like Twitch, but it also is more like YouTube. You think it could have been a situation where teams would bring in Chinese Overwatch players after the fallout? Yeah, I mean, it was heavily rumored because the players that were on Hangzhou Spark, Bilibili owns that spot in the Overwatch League.
实在不行，这个位置可能要给点技能去炸了，比如惊喜反等之类的。
So players like Leave and Shy, I think were like heavily rumored to be on like an academy team, but it hasn't happened. Maybe they tried it for a bit and they just didn't vibe with the game. And now like NetEase has brought Overwatch and all Blizzard games back to China. Got the Overwatch World Cup and stuff like that. Probably have a better system to do out of China. Maybe I could go back to my roots and do some China like Overwatch commentating. Overwatch is back in China now. Yeah, NetEase, they renewed their agreement, which is hilarious because I think NetEase asked for too much. Blizzard were like, yeah, no thanks, we're not paying that much to have that stuff in. So NetEase just like, they were the X, just like taking all of their stuff, smashing up your apartment before they leave. They literally had another MMO ready to go to start selling. And their tagline was like, the king is dead, long live the king kind of shit. Like, they were like waiting for the day that World of Warcraft wasn't going to be available anymore. I need to see this round again.
从这一波是发现到康康的一个站点里面选择肯定是打 B， 但是 B 点两个人没有敢站点里面。哦。
They even made a drink mocking WoW. Christ. This is a low buy for EDG. You get a gun upgrade, showstopper to buy a little bit of time. Right into the corner, doesn't hit anybody. Good fight from Eren. Eren's been good. I've enjoyed watching Eren on this server. Kung Kung's just doing Kung Kung things.
贴到脸上抓到 timing， Aaron 这个位置先倒了，打了一个闪，背得非常快，贴到脸上，弗勒辛先补一个。
Smoggy being able to like peek off of like both those fights. Like Kung Kung's definitely like balls to the wall, but it felt like Smoggy was there to just trade off of everybody.
这一波 AK 错失了一个非常好的机会。
这个确实对于他来说他也不知道，就很可惜，就是在我们视角里只能说可惜。
I'm a really big fan. Like, I hope you don't take this the wrong way, Gorilla, because this is a team that hasn't won a game in China. But like this iteration of Tyloo does remind me of like Vitality, but they have picked up like a lot of like good individual players, and then when you see them all together, you're like, I actually really like vibe with this team.
标记了位置，但好巧不巧也是这个花车运油让
告诉了 Smoggy 人在这里，
一个瞬间的回头完成了反杀，也锁定了关键的下半场第3分。
是。 那这样的话 ，EDG 最后结果上确实是用这个晚宴火。
But these aren't the biggest names in the scene, but you know, neither is like Kicks and Runner.
拿下这一分，你不管交多少的代价都是值得的。
中间这个
As much as I molded Tyloo, I do think EDG looked better than. Yeah, I think the change that came in for like EDG side, like over the last couple of weeks, I think has been really solid. I think the move to like Smoggy as main controller, I'm really excited to see more of.
所以对 EDG 来说也要绷紧一点。
对。
I think the other thing I don't like for Tyloo is the comp. I mean, this is a little bit. I know Sunset's like still the newest map that we have in the game. I still think this is a little bit. This is very 2023, you know.
所以他想把第一波训练留给这边经典的时候。
战友监控被打掉了。
那艾伦现在是赶紧过来支援字母哥，但是字母哥
Oh, the snake bite hitting the same time as the peak.
对，而且有个舌吻在这里，他甚至是想走也没得，也没有更。
I'm not a breach respecter. Yeah, I feel like it's.
进攻方有枪械优势的情况下
It's one of those, in theory, breach makes sense, but I think in practice, there's just better options. Like, the peaks off the utility from EDG here are actually, like, great.
补到的这个暗野，让康康拿到了优势的枪位。
现在对于天路来说，这一分是
Gorilla is the analyst of Vitality, yeah. Or assistant coach, whatever. He's the nasally one in the black hair sat next to Salah. Every time there's a player, like, reaction cam. I'm saying this because I know Gorilla isn't here. He's like, why are we not saving the gun there? That's Gorilla. Which is very predictable in a way. Yeah, and when I say that, like, the biggest problem for China as a region is that they're super telegraphed. Playing breach, you know, adds on to that a bit.
前为止，他们的进攻其实我们看到没有受到比较多我们担心的所谓单先锋进攻的一个问题。
对的，
他们进攻依然是打得非常的顺风顺水。天路很难在防守端去组织是比较有效的一个防守。
That was a really nice round from EDG.
的明居是端了出来了，而且还有终极技能，像狂雷中这样的技能在，所以这一分。 在天路的眼里，很有可能是要去决胜的。天路是必须。
I find it crazy. Who was it even? It was Wisey. And just Tyloo want to fight, but they can't. Even then, they've got two players lined up to trade from each other.
已经完全的沦陷了。
天路只能接受，只能就忍。
I gotta respect that Tyloo were willing to just go for some of these angels at least. Some of these teams would be scared of fighting against EDG. Tyloo were just like, no, we're going.
个人能力的稳定性决定了团队的下限。
是。
而在这一分当中 ，EDG 的 尽管他们的第一时间其实给了对面机会，但是一旦这个机会我给你，但是你抓不住，那我就会立刻反手惩罚。
那这样的话，点也是成功的控下来了。对于天路来说，这回合
Smoked one way, clearing it. Where are they even planting? Right in the center of the map. In the map, in the site. Be interested to see if Fracture comes back when Initiate becomes meta, as Breach was meta there for so long.
我们可以看到，本身存款也不是特别的多，终极技能上的话
Actually
差一些的。这个对于 EDG 来说要去锻炼一下手臂。今天是练手日。
看起来
I don't know why that distracted me as much as it did. If I'd be really excited to see Chinese teams play on Fracture, because we've not really seen it outside of like it wasn't available at Evo and stuff. Like last time that we saw Fracture would have been like for qualifiers for champs.
到了天路的圈套之中，但是就像 Alan 刚刚说到的，个人能力的一个稳定性啊 ，EDG 还是发挥出来了。
But like, can you just imagine some of the like early fights for like B main on Fracture, like satcheling down tree? I think a map like Fracture would suit China really well.
EDG 的比赛依然是打得比较的轻松，就还是那句话，他会给你机会，但你最好是抓住，因为如果你抓不住，你就再也没有第二次机会了。
People kept banning it in the early days, yeah.
用汗流浃背来形容是完全。
I miss Fracture. I think the problem is that if Fracture comes back, teams will, instead of doing the stuff that was really meta towards the end, they'll start re-cooking on it, I think.
对的。
Like, they'll try to do way too much. Similar to, like, Icebox at the moment, I think. Where it's been out the pool so long, people have just forgotten how to play it. And instead of, like, focusing on getting the fundamentals down on, like, good comps, they're, like, running way too spicy stuff. Yet nobody's really running Rays on Icebox, which I think is actually, like, top tier. There's a satchel, there's the showstopper. HMI just getting out. He actually doesn't really take that much damage from it, so he's done well. Oh, and he's going all the way around into alley. Big trade from Kung Kung. No effect is going to show where these last attackers are placed. Stun. Alright, so they've got the pulse plant over on the stairs. Poison clouds. You have a wingman still, you have a dizzy, you have a snake bite. Hunter's Fury is going to be used. Wingman's going to come out and chase some people away. Flexin's got half, which is good. He can't get more though because of the poison cloud snake bite. And this is just a little bit of a brawl. Yeah, too much. Too hard. 13-5. Yeah, I really like EDG, the way that they're playing this map at the moment. But considering entirely we only got 5 rounds, I'm kind of okay with how they played it. Like, it's not often that you could turn around and say to the team that lost 13-5, like, actually, yeah, I kind of liked how they played. Just got diffed. Didn't even get a defense side win. I mean, hard to play defense on that map, for sure. Especially against that comp. A new reworked map will affect China now. It seems more developed. I think what's more likely to happen next are probably, at this rate, I think we're like due a new map soonish. Like maybe announced for Shanghai kind of timing. And then champs would be played with a new map pool. Maybe even the start of stage 2 would be a new map pool. I don't know actually. I don't know if the times necessarily line up there. Like, we've not had any announcements of what the cadence of content is gonna be for like this year. Because sometimes there's a video that Valorant do where there's like, we have 3 agents launching this year. The first is an initiator, that was Gecko, you saw him McLaughlin. Our next agent is going to be a Sentinel, and then the third one, you're just gonna have to wait and see. Also, we're making TDM. We haven't had that video from Valorant in a while. I mean, also Riot are doing a good job of making esports, like marketing is esports, that whole argument. Like with drops and stuff and getting people to tune into the grand final because they're announcing stuff like Clove. I like that kind of thing. I will stop spamming Tyloo complaints at chat. Sorry, guys. I guess it's similar to like the GE example of Maybe there's a bit more expectation on Tyloo because they were like a top 4 team in China around like champions. So them falling off to the levels that they're at is kind of rough. But they've made changes in order to try and like bounce back from it. And like they took a map off of BLG, destroyed BLG on Bind actually. Only so much that they can do in such a short amount of time. But I feel so much better about this team than I do about the old team. Wait. Actually. So, yeah, okay. Yeah, I really fucking vibe with this as well. Kung Kung on Duelist, Smoggy on Brim, Haodong on Gecko. I think I'd prefer to see nobody stay on Gecko, just so you have, like, that they're able to be consistently on the same agent. But I guess you can make nobody the sassy of this team, and I think it would work pretty well. Wolves win, dominate. Who have Wolves got next week? Isn't that JDG? It's something like really like big like that. Trace, oh yeah.
是前点的一个舌吻，不想让浴室能够让天路能够踩进来，自己还是能够成功的。
Fnatic Classic from Kung Kung.
但是我们可以看到 EDG 的进攻动线是一个
Kung Kung's going to be replacing Durka.
这点数是给康康没给浩东哦。
Almapuddy's been learning Chinese this whole time. I like Smoggy's Brim a lot. Yeah, just the move of like we are playing Smoggy on main controller from now on. I'm like, yes. I think that's a great adjustment.
这波怎么打呢？点的是有3个人在的，而且2个拖延类的角色也都在。张宇给
Kung Kung is a Durka fanboy. Yeah, and Chichu's a Nats fanboy. Gotta start somewhere. So they just go for this execute, Fallout brawling. 5v3, Haodong's a little bit low, but they get the plant. They did it without the wingman too. I mean that poison cloud from Chichu came out massive. Hold on. Let's see this fight at the end. That poison cloud was actually crazy good for Chichu here.
而且张宇其实反而有点妨碍到球球王队友补强了。是，但是这个张宇是帮自己躲了个闪，跳起来又是
Rare Sentinel sighting on Bind. I don't think you need Cypher all that much. I actually really like the comp that they're playing here, like the double initiator.
特别是在 AK 的视角里，就像鬼故事，突然有一个雷兹蹲到我脸上了。
而且在浴室门口的清理也非常的细节。这一波其实
Deadlock. That would be the natural move, but let's let China ward before they can run. Hey, Gorilla.
对的。 好配合。
Did you see a Metasport play the Deadlock combined?
有比较多的一个拖延能力，但是没有想到 EDG 这一波的5人直接抱团 rush 是打得如此。
It's a nice idea though.
那手枪局丢掉，看一下天路这。
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a fan of Deadlock. I think some of the utility that they have is kind of tragic, but I've been proven wrong. I think on some of it. Yeah. The combos and stuff. Yeah, definitely give it a watch.
来感觉了。
终极技能差2个点，朋友。
是，这个
I think most of they probably took from you, but you never know.
这回合2段近翼翻腾飞进去以后，这个是非常爽的这个特种兵时刻啊。
I hate the sound traps with a burning passion. I also like. I shared the feedback with Riot that I think the sound effect of when you're in the ult cocoon and somebody's breaking it. It sounds horrible. Like it's so like high fidelity tinny that it actually just fucking hurts my ears. Like it's like, just let me die. Stop shooting the fucking cocoon, please.
0换5的分数，下一分只要补点护甲跟技能进来就好。进攻方的经济是直接起飞了。
2个回合。
I just wonder how like anti-stratable it is. So I don't think there's much that you can do. I don't think it's as like dynamic, I suppose, as a Cypher. They have more options with Cypher trips than you would do with Deadlock sensors. And at what point are we going to see people have lineups to break some of the sensors, like common positions? Probably not for a while, because everybody's moved off of Silver to play fucking KO Gecko everywhere.
那接下来要看一下康康怎么去运用这个晚焰火，配合上自己在短枪，特别是近距离，其实他是没有特别大劣势的。
我觉得他们一定会投入这个晚焰火。只要不是在点外面就亏2到3个人，这个有可以翻的空间，他们绝对就会交。
天路这里也很纠结，我有长枪的优势，但是我有点不敢在点内去守。
对，你在点里面守就要。
1,000 years of raise。
而且康康这把害灵啊，近距离2段近距翻腾飞到脸上，作战能力还是比较强的。要来，
第一个半线没有妨碍到，第二个半线也没有妨碍到晚焰火。
Bye, Aaron.
自己出来了，他想接一下，没有打。
Oh my, Kong Kong just looks like crazy. He's foaming at the mouth. If we go back to that fight, like here, he's satcheled in. Satchel's in. This is all fine. Gets the kill. And then after this, he's just Tasmanian. He's just looking for a fight as anywhere that he can get it. Oh Christ.
主要是浴室也有控制，这个爆能器肯定是要给的。这个回防怎么打呀？现在对于这个 Smokey 来说，他这把雄鹿反而有一个非常。
Is Smokey being cleared by the Trailblazer? I don't think so.
爆能器要怎么去顶出来拆除啊？
拆不掉呀，这波有丢丢先出，而且皮蛋也有第2轮的。
Yeah, Kong Kong's just an animal.
对掉一个，有一个独木能够先升起来，
有人点后有人在绕。
Oh, the flash.
包夹这波人已经倒完了，甚至的包夹人都没到。
Where's the last person? There's Ice King.
已经不多了，还有换枪的一个时间啊！知道在死角位有人的，
没机会了。
And then just speaks to the ghost. What was it? What was this combo here? So there's four versus 3. They throw the wingman out, and then the flash is just right on the perfect part of the wall as it drops, because Chi-Chu's just died. And then the wingman's gonna come in, slaps him about a bit.
这波人已经倒完了，甚至的包夹人都没到。
Ice King 绕到这个位置，时间上已经不多了，还有换枪的一个。 也是把 Ice King 给点掉了。
It's very like fast. I don't know how
没有任何办法，3个人
EDG are like setting this pace and keeping up with it.
盖克的技能，这也是盖克的魅力所在。如果他第1轮按的比较顺利，而且他的技能能够活下来，他就会在第2轮交火，在手包战里面拥有一个非常大的优势。
对
Yeah, I think
除了安置爆能器之外，大家不要忘了他这个追踪。
I like the meta because there's so many options and choices. But I think one thing that feels like data-wise, but also just from like eye test, I think people should be like playing more Sky than they are. On the maps that Sky was good on beforehand too.
这会不会没打技能剧情？
Like Sky Gecko everywhere, I think is good.
其实康康这波摸上来挺危险的，脸上没有任何的掩体，如果打一个出烟闪，康康是很有可能第一时间被不掉的。
就看被闪速度嘛。
哎，那给了2个人呢，点是没了。2楼有 AAK， 但是是一把短炮。 他短炮也只能说是守住2楼。
由于浴室有控制，所以直接走了。
Right, so they've won that fight over towards B long. This is an anti-eco. Break the camera going in. Wop, 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 wop. There goes the wingman.
EDG 现在他们的每个回合不仅要赢，还赢得很漂亮。他们还收集到了非常多能够。
I think if I was ever like a voice actor in games, I'd be the one making like the weird noises.
准了一发，哦哟，这其实又准了一发。 我觉得 Aaron 应该的准度是够的。
Like the person, I don't know why I said like that. The person that voices Wingman voices Fiddlesticks, I think in League, and also voices Freddy Fazbear in the like more recent game.
对的，这个对于这个障云的运用还是非常不错的。AK 用风刺。
Yeah, agreed, Avalanche.
还是有一个比较长的距离。 哎，有 timing 吗？
您要看哪里？
耶，转过来，难受。我在这架了10秒，你不来，但是爆能器的拆除应该是没有任何机会了。没跑掉。
But I just think that it's hard to like see the value of Sky outside of her being super duper giga strong beforehand. Like, is she worse now than she was before? Oh yeah, absolutely. But if you're a good player, you can make those big changes. Pretty irrelevant.
各种方面
是，
不管是钱上面还是带到的点数上面。
And I think that there was a lot of like bad Sky players overall.
练的战术都可以去想办法去打，因为他们的容错现在很高。哎，但是这个
Maybe it's just the style of the agent now. Just seems like Sassy, for example, is pretty good at not using his flashes before, which would have been detrimental. But now, is Tyler the worst China team? Yeah, I think so, but I don't. It's still early days for their roster moves. I don't think they've set themselves up nicely. How much does comfortability in picking nerfed agents? I think it's kind of like everything, yeah.
进攻方甚至还有转的余地，但是想直接硬进了惊喜翻腾。弗洛辛的位置已经爆了，弗洛辛硬点一个。
But you don't want to be in that position, for example, where you're like still committing to picking Sky, but you're not building up how good you can be on like Gecko, for example.
位置回防现在没有位置能找2颗空投烟幕还要持续很久，而对面
If you want good flashes but less info, you pick Sky over Fade. That's most teams seem to like on what map? On Lotus?
接下来马上是一个1v1了，要看压墙。Smoky， 弗洛辛的位置早就啊 ，Smoky 又是精准的投啊，
补不到。效果不好，这一分的明居啊，
Oh,
天
watch
路
this
是在
again.
上一盘也有尝试。
What are we on for time? 3:15.
这一盘看一下 AK 的明
I
居
got 30 minutes.
不知道会不会听到这一个惊喜翻腾啊？送出来是 AK 一把明居这
队友
个位置，
补不到枪，队友第一时间真补不到枪。
吸能量球骗，想把人骗出来，但 Nobody 手里是准备随时打技能的。平之虎，哦，
Alright.
被平之虎吸引到。
Skydog comes in, Smoggy clears it. Good read. Good position from Ice King. Wrap around from Kung Kung's good. Where did Chichu die?
但是想直接硬进了惊喜翻腾，弗洛辛的位置已经爆了，弗洛辛硬点一个。
Trades are good from EDG here. I mean, it is fucking balls to the wall speed.
对手强行进到点内的一个时间。
这一波关键是要找位置，回防现在没有位置能找2颗空投烟幕还要持续很久，而对面如果
And I guess nobody, but he's been doing too much trolling. What is fucking nobody's name again?
脚底下1v1，是的，接下来马上是一个1v1了，要看压墙。Smoky 波惹假面啊，康康这里
Wangha, isn't it?
成功还是拿下了这一个
Wang bro.
险之又险，又是天路看到了一丝的机会。
If he plays Gecko, he could be called Wangman.
但是没有更多的技能配合，没有更多的2个人之间的协同了。
但是你可以看到，在 B 大的处理上面，DG 非常的细腻和小心，他们提前算到了对面有可能会有明居，而且
Yeah, like Wanga.
就是你以后有可能已经
What on earth have you just said?
对。
So people in China don't call nobody nobody because, you know, the word. So I think they call him Wang Bro because his name is Wang. It's like his nickname. Like Sue, when watching him, would call him like Wanga. But now nobody's playing Wingman. He's not playing Wingman. He's playing Gecko. You could call him Wangman because his name is Wang. And it's like Wingman, but Wangman.
这一出，我觉得 AK 就是他怎么都很难办。他当时最好的结局
Is he literally yawning at them?
出，我觉得就是你就是他怎么
Kung Kung, that's just rude. Look at
这
this.
个 P0 之虎一出，我觉得 AK 就是他怎么都很难办。他当时最好的结局是打一个，然后被 P0 之虎咬在当地。
Cheeky bastards.
太难受了，这样的一个协同，我们可以看到来到 EDG 这里，就是让
Wanga.
天路选手 AAK 这里是没有任何
Was it like Wangja?
最好的结果是1换1，他做
Yeah, it's like Wangja, isn't
没
it?
有任何的办法做到更多，而最后他连这1换1也没有办法做得到，因为在他就枪的准星，因为 P0 之虎受干扰了。
Tyler kind of getting farmed right now.
分很明显是前面明居的完全知晓了一样。那我
First pronunciation.
可能要去改变，
Wanga.
即使是要起到明居，都要去上半场。他们这个
刚才 B 大其实明显是自己一个人数优势，3个人在 B 大也有自己的事。
Yeah, 'cause it's like Wanga.
这一切就像是一张白纸一样。
对，被 EDG 识破。
Easy way to remember it for us Gorilla is like the
是
fucking
5-0的一个开局了，天路又是来到
the lone website.
他们的这个 BO3打到现在，天路有一个甚至1/3的时间都是在拿小枪。
是的，没办法。这个1/3还要归功于5维学的经济系统，是可以帮你连败去
补到了一些。
对，不至于。
I don't remember Mr. Wanga.
是，
哎，这有他吗？啊，我感觉球球好像不。
I love that HFMI's put his camera. He's put his camera down, pushed, and still got the kill.
一枪甩到，而且应该有捡到幻影，神经曲击抛出。现在看 elbow 是 S King， 他
Welcome to China.
如果进去可能会给机会，但如果不进 S King 是动不了的。
对的，有没有选择给他更多的
Big Brother specifically. Oh, that's cute. Big Brother Wang. Don't ever Google that. 3 versus 4. We've lost Ice King and all 4 players from Tyler are flanking all the way around.
能打一个，他打一个又晚焰火会直接改变这一分的格局。
对的。
包括弗洛辛也是，弗洛辛给到一个 elbow 眼，两边是攻守互换，天际光柱直接给到了。
Orbital strike used on attack. I guess they were waiting for like a sound cue to then do it, but they just did it too early.
混到一个人 ，Smoky 要脸上换一下枪，20颗子弹，想去混一下，但是这一个
Lexin sticking. Oh, and HFMI got him through the smoke. Okay, right.
天路啊，
就是
That's fine. Oh, actually, we get to see the shot from his POV again.
也是个人能力庇佑了他们啊。
是。
先看这么个地方，哇
Christ, what a flick.
就是没有瞄那个方向啊。
第一发其实也甩空了，但是第二发是迅速的做了一些微调。
而且 Aaron 今天正义的这个击杀很多，
兄弟，要不就拿这把吧。
这个开玩笑。
但同时也要找一些
Traders in same flames are either in critical aim or why would you do that? Or both.
把他们的经济垫起来。
是，
现在还是有3个人的经济并不是很安全。
而且还是要说到一个问题是，经济系统是不太能够接受你的一胜一负的。要来看一下天路能不能去稳住好不容易打出来的这个经济的比较好的一个回合，而且这个回合他们的终极技能是相当
4x4x, Optus Strike, Showstopper Seekers. Tyler having a lot of ults to work with on this defense.
这个回合 EDG 能够去攒出来的终极技能
We've seen a lot of just like holding the line. I don't know if there's a good like terminology for it. Maybe Gorilla has something that Vitality use. When your players are just like standing on defense, not pushing, just waiting.
飞出去以后不能再摇头了，没有办法注意到旁边的
Stuck in the mud kind of vibes. In NPCs, yeah, that's pretty
在
much.
这里这个
看起来字母哥是有意识的。
可能要去搜一下，但是球球肯定他也没有更多的一个想法了，他就在这等着。
Don't use Wangman for nobody. It's too close to Wankman.
那球球现在自己的位置会很尴尬，他在叫队友。
I mean, I feel like people are going to make that. Oh, yeah. Goodbye, Chichu.
球球应该是没有任何的办法了。电击光束 ，SK 也是在2楼成功的接住了 Nobody。那这样的话 ，B2楼成功的守得住。
皮蛋是活了下来，保住了爆能器的安置，但是进攻方的角度很差，因为 B2楼没有控制。
Why is the side rotated? Good question. I was really watching. We were talking about Wankman.
转过来了。那球会给什么技能？花之巡游没有搜到吗？等一下看一下。转过来了。
Just one player being in lamps has kept 3 people over here.
好残忍的一击，球球应该是没有任何的办法了。电击光束 ，SK 也是在2楼成功的接住了 Nobody。那这样的话 ，B2楼成功的守得住。
皮蛋是活了。
I guess because HFMI wanted to play off his utility, if he's got cages and stuff there.
空下来 ，SK 再穿满头，
又对掉了一个。
Like, because he was on B first and he rotated back, so it's like his site, I guess.
并不够 ，Smoky 也没有燃烧榴弹在自己的身上了。
康康不能倒 ，Elbow 的位置一定要顶住。
Good trade.
不太够 ，Smoky 想要守这个包难上
There's 4 people just waiting.
是。
All right, it's a fine retake though. Bang, 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 bang.
花之巡游给出来的前2到3秒没有反应的时候，已经有人在往
Lower by for forcing.
但是这个小车一响
EDG lost that. I mean, they didn't really have a foot in the door. I don't think that's.
获得了自己就重新。
He got out an orbital strike and the Seekers.
而 EDG 现在的经济是越打越走钢丝，这一分已经是有2把数位了。
对，是把经济是搬到了一个两边可以重新去做比较公平谈判的一个机会了，甚至是 EDG 的经济会更加的不好。
但这些枪依然非常有作战能力，而浩东差2个点数 ，Nobody 差2个点
We might clear this.
技能都相当的关键，但点数还是给到了康康。这样的话，其实2个先锋离终极。
I wonder if we've ever seen a China team do the whole thing where they smoke themselves off here, like either with a jet smoke or with whatever, to avoid being hit by the sky flash.
点内左侧这个位置
I think we have.
是没有清到的，不知道会不会成为伏笔。
应该是收过路费，但是不进点了。 这么不会再盲进了，因为点里面是已经完全放给对面打回防了。
SK 先爽穿一梭子，
那晚焰火 AK 是准备蓄势待发了，哦，直接穿点，哦，
How?
Nobody 自己跳到了这条枪线上面。
Is it just through the smoke?
一死在点里面就得硬扛。现在看浩东有没有机会打出自己的无敌超杀，对面回防是有晚焰火的，
主要是他打出无敌超杀，自己在这个。
2 players pushing this. This is good.
晚焰火直接装在 AK 出门。
4 versus 5, but this is the hardest site to retake, I think, in the game right now. And Tyler do it with like relative ease.
收下了4杀，这个回合2。
I mean, maybe it's an element of like, you know, EDG running a new comp, new roles, stood in the wrong places. It doesn't help as well when I think just HFMI gets a kill for the smoke.
都有这种比较夸张。
先是一个混点。
All right, yeah, of course.
然后接下来是一个重位。
And then they accidentally line up for HFMI, who's just absolutely back in the form.
这个过程有点奇怪，但是结果上又是用完一会买下来1分。
对，但我觉得从宏观上来说，天路这一分的布置是。
Is this Muggle?
布置的就是我们守好我们的 L 管，然后我们。
Have they also got their like 6th man playing as an assistant coach? Shong, hello. How are you doing today? You missed some good Valorant from Pacific. I don't know. No, you didn't miss any good Valorant. Don't worry. GENG looked good. That's about it.
哦，要直接来。
They're gonna use the Thrash on an eco round. They're not gonna use it now, surely. Viper's Pit has come through.
是的。
那这下其实交无敌超杀的理由少了一大半。
这套 这个提速啊，
It's a bit
这个火箭头没了，应该是
You get a kill on a shot, and your decision is to Viper's Pit on B.
正式的开交战之前啊，先要尝试找点击杀，尤其是找一些捡枪的机会。
暴动器还是掉在比较靠后的一个
You
位置。
don't like they're on an eco.
稳健的选择展开了在 B 点的一个回复。
How did he actually call HFMI? Just his real name? I think they just call him HFMI.
也很保守，现在
I don't know though.
天路觉得这一分对面是存减分，所以自己不想搞得太激进。
对，
万一送枪就不好了，所以选择2个点都是一个。
Somebody was saying before that they call him letters, but I don't know if they
而且他们
do.
也能够听得到的是 EDG 这里的枪声上面，他们的枪械配置一定是没有 all in 特别多的。
Nobody 在希望，他很希望自己的箱子下面有
人啊，但是天路选择的非常保守的一个。
They call him Alphabet, brother.
被闪，这是Nobody 的第一发闪 ，Nobody 还没走，直接
How do you say that in Mandarin though?
第2位置，小凤。
站住了小黑屋的位置，
I guess it's something good if it's bro.
现在看浴室什么时候动很关键，球能不能把浴室摸下来
？SK 手里是把
Zemaga
打了近点，但是有把短炮想喷，哎，顶针被打断了好像。
对，被弹开了，这样的话暴动器没有办法成功的安置。
Zemaga kind of goes hard though.
不能出去，想让他再拖包又拖得了，这个包又没有安下去，判官直接被。
Oh my god, yeah, he's
字母哥又是3杀落袋。
farming retakes, but it's against the Nico.
枪法上
Was it like Zemaga?
完全的明确，
拉开。
对，你往前，我就往后给。你要安置暴动器的时候，我用我的技能和我的长枪优势去扫射你，去混你。打得非常漂亮。
Okay, I let him back some procrastinating class. Hello, welcome back.
那这样的话，对于 EDG 来说，接下来这分意味就很大了。
这就是 EDG 的一个被逼到的一个大分了。
Zemaga. Did they just say it then?
反超。
这2张地图的前。
是这一分，如果再输，有可能意味就很大了。
这就是 EDG 的一个被逼到的一个大分了。
是这一分，如果再来这分，
好配合。
那这样的话，对于 EDG 来说，接下来这分意味就很大了。
这就是 EDG 的一个。
Can't listen for it.
打得非常漂亮，包很舒服的安下来就可以了。
好，就你往前，我就往后给。你要安置暴动器的时候，我用我的技能和我的长枪优势去扫射你，去混你。
打得非常漂亮，包很舒服的安下来就可以了。
好配合。
那这样的话，对于 EDG 来
For the replay, good sake.
来到少尉的字母哥。
Oh, there.
字母哥又是3杀落袋。
Zemaga.
刚刚提过，来到少尉的字母哥。
枪法上是。
Is it there?
而且还有个独木，这个独木的拖延时间
能不能出去？想让他再拖包又拖得了，这个包又没有安下去，判官直接被一发头扫掉。字母哥又是
Zemaga. Zemaga.
拉开。
That's cool. I'm gonna call him that from now on. Zemaga.
来说，接下来这分意味就很大了。
这就是。
So like you just open up your throat for the end bit. Zemaga.
如果再输，有可能的话直接被对面反超。
这2张地图的前面的故事是有点。
I'm gonna write that down.
他是天路需要把他们的劲儿，把他们的配合去维持下去，
要延续下去。那 EDG 这里的话，我们可以看到康康的。
Was I saying it right though? Is that right?
点数就有了。
但这一分 EDG 可以尝试在前面直接开无敌叉去获取一些控制权。
对，直接要来
追猎支援无敌叉，2个先锋终于能齐开，
但是这个杀杀效果不是特别好。
浴室传过来
，Close enough. Yeah, I'll take that.
到了一下头部，
主要这波跟队友没配合啊。
是的，前点的位置感觉已经被占下来了。
So Zema means like alphabet.
交了无敌超杀，只是拿到了一小部分空间，但是包又被打断了。
是踩雷飞剑是直接把皮弹给炸掉了，没有办法去安置这个暴动器，时间索性还是比较长的，还有1分钟。
但现在防守方还有一些技能能够阻止你安包，比如说 AK 的进行反动，而且灯区也没有收获，
给刚刚对掉了。
灯区有短炮，直接来。
he goes in and then gets thrashed from behind.
这个包还没按45秒。
是 Smokey 想办法去对枪，但自己已经被混到只剩10滴血 ，AK 在侧
I
边。
mean, this is a good defensive side.
被卡在了这样的一个。
Like Tyloo are just absolutely shutting the door in their faces.
已经是没有正面的队友能够去帮他拖延住正面的战局了，
除非天路完全想不到有人会绕后，然后处于非常糟糕的角度，
扣我们大绕。
确实有点像那个味儿了。但是会有几个侧身，会有几个侧身。
Oh no.
最后1v1 19秒，他的压力。
Oh, but
Nobody 真的绕出来了。
Nobody just.
对 AK 完全是因为暴动器离得很远，他有
Wanga,
很多的机会
you did it. No, big brother, don't do it. Don't flag them for the 1 versus 3.
也是毫不犹豫抓住了这个机会。
没有问题，这一波史诗级大绕是让我们确实会想到那个时候控的这样的一个精彩发挥。
是看到2个侧身 ，AK 出现的一瞬间，一发头带走。
So
其实
quick.
AK 出来这个 timing 也是
Great read.
拉开了比较大的一个角度，但是
That should never happen. No, it doesn't matter.
你在挑战对面的准度啊 ，EDG 开始要在前期花30秒时间去折磨一下对面的心态了。
是的。
因为上一分你刚刚让对面丢到一个3打1，其实这个时候天路是很容易心里打鼓的。
And a majority of like various names for players just grow at the end as well.
总结了一下，想要去跟平之虎一起往前抢前点的。
Can I get a Mandarin nickname? That'd be cool.
现在对于天路来说，这一分他们就必须要谨慎一点了。显然优势有些时候就还是很。
I'm gonna be the bold buff dad.
还是像日落之城那种，该有优势的时候没有能够成功的把握住，但是实际上用个人能力去扳回的回合的分数，这样的分数不是那么的稳啊，在自己手里。
支架，
超级支架。 看到了小神卫，第2个、第3个接到头，其实是康康第2次的一个 pick， 但是还是成功被 AK 给接住了。
前期光束给了 B 大，想要锁 B 大的人，但是防守方其实退的是 B 点内。
暴动的位置也被 AK 给接下来了，这回合他完成了赎罪，放龙器掉到一个非常尴尬的位置，要去穿99。AK 能够再收一个人，这一分他想亲手把他给打回来。
AK 是直接架死了 B2楼，而 B 大也是一无所获。EDG 这一分。
The teacher should give you a Chinese name, I believe.
要贴脸上看一下，
也是。
What is it like? I'm just given one.
实际上用还是像日落之城那种，该有优势的时候没有能够成功的把握住，但是实际上用个人能力去扳回的回合的分数，这样的分数不是那么的稳啊，在自己手里。
谨慎一点了。
I guess it'd be like you would have some, I guess, almost like a sensei sort of figure. I'm trying to think of like what would be like an elder, I suppose. Like somebody decide that for you. The Sifu? Okay, that's cool to know. I'm trying to think of what it would be. But yeah, just somebody that's like above you, like business, like somebody that oversees you to an extent. So I'm thinking, I don't know if Alan's older than me, but could I get Alan to give me one? Sue's older than me. Should I just Sue give me a Mandarin nickname? That can only go well. I don't really know how it works though. So they don't really peak that well. The flash comes in onto Dizzy. It doesn't hit AAK, who has really been 6 and 8 at the moment, but I've like enjoyed watching him play on the duelist. Not afraid to just get on the aggressive angles. If Tyloo keep playing this way, and like this is like their best map. This is the map that they picked last week and won. This is a map that they're like kind of stomping on at the moment. Even though they're losing. Should be winning, I think. Yeah, I don't know how it.
我觉得一个是视野的增大，另外一个就是首发误差的降低。
对，
对于远距离的射击还是非常有帮助。
I guess stuff on like other websites with like me talking about China would just be Ryan Central.
分啊，这个回合 EDG 的经济我们可以看到是比较尴尬的，但是康康手里是有晚烟火在的，这个回合要怎么去打？
变数就在康康这边，但是 B 小已经发生了交火，浩东是直接跟对面打了个1v1没对过。
Ice King 今天的枪法状态非常
Just
的
Ice King just peeks it alone, gets a kill,
去找一个机会
and just quickly skyducks to see if there's anybody else there.
都是先锋单走，这风险都很高。
对，
甚至我会觉得 SK 冒的风险更高一点，因为他是个单先锋。
Double trips. The wide fencing high enough that the Skydog doesn't actually hit it. And this is just read so well from AAK. Really nice from Tyloo.
等一下，这个水没泼过，现在防守方是个3打2，灯区 AK 直接拉
，Nobody 正好没。
My English name is just using the alphabet to make words.
在后面2分是。 打出了吃奶的劲儿啊，因为他也知道那一分丢掉跟自己是有点关系的，
有点关系在的。这2分 AK 还是成功的完成了。
Yeah, fantastic read.
今天 Ice King 的一个状态也非常不错，而且我觉得这波很灵性，字母哥的这个
Snake bite too as well. Poison cloud.
很有可能要提速。
And using their own ult.
很难受，而且那根半线有一头是队友
I mean, they look good on defense. I mean, we know that they lose.
打到这里，天路
So what do they look like on attack?
掉了，所以会更加。Ice King 今天的一个枪法状态非常不错，而且包括他图一的铁臂。
Ice King Gigaball speaking out alone definitely could have just massively backfired.
先锋的一个位置了。
But we'll ignore that.
是赌了个4避开哦。
How long have I got? 15 minutes.
如果你浴室外面有人，他是直接传浴室来抓人的。
但是你别说 Smokey 这个位置其实挺吓人的。
Aaron 这波是给了反馈，但是敢不敢抓？什么时候？
Been a good streaming day today. Like the weather's not been great.
要抓吗 ？Aaron 现在已经很危险了，来了，丢出手。
Are they going for the TP with a play?
掉头就跑，
直接切刀跑。
Are they going to go for the TP towards B?
让队友赶紧进，队友赶紧进。
是的，很稳。
I feel like this is a bit of hesitancy, and I don't know.
来看一下。
I almost respect them waiting to really like see out the situation, but you don't want to provide him an opportunity. Yeah, they were just like, let's see.
他没有动过，对面不知道，强行出烟。
They were just waiting for more information, I suppose. But HFMI, like, I guess them waiting provides a bit of time for HFMI to get into a good spot. But 4 versus 3, you're planting in the tube or behind the tube? I think it's in it. You got a camera also set up high. All 3 players TP in, so that's good information for Tyloo to play from. You got a nade still. That's all you got, though. So how do you take this fight? You have a player disadvantage. Wingman's going. And with a player disadvantage, you get 1 kill.
这波在回防劣势的情况之下 ，EDG 展现出来自己的一个强稳定度，以及
Kankan trying to get ball buff again. Looks that way.
然而榴弹铺了一个对面防守方复活点，
挡一边。
I mean, I don't think the observing really did it justice on what that looked like.
仅有的2个技能的利用率是做的非常高的啊。
但我觉得天路在 A 小这个位置的角色依然非常值得怀疑。
So they just get a kill for the smoke. Howdon gets 1 wall banging through the box. Oh no, actually through the corner.
纠结了一段时间，
结果弗洛汀跟对面做了个1换1。当然你说这个1换1很亏吗？好像也 OK。
So a little bit unlucky. And maybe felt like they don't really have the utility to like wait for the drop and then peek. You got a player in the smoke that just dies. 1 player actually does peek, nobody else does. So they just get isolated in a fight. I think that's EDG playing that well. And Tyloo just, there's no plan for it. It's not something that they've probably run into in scrims. So they've had to improvise and it hasn't worked.
燃烧榴弹，天路想要提速也是不太可能趟着这个燃烧榴弹去进的，消耗掉了 EDG 这里一些技能啊。
这里。
接下来第2时间准备往 B 点去看。
1 minute 10 on the clock, and they've actually skydogged down B long. Good information from EDG. Not quite. Like, yeah, this is the opposite, I suppose, of like EDG and not being NPCs. Good amount of time passes where nothing happens. They skydog this to get the Viper into a good spot. Seeing these smokes should give you enough of a giveaway what's going on here. Chichu trying to peek. Nobody was there to help him, but because nobody got fully flashed, Chichu ends up peeking on his own. Okay, Aaron's picked up a gun and he's got 2. My god, Kung, slow down a second. Oh, speed up. Smoggy's gone in. A little bit of EDG doing stuff alone, but the spike hasn't been planted yet. They get thriftied.
枪是假，蟒侠的子弹也打，
一样可能操作的空。
Aaron's done well there too.
子弹打完了，蟒侠的子弹也打完了，这种心理压力也会压到康康身上。
但 Aaron 这一分抓住了唯一。
Gets 1, manages to reload before he peeks onto another, fully like flashed off from the smoke.
夸张。
In HFMI, nice couple too.
17-8的一个，
而且是一分存钱分机了。
People said like at the start of this that, you know, EDG weren't necessarily as like well drilled. It's a little bit sloppy. That's Smoggy smokes. On attack it was these 2. I think he only had 2. I think this one was a defensive one. Do you like Kung new haircut? Yeah, I love it. Somebody sent me a picture of him being like photoshopped into Gecko's outfit with his new hair.
接触完，我立刻把更多人调到 A 区。然后我想告诉你，我其实人多的是在 B 区。我希望你撞上 A， 那就看天路怎么去消化这个信息了。
是给错觉，因为本身天路这个阵
Hiding in the corner.
丹斯凯，你收集信息的能力就是
Trying to not get flush.
你是永远不知道点里面站几个人的。
对。
Tyloo lurking up the cipher here into 4 people. This is an anti-eco. This is just.
谨慎点，他知道对面没枪，你不能掉这把枪。
HFMI, slow down. Slow down. Don't give them a gun. Don't give them a gun. Don't give them a gun. You're maybe giving them a gun. Never mind, you're fine. You are being hunted down by the fucking EDG Secret Service right now. And he gets free before he's eventually taken out by Kung Kung.
都完，搁这儿都完，但问题不大，是他已经收3个了，做什么都不会错了。Aaron 直接是穿板命中了康康的头部，
而且他是队伍里面最便宜那把枪。
对，
队伍其他的人要。
Yeah, I mean, in the replays, it's from the player's POV, so.
给了啊，自己。
The attack smokes are enemy smokes.
是的。
往上来了 ，B 大控传送器，然后抓浴室门口的人，还是这个布置来。
对，
这几分在下半场所有
Let's break the camera here.
想要就是把
EDG fighting for showers. And the Viper's playing in a really aggressive spot.
预设到了。
They caught the HFMI lurk.
单摸的一个人已经是倒了，拉成了一
Kung Kung not pressured at all for the orb now. Gets a showstopper, backs off. Smoggy needs to be really careful now. Has 2 smokes. Can't really be dying here. He's like, Kung Kung, where are you going? Come back, I need your help. Guess he trades it.
全在 solo 啊，这边
I mean, that was not great. Smoggy and Kung Kung there. Little bit unnecessary.
比较明显的劣势了，需要去完成一个2打4。暴动器是已经送到了小黑屋的位置，位置很。
Now he's not staying. He's moving away from that angle at all. Last time he left, his teammate died.
可恶啊！
考虑到你自己其实 B 大没有给压力，说实话，就算假设刚才字母哥1v1打赢了，立刻传送器跳出来一两个技能，你也很
容易被补掉。
对，
是的，
这是一个很容易亏，或者说几乎大概率必然亏的一个买卖。
I
mean, for observing, when you're in like a custom spot, I don't know why they don't put like, you know, put a red tint on for the red team and then like a blue tint on for the like defending team.
打扰了第一波安置暴动器的时间。
Even stuff like, you don't know if that's an attacking gecko or a defensive gecko. Obviously, there's only one gecko here, but in those situations, it'd be nice to know if it's an attacking or defensive one. Tyloo don't really have the time to plant. Too scared. Flexing wants to keep the gun. Kung Kung's gonna go hunt them though. Is he?
那这个回合 EDG 是4把枪先保存了下来，而且
I think they were thinking about it, and then somebody went, no.
而且在整个宏观的策略上面 ，EDG 现在占了一个非常大的先机，就是 B 大加浴室这一套控制，现在天路解不了，除非你能磕枪把我磕赢。但从上一轮的情况来看，就大家都是职业选手，凭什么我磕枪被你白磕赢了？
而且主要还是，我觉得上个回合天路也有点上头了，太多的1v1了。
对，
他们是进攻方，他们应该有更多的我去主动找你多打少的机会。
是的，
但实际
来做事，因为知道你 B 大肯定是要打配合，你才敢。
Right, Tyloo, fast towards long. You got the Cypher on short. Viper watching, like, market.
这样的一个进攻动向啊。
进攻方也扣下了自己绝大多数不可再生的。
Might need to blast for the rest of this.
第二波再进 B 大的时候去交。
是，
但是你没有控 A 浴室，那你不敢传 A。现在看 A 小和 EDG 的一个反绕的对抗了。 Aaron 的位置非常关键
，Aaron 这个位置压力蛮大的。
有没有意识到洞穴可能会绕？其实绕了一个非常。
EDG a little bit restless to be pushing this.
应该没有看到对面的背身，但他有。
And backfire if they're not careful.
球球这里的舌吻是已经给完了，而且自己的独步马。
But it's good information at
他没有
least.
更多调整的一个机会了，除非队友能够再帮他架一会儿。
绕过半线走了 B 大。
Yeah, Smoggy is just walking the whole way. The flash is a team flash.
打起来要进，哎。
Yeah. Oh, is it a dizzy? Oh, it's a dizzy. It's a dizzy. It's a dizzy.
要进，哎，吃了个全白的，球球这里也是白的，两个人都是白的。我的白兵。
Mosh is good too.
那浩东能够再接一个 Ice King， 只能打出一个1换1，剩下是没有闪的，想开提。
They do clear him. Oh my god!
剩下是没有闪的，想开提前枪，不能够接狗。
Nice shots from Haodong.
90度的角度打一个转一下，打一个转一下。
而且说实话，这一波浩的，
对的。
IGL's having a good go of it. Yeah, like just a bang, bang, bang.
第一时间倒地之后，没有人能够拉得开枪线，这导致防守方
transferring all the way.
是的。确实配合。
Same spot too.
这样的一个个人能力。
Yeah, and like Chronicle had to look behind him backside.
等于是在点小球了。
EDG 又是稳定住了分数，现在是重新掌握了领先，而且把对面逼近了中间分。浴室很硬掰，
人有点多。刚刚第二时间的一个抢点不好抢过来。
大量的技能灌了进来，硬掰防守方一反手丢技能传过来。
Chichu brave. Wingman. I do like the wingman sort of just used as like actual utility instead of some just like a planting and diffusing tool.
A 小位置空下来了，做传统走，哎，
点里面留了个人啊，但 Aaron 也是个名牌，走了，快溜快溜，他想骗个人过。
See, because it's used to try and clear all of this, but it doesn't get Aaron.
还是保
Rotates all the way around. Now he's just gonna wait in the TP.
会有人来吗？
会有吗？
They're gonna thrash him. Yeah, but I love this reaction. Yeah, I'm gonna get him, and then he hears the thrash. He's like, no, 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 please, 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 please. They get Ice King as well as trying to protect him too, and then they clear him around this corner.
其实这一瞬间他们做了很多的纠结的地方，能够点掉吗？有点难。字母哥的位置也被发现，这样的话暴动器成功的拆除，伊利吉是又发主动。要不我这样吧，要不我这样吧，他们一直在被迫。
Like Wingman is just like a boom bot.
往前去做压制，很难受。包括像这个回合。
Especially if it latches onto somebody, it's just gonna follow them to the ends of the earth. Ice King is such a hard name, yeah.
他们往往在这个计划走到半截的时候，就会直接被对面腰斩啊，然后做出一些
Yeah, instead you call yourself Gorilla.
包括像刚刚那个浴室里面想要硬去偷。
You should be like, the only way to pronounce it is like Brian Blessed in Tarzan when he's playing Clayton. Gorillas?
蛮大的。我
大分哦，大分，但直接玩一火，顶着标记。
Pronouncing it any other way is wrong.
超东应该要往后走，但是我后面是天际光束的，只能往前走。到底这波两个人怎么说
This map has just turned into just TDM. Just aim duels and little bits of utility here or there. Somehow though, Tyloo actually just holding against this aggression have come out on top. The player advantage. AAK's flanked all the way around. Haodong was at least aware of it, but that's really all it's been. 4 versus 2. Now Chichu's having a fucking go at it. Nice try. And runs for Tyloo. Up for Kung Kung. Viper's pitch short.
是更不希望场面变混乱了。
对，还是想要去用明居发出更大的一个优势。一个濒临之虎，濒临之虎是有一点点近视的啊，他会有一点过远的地方会看不到，还是要把明居再次来到上面的位置。AK， 就感觉已经有点蠢蠢欲动了。
防守方有人在开毗邻之虎，要不要抓这个机会呢？显然是不能的，因为他旁边根本没有任何队友。他这一波应该是要去打，要么是佯攻。 要么是断对面的回防，
这 AK， 而且
Kung Kung back to doing this, is he?
OK， 那这波其实没有做什么动作，然后又把队友拷回来，这样的话，这把明居的位置。
Fucking Thakusa was doing this after Champions. Like Kung Kung was doing like the op flicks.
位置已经是观察到对手要打了，康康现在无声下来，会有这样的一个台面包马上贴到脸上了，有一个小身位，哇，没有能够成功的把握住，给出来自己一个踩雷飞剑，拉出来全白对掉了一个人，康康还是有一个踩雷剑，
Haodong's push through. They haven't cleared. What was it? Zimmerger?
是天际光束稍微
Now they have.
位置，还是能够成功的进到点内 ，Ice King 的血量有点低，这个时候再转，
Yeah. Champs Grand Final in 2021 was like one of the better BF5s we've had. It'll just not be remembered fondly because it's EMEA. You know, NA fans were like, oh, it's not too bad for the game that EMEA are doing this well because they don't have any fans. But, all right.
而且 Ice King 这里自己的御生之息有没有办法去奶？
Yeah, I also like single Olymp playoffs. It's a very CS approach.
他们看到这个章鱼就知道对面已经做好准备了。
对的，等着你来了。那 EDG 这里倒是没有找到一个机会去来不来得及啊？
来了，皮蛋找。
It was playoffs is so hyped because it's single Olymp the whole way. Yeah, I'm the same. I think they should do that for champs. But it's the whole argument of, I guess, like competitive integrity. But I'm, you know, it's like if it was double elimination, Ascend wouldn't have won champs, would they? It's like no, but they won the games. Everybody else lost. I'm surprised that they haven't gone in that direction now.
就尽管自己 OK 靠一些乱战好像捞了一些分数，
但是大比分还是有巨大压力在自己身上的，而且
even if it's like top 4, like 2 semi-finals and then a grand final as single elimination, do playoffs to like qualify for top 4 teams and then go from there.
地方在哪里？
能不能说对于目前能够稳，
是也乱战当中去犯保每一次
能胜利
啊？那当然，
应该去设计一个，比如说我有7%到80%的一个胜利。
Double Limb gives us storylines.
给你拼一个5-5开。
Yeah.
两个暂停叫完呢，看一下这一分。
I don't know. Sometimes I feel like the storylines part of the game is a bit boring. Oh, not boring. I think it's just over-focused.
在门口了，
小跳
已经在门口了。
嗯，是。 问题是接下来要怎么去打
？B 大 B 小技能很顺利，这波应该要直接一波流了。
但是 AK 手里是只有一个惊喜翻腾了，
手稳有点短，手稳没有给到点后，而且闪。
Showstopper misses, unfortunately. Howdong has Pink Panthered his way into sight and gets 2. Wow, wow, wow.
展开这个回复，但是问题是只剩2个人了，
而且现在画地为牢。诚然会给你一些保护色，但是你也不知道外面的人从哪里来。
是康康这里很稳，他还去搜外面的一个位置。其实2个人是已经都在这儿了。
Use that on a cast, please. I'll be sure. I'll be sure to. Nice peek from Aaron. Skydog's hit him. Nobody's spraying. Oh, the build bot. He's holding on for dear life. Gung Gung 1 versus 1. Aaron's just in a little bit of a corner. Time is getting low though. He gets him. Does he have time?
可惜在于只能扛这一颗了，两边都是7步枪手，就看谁拔枪更快。
2打3的一个残局啊，其实都。
What if you get cringe and have double limbs for masters and single limbs for champs? No, that's what we're saying. Like, that's what we want. It's not us being cringe. I think having semi-finals, grand finals is more hype.
但是没有办法，还是在于自己的一个血量已经比较极限了。哇！
Like, lock-in was a nightmare of an event, I have to imagine, for Riot, but I still think it was like definitely really good, like, semi-finals, grand final. I think Fnatic winning that was infinitely more interesting than them winning Tokyo Double LM.
或者说去拿到攒到击杀，浩东这里的无敌超杀都将准备就绪。
现在对于天路来说，想要赢这一分难度
And also,
很大了，手里
if you
主动去。
If you had double elimination for champs in 2021, you wouldn't have had that crazy like crew storyline. Like you just wouldn't have had that at all. It wouldn't have meant as much as it did. And arguably, that's what's like why it's what put crew on the map. I think as a organization outside of North America.
他是在看这一侧的，
不知道有人过来了。
He's seen Aaron. Which might mean there's a chance to lurk up. Is he gonna go chase Aaron? It looks like it. He's like tried to check it and clear it all the way in. He's got one. There's a camera watching the whole place. Alright, tries to get more. Chichu, 1 versus 2. Spike still hasn't been planted. 15 bullets.
字母哥手里的枪得换成步枪，
走是最明智的抉择。
是的。
Sometimes teams get matched up against stronger opponents.
打1的优势在于天路这里了。
You want to win the tournament, you got to beat everybody, right? It's the argument of the day, like to use when it comes to like seeding. When things are seeded poorly. Is it okay if I ask a general Val question? Yeah, of course. Nice 4K from. I might need to like pretty much dash after this is over though.
强打非常规。
依然是常规的防守方 EDG 标志性的控制浴室外面的空间，
是已经是推到了。
Seeding is always almost wrong.
这不是解封，你下一分可没有巨刃啊！你诚然下一分可能会晚一会儿，如果你这分不交的话，
但是一定会跟自己的队友在配枪上面会有比较明显的一个错开，而且他
never as good as it could be.
释放这个晚焰火，除非去打非常规。 不过有看到啊，
这一分他也知道自己的
Kong has the showstopper too.
B2楼那边守不住，他这个位置就会被夹击。
康康没有惊喜翻腾，其实就是这一枪的机会，成功的抓到了字母哥。
Zimmerger's gone down.
翻腾我觉得就意味着他这一分晚焰火大概率是不会交的。
对，
他就是要靠着把明驹去造成伤害。
明驹的声音，天龙是一听到之后完全去转点了。
直接知道，那这样的话，这个追猎之人的方向大概判断到这边知道。哎，我看到 Nobody 已经在反跑了。
浩东跳起来是看到了。
点里面还有无敌超杀，浩东有没有机会侧身？哎呦，但是2发错失丢升空。
Have I commented on ultra wide recently, to your knowledge? I don't think so. I mean, I think Vansili plays on an ultra wide monitor, but I could be wrong. They're stalling this out, and they barely have the weapons for it. It'd be crap for Tyler to go out here to a thrifty. But it's looking more and more likely. Flexing's the last alive.
但是进灯区医院包在灯区后面，是被无敌超杀没找到弗洛星。哇，弗洛星真的是
15 seconds, ult to strike.
面对无敌超杀找人找点后的人。
He's ulting himself off of it.
是的，9秒钟的时间，
没时间了，
没有时间了呀！有人还
Yeah, just not enough time. All right, 13-10. What do I think? What do I think? And then I have to dip. I think seeding works. It's not as perfect as it can be. I mean, it's not really too much of an issue nowadays, but back in the early tournaments, seeding was always like hotly contested as being like somebody always complained about it one way or the other. So Zemaga looking a lot better just on the Sentinel role. All things considered, I think role-wise, this team is looking like pretty nice. AAK, like, pretty much bottom of ACS, only just, but still was like staggeringly good. And yeah, why would you ever take Kung Kung off of Duelist when he's having performances like this? Haodong, IGL looking good on the Gecko. Smoggy quite quiet, but I mean, what? That's maybe his first like proper official playing Brim. He's played it a few times, but I guess with this like rotation of roles, any avenue to ask Riot to update commentary on it, do you think? I don't know, really. I guess just sort of keep out. Usually there's like dev questions and stuff like that. But yeah, that's good timing actually, because I do need to go. Thanks everybody for watching today. I am going to head off. Who do I host? Who's a good person? I mean, Sarah's. I don't know this person at all, but I know that they're in the UK scene, so I'll shut them out. So go say hi to them. And then I'll host them. We should be back tomorrow. It sort of depends, I suppose, on some of the boiler stuff, but I guess we'll see. I'll show up at some point tomorrow. I just don't know the specifics. But thanks for watching, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. 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 And then bye.